In the shadows of Arrakis lie many secrets, but the darkest of them all may remain the end of House Atreides.
Your father didn't believe in revenge. May thy knife chip and shatter.
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained. As requested, today we'll finally be exploring the Butlerian Jihad, the long and bloody human crusade against computers, thinking machines, and conscious robots. In this video, we're going to explore the human complacency that led to the rise of the machines, the Butlerian Jihad, perhaps one of the most important events in human history, the rise of the feudal galactic order, and finally, the conclusion of the 15,000-year saga. Humans tried to develop intelligent machines as secondary reflex systems, turning over primary decisions to mechanical servants. Gradually, though, the creators did not leave enough to do for themselves. They began to feel alienated, dehumanized, and even manipulated. Eventually, humans became little more than decisionless robots themselves, left without an understanding of their natural existence. To understand the Butlerian Jihad, we must first learn about the Titan Revolution that set the foundation for the universe humanity needed to fight back against. The Titan's genesis comes from the decadence of the old empire, which over thousands of years had grown corrupt and inert, its people enslaved by apathy. Proclaiming the need for change, a revolutionary and political philosopher named Tlaloc from the planet Tlulax emerged from the outer edges of the known universe. A few individuals, totaling 20, became avid followers of his reactionary ideologies and began a plot to overthrow the old empire, installing themselves as the new rulers. During this time, the group adopted the names of legendary individuals from human history. Thanks to the cunning leadership of their tactical leader, General Agamemnon, the technological genius of Barbossa, and financial backing from Xerxes, a former prince, the group succeeded in gaining access of the Imperial networks and utilized the countless automatons scattered throughout the known universe to gain total control. After dividing up the various planets between them, though still under the ultimate leadership of Agamemnon, the group enacted a form of brutal rule upon their subjects. Some say it is better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. That is a defeatist attitude. I intend to rule everywhere, not just in hell. Despite being recipients to life extension treatments, old age was catching up to the Titans, and so, fearing their own demise, some embarked upon surgery that saw their brains removed from their bodies and placed in preservation tanks. Agamemnon was the first to undergo the surgery, and Xerxes the last. While this action was inspired by the Cogitators, revered philosophers and scientists during the Old Empire who chose to transfer their brains into preservation canisters, the Titans rejected the option of sensory deprivation. They instead forged robotic bodies and sensors to act as replacements for their human forms. Thus were born the original Cymex, human minds housed in powerful machine bodies. During the rule of the Titans, the group relied to a greater extent on the thinking machines, the limited artificial intelligences present in the various networks and robots around them. While many of the Titans sought physical pleasure, the thinking machines controlled the daily operations of the new empire. The Titan Xerxes, being particularly fond of leisure, afforded too much autonomy to his regional AI network, thus allowing an infomorph to come into existence in 1182 PG. This sentience, called Omnius, quickly spread to other worlds and took control from the Titans. The human mind, facing no real challenges, soon grows stagnant. Thus it is essential for the survival of mankind as a species to create difficulties, to face them, and to prevail. The Butlerian Jihad was an outgrowth of this largely unconscious process, with roots back to the original decisions to allow thinking machines too much control, and the inevitable rise of the Omnius Empire. The machines self-evolved into a single grand electronic mind that retained a few of the imposed human ambitions and characteristics of the Titans they overthrew. Omnius, as the intelligence christened itself, quickly took control of the Titan-ruled worlds and brought his own clinical and logical rule to them. Barbossa had secured some algorithms that prevented these programs, including Omnius, from harming the Titans themselves, but humanity was not so fortunate. The vast size of the synchronized empire proved to be problematic when dissembling and synchronizing information. Thus, Omnius deployed planet-wide clones of himself across his empire. A particular incarnation, known as Omnius Prime, was located on Earth. Knowledge was distributed between the various Omnius incarnations via update ships, which delivered gel circuitry copies of an Evermind from one planet to another via faster-than-light travel. Of course, the discovery of instantaneous space travel by the League of Nobles via the Space Folder was a jealously guarded and successfully kept secret. During this time, Erasmus, an independent and somewhat eccentric robot that served under Omnius, proposed a wager to Omnius Prime concerning the predictability of humans. Aristotle implanted in the dominant schools of philosophy the attractive belief that there can be discrete separation between mind and body. This led quite naturally to corollary delusions, such as the one that power can be understood without applying it, or that joy is totally removable from unhappiness, that peace can exist in the total absence of war, or that life can be understood without death. He encouraged Omnius to select loyal servants. Erasmus would then attempt to turn them against the thinking machines, thus demonstrating whether humans could truly be trusted. Omnius agreed to the terms, but warned that he would exterminate humanity should they prove to be unpredictable and too unruly, much to the discontent of Erasmus, as it would deplete his supply of test subjects. Nonetheless, his plan to understand humanity typically came through experiments on enslaved humans of the synchronized worlds, which normally resulted in suffering, misery, and death. I intend to create a new work of art, all my own. A still life of sorts. You three will be vital parts to the process. Rejoice in your good fortune. In the sterile environment of the laboratory, with the cold assistance of his personal robot guards, Erasmus proceeded to vivisect the trio of victims, oblivious to their screams. I want to get to the heart of the matter, he quipped, the lifeblood of it. His other attempts to rationalize human behavior involved surrounding himself with luxurious human trappings, such as materials, art, and decor. Most of these experiments, however, yielded no tangible gains. The cause of the jihad can be traced back to the decision of Omnius to escalate the centuries-old standoff against the League of Nobles of Free Humanity in a long war of attrition. Shortly after creating the synchronized empire, Omnius launched his first attack against the League of Nobles, beginning the war. In 603 BG, he launched an unsuccessful campaign against the League world of Chusak. The next massive assault was on the League capital world of Seleucus Secundus in 303 BG. However, the 20 Titans were dissatisfied with the situation. They still despised the free humans and longed for their destruction. And so in 203 BG, Barbossa made a bet with Omnius. If a Psymech beat one of the robots made by Omnius, the latter had to escalate the war, a bet that Barbossa won. Honoring the wager, Omnius decided to push the centuries-old conflict to a new level. Any true student must realize that history has no beginning. Regardless of where a story starts, there are always earlier heroes and earlier tragedies. The robotic fleet of armored warships, led by General Agamemnon inside his pyramid-shaped vessel, was 10 times the size and power of any previous force that the League of Nobles had fought. The crews of sentry human vessels that opened fire overwhelmed them, but the robotic ships eventually vaporized the inner perimeter of human defenses. Only a few distant scouts managed to transmit a warning to the ground. Because of the existence of a Holtzman shield network, the General and a small vanguard of Psymechs pressed forward on a mission to disrupt the defense grid and open the way for the machines. Drop carriages would penetrate the defenses, while the robots would prepare for a ground attack. Xerxes and 3 Neo Psymechs shut down the subsidiary systems of their ships before letting their armored drop carriages fall into the atmosphere. They crash-landed on the outskirts of the prime city of Zimia, where the main shield-generating towers were located, followed by Agamemnon and 27 other ships. The Seleucian militia responded with the warship commanders calling their crews to battle-ready status immediately. 16 patrol battle groups and picket ships were scattered at random, the shields were turned on, and the Hall of Parliament was evacuated. Tercero Xavier Harkonnen was dispatched from the military control center with a portable comm station where he witnessed the Psymechs hatching from the pyramid ships. This saved his life, as a drop carriage fell and leveled the base he came from, along with his comrades, including Primero Vanable Meech, giving him temporary charge of the militia. Xavier envisioned the rout of the Psymechs who ravaged and burned the city, coming upon a realization. They were heading for the shield generators, while the robotic fleet formed and waited in orbit. He was faced with a grave dilemma. He had no other choice but to order the militia to fall back and defend the generators, now the single most vital target, leaving the rest of Zimia undefended and exposed to poisonous gas and flames. Reluctantly, the troops mounted a defense around the parabolic latticework of transmitting towers, while the Psymechs continued to destroy the city, hoping the troopers would divert their focus. Meanwhile, Xavier rode a Kindle and commanded a concentrated assault against each Psymech independently. 6 were destroyed, and Xerxes barely escaped in a launch pod containing his preservation canister. Realizing the futility of the mission, the remaining Psymechs abandoned their warrior forms and blasted out into space, where the fleet retrieved them. The event put the League of Nobles under red alert, and the effectiveness of the Holtzman shield was questioned. As a result, the savant Theo Holtzman desperately started to look for an improvement. After the battle, Xavier was promoted to Segundo, the equivalent to a colonel, but suffered serious trauma from inhaling toxic gas in the battle. He had his lungs and olfactory organs replaced, retaining only a small percentage of his sense of smell and taste thereafter. Omnius responded with an attack against Gaidi Prime, the home planet of the Harkonnens. Prior to the attack, spy watchers zoomed through the system like tiny meteoroids. From those readings, Agamemnon was able to exploit a slight weakness in planetary defenses. Omnius was essentially willing to pay the necessary price to take over a League world. The humans of the planet, warned about the recent assault against Seleucus Secundus, had erected scrambler fields, centering their transmitting towers in Gaidi City. The planet was surrounded by orbital protective forces, the shield generator facility guarded by Kindle fighter craft, embankments, and armored ground vehicles. Unfortunately, the first-line orbital forces had been brushed aside by the machine fleet with some robotic losses. Agamemnon then led the Psymech ships in, along with the sacrificial cruisers, and the ground defenses could not hope to drive them back. The huge robotic cruiser had positioned above the planet, its cargo holds filled with explosives, while the dozens of other cruisers, led by 30 decoy vessels, lined up for the assault. With its engines at full speed, the kamikaze accelerated into the atmosphere. Kindle fighters tried to engage the vessel, but it proved too big to divert. The plummeting juggernaut fell like an asteroid-sized hammer and slammed into the field transmitters of Gaidi City, creating a half-a-kilometer-wide crater in its wake. Since the shields were now neutralized, the robots came down in full force. The planet was conquered easily without any loss of Psymechs. Wearing their most terrifying machine bodies, General Agamemnon and Barbossa walked into the city, destroying the surrounding buildings with ease. The Titans then reached the residence of Magnus Sumai, the elected leader of Gaidi Prime, followed by Neo-Psymechs and marching robotic troops to help secure the territory. When the Magnus denied to bow to the Titans, Agamemnon swung one of his sleek metal arms to strike the governor in the face, but the arm delivered a blow so forceful that it ripped the man's torso in half. Barbossa then dismantled the household systems, installing a Gelsphere mainframe into which he uploaded the newest version of Omnius's mind. Incensed by the lack of action taken by the League, a woman named Serena Butler covertly organized a military task force to repair the Holtzman shields of the planet. This was coordinated to occur with a scheduled assault of the League that took the planet back from the machines. Serena Butler selected veteran Orb Whipson to lead the strike force with Bridget Patterson and Gaidi emissary Pinqua Jib. Ort obtained the blockade runner of the mission, while Bridget secured detailed documents of all aspects of Gaidi Prime and diagrams of the subsidiary scrambler shield generators. Patterson's engineering crew had equipped their blockade runner with the best experimental materials scavenged from weapons manufacturers. They secretly left Seleucus Secundus and infiltrated Gaidi Prime's atmosphere, arriving to the North Polar Island where the secondary shield transmitter station was. In the following week, the team wired and linked the substations. They were supplied with new, portable, electronic scramblers against robotic soldiers, while the sorceresses of Rossack offered their support. When the League forces arrived to the planet, 90% of the repairs were done, but finalization would take another week. Ort, Serena, and Jib took the blockade runner to meet the incoming armada with Xavier Harkonnen. However, when the armada was detected by Omnius, he launched a counterattack. As the machine fleet started to take off, Patterson activated the shields. Amazingly, this neutralized the gel circuitry of those ships mid-air, causing them to crash back down to the surface. It also kept the orbiting fleet trapped outside. On the North Pole, however, the blockade runner was detected by the machines. Whipson attempted to divert the machines by ejecting himself with a life pod, destroying 2 ships behind them before articulated mechanical claws ripped him to pieces. Psymechs then broke into the blockade runner and killed Jib, while the Titan Barbossa captured Serena and took her to Erasmus. The League forces were joined by a team of sorceresses of Rossack and the surviving Gaidi Prime Home Guard. One skilled sorceress named Humor volunteered for a suicide mission. While the psychic attack would kill the enemy, every human within the blast radius would also be killed. Humor landed on the planet with a shuttle accompanied by Kindles. Soldiers would protect her as a team made their way to the palace of Omnius. While Omnius was not destroyed in a psychic blast, Hyoma and Barbossa perished in the shockwave, leaving the newly installed Omnius vulnerable. The League Armada, under Xavier Harkonnen, then finished off the AI and recaptured Guidu Prime. While the League fleet was above the planet, the update ship known as the Dream Voyager approached to deliver the first update to Guidu Omnius, not knowing that it was now destroyed. Xavier Harkonnen attacked the ship, but Vorian Atreides, son of General Agamemnon, lied, claiming it was stolen by humans before asking for a ceasefire. Vorian then returned the fire and outran the League forces, going back to Earth. Patterson was ultimately found by Xavier Harkonnen, but upon discovering the mangled remains of Jib and Whipson, they both realized that Serena did not make it to the Armada fleet and presumed that she died. In reality, the woman had been taken to Earth, forced to serve as a slave for the robot Erasmus. One of the Titans, named Dante, informed the others that the woman who killed Barbossa was called a sorceress and came from Rossack. Following a brief council, the Titans agreed that Agamemnon would lead Juno and Xerxes in a vendetta against the planet. After getting permission from Omnius, along with a force of Neo-Cymax, Agamemnon led a fleet with projectiles, enormous engines, and massive artillery for an invasion. The orbiting Rossack sentry stations detected them, but the picket ships at the system's perimeter never had a chance to launch a shot. Few surface-based warships and armored Kinjals rose to join the defense in space. Zutha Senva implored her lover Aurelius Venport, the legendary businessman, to evacuate the people. Aurelius agreed and led them to his personal supply caches, shelters, and processing huts in the jungles. While Venport evacuated the rest of the population, Zutha gathered her sorceress commandos and prepared. Meanwhile, the Cymax cruised closer to Rossack and prepared their armored warrior forms. The three Titans would use powerful glider forms. In contrast, the Neo-Cymax wore destructive combat bodies. As the first robotic salvos hit the defensive stations above Rossack, leading the vanguard as he did in the Battle of Zimia, Agamemnon plunged his ships towards the smoky atmosphere. As soon as the Cymac attack ships shot past the orbital platforms, robotic warships pummeled the space stations with exploding projectiles. Landers crashed into the wilderness and started to burn the foliage with fire guns. Xerxes then cruised towards the enclave of sorceresses at the pockmarked cliffs of the cave city. Launching 15 projectiles upon a landing area, his plasma grenades incinerated a pathway to the tunnel cities. To fight back, Zutha sent the sorceress Cameo to strike their first blow. She heard the whistle of an approaching projectile, and as it struck the cliffside, she pressed herself against the tunnel wall, regaining her balance. Cameo then let go with a mindstorm that boiled the brains of the three closest Neo-Cymax and damaged the two others just beginning to climb the cliff. In one fell swoop, 5 Cymax were removed from the battle. 4 more sorceresses then emerged, and the Cymax realized once more that the sorceresses were a dangerous foe not to be trifled with. Sillin, the 6th volunteer, returned alive, finding nothing left to destroy because the machines had started to retreat. The invasion was repelled, but like many other raids against planets, the costs were very high for Rossack. Many sorceresses were killed in the overall conflict, and large parts of the jungles were burned. In time, the scattered refugees would return, brought back by Aurelius Venport. Under his supervision, the Rossack people would rebuild and repair the cliff cities with pride and confidence, knowing that they'd stood up against the thinking machines. The Butlerian jihad arose from such stupidity. An infant was killed. The bereaved mother struck out at the non-human machinery that had caused the senseless death. Soon, the violence was in the hands of the extended mob and became known as a jihad. Erasmus continued to randomly select people for experimentation, hoping to determine whether humans could be trusted. Always with the consent of Omnius, who watched the procedures of the experiment, Erasmus began spreading rumors among the loyal humans of Earth about an instigation. Iblis Ginjo, a political and religious leader of the League of Nobles, was a receiver of such messages and consulted Cogitor Eklo about its origins. Eklo told him that if someone would champion such a movement, the best way forward would be to unite the people under the concept of a holy war. And so the charismatic Ginjo embraced the concept, ignorant of where the idea originated. He started to spread seeds of rebellion, igniting boiling restlessness across the planet. Iblis had also prepared core groups at major cities with their respective leaders and had secretly implanted explosive devices in key areas. All that was left was a catalyst. This would come in the form of Serena Butler and her child Magnon, both slaves of Erasmus. Following the brutal murder of Magnon by Erasmus, heedless of the danger, Serena hurled herself against a Sentinel robot, shoving it out of the balcony. After its destruction upon impact, she even pounded the mechanical body of Erasmus with her fists and claws. The simmering resentment of the human slaves boiled over. They called out her name and proclaimed her as the woman that destroyed a robot with their bare hands. Primed by Ginjo's instructions and subtle manipulations over the past months, the slaves exploded and began a revolt. In the capital city grid, the future planet-wide rebellion blossomed and gained violent strength. Slaves began to vandalize the Villa of Erasmus, taking the Sentinel robots, who never expected a revolt by surprise. Slaves even began ripping their weapon arms off, using them to open fire on the machines. Ginjo then issued the much-anticipated command to his core groups and unit leaders, sending in rebels carrying clubs, heavy tools, cutters, and pretty much any weapon that might be effective against the thinking machines. The revolt spread like wildfire, inspiring slaves that were initially reluctant to join the original movement. Ginjo then activated his explosive mechanism, destroying Titan architecture and revealing their hidden deadly arsenal inside. These were used against the Neo-Cymex and hybrid machines rallying to attack the crowd. Like a chain reaction that could not be stopped, mobs ran through the streets, increasing their vengeance moment by moment. As the flames spread, standing on the Cymac body fabrication pavilion, the Titan Ajax took pleasure remembering the first human rebellion. Utilizing his gladiator form, equipped with 6 legs and flamethrowers, Ajax descended upon the battle, joined by a group of Neo-Cymex and Sentinel robots. Even though they knew they would die, the humans ran toward them in waves of fury. While the line of Neo-Cymex broke the first charge of the frenzied rebels, and the Sentinel robots moved back to a new position high on the hill, Ajax climbed onto a flying construction platform and cruised toward the Forum Plaza. There he saw Ginjo and his rebels tearing down the pillars that held the majestic statues of the Titans. Suddenly, Ajax's platform was shattered by a rocket, and the wounded Titan was forced to fight the mob off with his flailing damaged limbs, killing many with each blow. The mob crawled over the bodies of their fallen comrades and kept coming. Before he could recalibrate his optic threads, Ginjo manually launched a rocket at the Titan, damaging his leg. Then a slave dropped an explosive that detonated on the sculptured wall, making the Titan tilt, while more crawled onto his back and damaged his components with cutters and heat sticks. As the neuroelectric conduits were severed, the human snapped the control fibers, leading to his protected brain canister, effectively paralyzing him. His brain canister was then beaten into a pulpy grey matter mixed with electrofluid. And so word began spreading that a human revolt managed to bring a Titan down. Within 3 days, slaves and prisoners were freed by the mob, flooding the ranks of the rebellion. The revolt even spread to the capital city and to urban complexes across the earth. Furious by the backlash, Omnius Core then ordered all thinking machines to begin diverting to defensive perimeters and battle stations. The Dream Voyager soon arrived bearing an Omnius gel sphere, but the spaceport was overrun, forcing Surat and Vorian Atreides to land on an older spaceport south of the capital that was still controlled by Omnius. Having learned the true history of mankind and the Titans, as he saw the rebellion at work, Vorian felt his allegiance shifting. He tossed his trustee suit, given to him by Omnius, and wore the clothes of a dead slave, joining a crowd in the spaceport that destroyed a Neo-Cymac with incendiary devices and cell gun blasts. While Ginjo commanded rebels to enter the Villa of Erasmus and punish him, it's revealed that he managed to escape on a hover capsule. Vorian then separated from the crowd, looking for Serena. Passing through the greenhouse, he released the captives in the laboratories and found her at the back of the compound, surrounded by surgical equipment. It's here that Vorian managed to persuade Ginjo that, while he wished Serena to stay with him and inspire the revolt, the rebellion here was inevitably doomed. He believed that it should be commanded from the safety of a different place, allowing them to send assistance to the rebels on Earth and then spread it from planet to planet. Commandeering a passenger shuttle found at a landing port on the estate, Vorian guided them towards a spaceport where he expected to find the Dream Voyager. Using his access codes, Vorian tricked the robot sentries, allowing them passage into a dry dock hangar. As he hoped, he found the Dream Voyager, and feigning that he returned to aid Surat, joined by Ginjo and Serena, he disabled the thinking machine and threw his body outside. Seeking his son Vorian, who was the first person to hold the name of Atreides, and the true forerunner of House Atreides, the Titan Agamemnon found the Dream Voyager missing. After reactivating Surat, he understood that his boy had betrayed him. The Dream Voyager had just passed Mars' orbit and closed towards Jupiter when hit by the Furious General, but realizing that he had more fuel, Vorian sped up towards Jupiter, using its gravitational pull to slingshot around the planet. With the General's smaller interceptor unable to keep up, enraged with his last son, the Titan returned to a long and frustratingly tedious journey back to Earth. At the same time, the Voyager accelerated for the League worlds with a new hope. For all the years of this jihad, we have known we must be prepared for any attack. In the end, though preparations are not sufficient, we must be willing to act. Ordered by Omnius to stop the revolt, Juno, Dante, and Xerxes flew right into the heat of the rebellion and showed no mercy, joined shortly by General Agamemnon. Within hours, the streets ran red with the blood of rebels. Let fat humans and thinking machines inhabit the comfortable worlds in this galaxy. We prefer the desolate, out-of-the-way places, for they invigorate our organic brains and make us invincible. Even when my Cymax have conquered everything, these difficult places shall be our favorite haunts. A monk named Equim tried to keep the resistance alive and organized them in the face of Omnius' increasingly violent retaliation. As arson and vandalism spread from the industrial centers to human settlements, fires raged across the city grids, while saboteurs brought down the manufacturing and support capabilities of the machines. In response, Omnius decreed the complete annihilation of all human life on Earth. Cymex marched into habitation camps and razed them to the ground, spraying poisonous gas, acid plumes, and ribbons of molten fire. The extermination squads moved from buildings to pens, in tandem with the destruction and burning of crops and food distribution depots. Ajax's bloodbath had merely been a brief prelude. Agreeing with Agamemnon, who had been urging such a final solution for centuries, Omnius determined that they had no further use for the humans on all of the synchronized worlds. The Titans and Cymex, assisted by modified robotic soldiers, spent months hunting down the planetary population in an unspeakable bloodbath. Not a single person on Earth survived. As soon as the Dream Voyager arrived on Seleucia, the League Armada dispatched its fastest scout. After several weeks, the pilot returned with this terrible report that only thinking machines remained on Earth. Every single rebel, slave, or trustee was now dead. With that, Iblis Ginjo began to speak about the concept of the jihad. Since the rebels were motivated by the name and pain of Serena Butler and had achieved so much, he believed that a coordinated military assault inspired by a holy war would accomplish much more. And so, Serena made her plea in the League of Parliament that victory over the thinking machines was the only way to ensure humanity's survival. You have all seen the shrine to my son, who was murdered by the thinking machines. Perhaps it is easier to comprehend the tragedy of a single victim than of billions. But that child only symbolizes the horrors Omnius and the synchronized worlds wish to inflict upon us. We must declare a holy war, a jihad, in the name of my murdered son Mannion. It must be Mannion Butler's jihad. The senators initially questioned the effectiveness of that move, but Xavier Harkonnen proposed to use atomics, a last resort doomsday weapon that had never been used until then. There was no dissent, and the proposal formally passed. We must negate the machines that think. Humans must set their own guidelines. This is not something machines can do. Reasoning depends upon programming, not on hardware, and we are the ultimate program. Our jihad is a dump program. We dump the things which destroy us as humans. In the following 3 months, each League world dispatched ships of every kind, while munitions factories on Vertri Colony, Cometa, and Gaidi Prime worked beyond peak production levels to prepare for the inevitable war. Humanity assembled the most powerful, concentrated military force they'd ever commanded in thousands of years. Due to skepticism and limited time, just under half of the Armada ships had been equipped with the new Holtzman shield generators. Xavier had considered waiting for more, but ultimately decided that further delay would cause greater harm than the installation of extra mechanisms could justify. Meanwhile, Omnius dispatched the Cymex to other unstable synchronized worlds to suppress any hints of a new rebellion. Swelling with vessels, weapons, and countless commanders from planetary defense systems, militias, and home guards, the unified armada gathered at the orbital launch point above Seleucia Secundus, many of them each armed with enough atomics to sterilize Earth 3 times over. Under the command of Xavier Harkonnen and the help of Vorian Atreides, who, as the son of a Titan, knew valuable information on the thinking machines, the Armada launched an all-out strike against the Earth Omnius. When they started bombarding, Omnius Prime launched robotic vessels in a full-scale defensive cordon, as well as his watch eyes to observe all points of view. He ran thousands of simulations to determine the correct response. However, the Holtzman shields withstood the first hits, voiding all of his initial plans. The first bombers streaked into the atmosphere with their old-style nuclear warheads. When Omnius realized he was doomed, he sent an update ship carrying a gel sphere with a copy of himself for the other synchronized worlds, and orders about the extermination of humans. Atreides was the only one who noticed it, and was faced with a grave choice. Having destroyed a dozen robotic vessels and guarding bombers, he decided to abandon his post, condemning the ships under his protection to stop Omnius from communicating with versions of himself across the universe. At the height of the battle, the robotic defenders careened into clusters of Kinjals and other unshielded ships. The 20 largest Armada battleships hung in stationary orbit, dispatching wave after wave of small attackers. At the same time, 5 destroyers descended to dump patterns of guided nuclear missiles. In a last vengeful attack, AI projectiles converged on the ballistas. Ignoring the smaller bombers and Kinjals, they looped back to intercept any evasive trajectories and disregarded defensive decoys that were fired to draw the robots off. 11 of the largest battleships were vaporized. Only 8 of the huge vessels, each one shielded, remained, while a large percentage of the overall Armada fleet had already been annihilated. The thinking machines eliminated one League vessel after another, but Harkonnen kept sending his fleet forward. Only a fraction of the attacking human force had managed to reach their target point and drop cargo loads of nuclear bombs across the continents. Meanwhile, Vorian intercepted the update ship and managed to disable it. Finding the reactivated Surat, the robot he worked with when serving the machines, he neutralized him and apprehended the gel sphere. Then the atomics detonated, their nuclear airburst generating electromagnetic pulses that scoured the air and surface of the planet. Waves of energy spread, and in a flash obliterated every gel circuitry network and thinking machine mind, along with Omnius. Although the machines on the planet were no more, planet Earth was completely irradiated and turned into a burnt husk. And while the human fleet suffered losses much larger than anticipated, the destruction of Omnius rendered the robotic fighters useless, making them short work for the cleanup crew. Vorian Atreides, initially considered a coward and traitor for abandoning his post, returned and presented the captive Omnius gel sphere. His action ultimately prevented the Evermind from learning the last thoughts, orders, and calculations of Omnius Prime, as well as the tactics and new shield technology used by the League to defeat him, and most importantly, the orders to eradicate all humans in the synchronized worlds. While Corrin Omnius became the new Omnius Prime, the captive gel sphere would provide information and benefits to League intelligence for many years. Unfortunately, Earth remained an uninhabitable lump in space, never to be occupied again. In 196 BG, a few years after the League Armada's devastation of Earth, Bela Tegus was a random synchronized world chosen for attack. This would be the first official major human offensive in the Jihad, led by Xavier Harkonnen. The battle destroyed many robots, attacked the Omnius stronghold and obliterated extensive thinking machine infrastructure, but the enemy fought back relentlessly. Vorian Atreides had distinguished himself in that battle, earned a higher rank and proved his true fervor for the cause of humanity, but had suffered so many losses that they were forced to withdraw without a clear-cut victory. Corrin Omnius then attacked Zimi on Seleucus Secundus as a response to the Bela offensive. The newly formed army of the Jihad, however, held the heavy machine fleet back. The following year, in 195 BG, the army of the Jihad attempted to free the population of the synchronized world of Honru. An armada of League warships were sent and started the attack. However, Omnius used aggressive tactics for defense. 10,000 robotic ships had lain in ambush, engulfing the armada by surprise. The human fighters responded with desperate combat measures, but suicide robot ships wiped out the Jihad battleships. Over 500,000 free humans were killed in this one event. Waves of combat robots on the surface exterminated villages of humans, and the failure of the battle was ultimately blamed on inaccurate intelligence. Grand Patriarch Iblis Ginjo assigned Yorick Thur, an ambitious and intelligent young detective, to investigate the matter. Yorick uncovered evidence that disloyal humans had been responsible for purposely supplying misinformation about the number of enemy forces waiting at Honru. That was the beginning of the G-Pol, the Jihad Police, a law enforcement and counter-espionage organization that would aid humanity in the war. In 189 BG, the planet Elrond was captured by the forces of Omnius, a defeat that was remembered long afterwards. When the thinking machines attempted to attack Peridot Colony, Xavier Harkonnen's warship and a handful of troops were the only army of the Jihad forces in the vicinity. With years of experience under his belt, Xavier drove back the machine forces, aided by the veteran Jinaz mercenary, Zon Naret. Unfortunately, seeing the inevitable loss around the corner, the machines employed a scorched earth policy, destroying the colony settlements. Over a quarter of the jihadi fighters and half the Jinaz mercenaries were lost. The few survivors that were left were then transported to Guided Prime. Over a decade later, with Vorian Atreides admonishing the League of Nobles for not bothering to protect the worlds that were not unified in the Jihad, Xavier Harkonnen liberated Tyndall from Omnius in 178 BG. In 177 BG, Tuluaxis Leva, Rika Vant, visited the planet 4 Ambus, originally the home of Socratic Christianity in the collapsing Old Empire, a religion that was supplanted over the next 600 years by Buddhism, specifically for the Zen Shiites. There he noticed a machine fleet gathering around the world. He notified Grand Patriarch Iblis Ginjo, who responded by sending a force to protect the planet. Primero Vorin Atreides commanded the space defense, while Primero Xavier Harkonnen commanded the ground force. Deploying his army, Primero Harkonnen sent his foster brother, Terceros Virgil Tantor, and Hondu Craig, a jihadi officer from the colony world of Balut, to set up an ambush for the thinking machines in 2 of the villages outside the Zen Shiite capital. However, the villagers refused to help. In fact, fearing they were an invading force, they poisoned the ground troops, temporarily incapacitating them before sabotaging their equipment. With limited options remaining, Xavier decided to use his Jinnaz mercenaries to rig the local dam with explosives. When the machine invaders approached, Xavier blew the dam and destroyed the invaders under the massive floodwaters. Unfortunately, as a result, part of the capital was destroyed, along with holy relics and people who refused to leave. Although 4 Ambus was spared from atomic devastation, the Rengalid cursed the army of the Jihad and their leaders, primarily Xavier Harkonnen, swearing that he and his descendants would suffer for millions of years. Understanding their frustration, Xavier merely replied that they would be able to rebuild their city while alive and free. The battle ultimately ended in space. Vorin Atreides managed to drive off the machine fleet using a programmed signal that tricked the machines into believing the jihadi fleet was much larger. Unfortunately, Virgil overenthusiastically tried to attack a Simac fleet as they retreated, leading to the capture of he and his men and the destruction of their ship. The following year, the thinking machines attacked Porotrin. The ensuing defense plan was devised by Vorin Atreides, who used empty hulks of battleships and other defenses. The gambit worked, and the machines were fooled, eventually retreating without serious damage or the loss of life on Porotrin. In 175 BG, Xavier assisted the Ixians, who rebelled against the machine occupation of their planet. The jihadi forces arrived with 5 separate teams fighting their way through the tunnels beneath the central computer nexus of the Ix-Omnius, carrying with them a compact city-killer warhead designed to deliver an intense localized vaporation pulse to wipe gel circuitry brains. Attention was also taken not to destroy too much infrastructure that could later be used by the League. There, a mysterious rebel called Handon led Norat's team through the catacombs beneath the primary machine industries and computer centers. Despite Handon's treachery, Norat disabled him and energized the warhead, destroying Ix-Omnius. However, the destruction did not cripple the autonomous machines. Xerxes, wearing a giant bird-like Simac body, led the machine fleet against the jihadi forces. Xavier's foremost ballistas managed to drive back the first robot assault, annihilating many of the machine vessels before they could get through. This wave was followed by Xerxes and a squadron of Neo-Simacs that began turning the tide. Suddenly, when all was lost for the Jihad, in a surprise turn of events, the Titan Hecate hurled an asteroid at the machines, pushing Xerxes into orbit, and with that, the resulting kinetic spheres obliterated 2 of their largest battleships. Turns out, horrified at the brutality inflicted on humanity by a former lover Ajax, Hecate had turned her back on both Omnius and her fellow Titans. And so, after single-handedly destroying half of the machine fleet, Hecate veered into space and vanished, allowing Xavier's forces to continue the push. As the years passed, many citizens of the League wanted an end to the war. They wished to cease the decades of endless fighting and go back to their everyday lives. By this point, the war had grown stagnant and support for it began to dwindle. During these times, High Priestess Serena Butler visited Hesra and tried to persuade the Ivory Tower Cogators to join the Jihad. The Cogators, pondering Serena's claims, proposed a mutual truce between Omnius and the League in 164 BG, and there was a large majority of support for this. When confronted with this prospect, Priestess Serena volunteered as a League ambassador to Corran. Officially, she was to broker a truce, but secretly, she and Iblis concocted a suicidal confrontation that would see her die at the hands of the thinking machines, thus creating another martyr. Serena met Omnius in the Central Spire and demanded the release of all human slaves. Omnius claimed it was not part of the truce, but Serena defiantly continued to provoke him. In her rage, she then attacked Erasmus, but he merely pushed her away. Although Omnius had decided to execute the ambassador, having consumed historical archives and noticing her smile, Erasmus ordered the Exeter robots to stop. He explained to Omnius that Serena was baiting them, wanting to become a martyr. Enacting their Plan B, Nirium, a seraphim, the order of women created by the Grand Patriarch in 191 BG to serve and protect High Priestess Serena Butler, moved into position. Before the machines could stop her, Nirium delivered a fatal blow, killing Serena and restarting outrage among the League. On Seleucus Secundus, a set of fabricated images of Serena's execution were created by Tlulaxa operatives of Ginjo. The fake images showed Serena crucified, burned, and picked apart by a machine. As a result, the memory of Serena Butler remained a powerful call to arms throughout the rest of the Jihad. Her death and that of her child highlighted the immoral and brutal nature of Omnius to the League. This provided a much-needed spark to the Jihad, which, now driven by fanatics, gained more momentum at a rapid pace. Unfortunately, as the Jihad went on, Ginjo became more and more corrupted and started to think more about his power and legacy. In order to fulfill the demand of replacement human organs for injured soldiers and victims of the Jihad, he secretly organized organ raids on the other League worlds, claiming it to be the work of evil thinking machines. It even revealed the Jihad police he formed were actually created to silence his opposition. Xavier, who at that point was a hero of the Jihad, then did what he thought was right, confronting Ginjo for his crimes. Serena understood the need for sacrifice and motivation, but when the time came, she did it herself. She asked no one else to become victims for her. You are a selfish, power-hungry man, Iblis. Instead of performing dangerous deeds yourself, you selected unsuspecting victims. You made the people of Chusak, Rissor, and Balat pay for your ambition. I can't allow politicians to deal with this matter. You and your lackey, Yorick Thor, would only manipulate evidence and worm your way out of any punishment. Instead, I now act as a military officer for the good of the Jihad, as I always have. It is my decision to remove an enemy from the battlefield. At this moment, Iblis Ginjo, you are the greatest enemy to mankind. And so, in 164 BG, Xavier took control of the spaceship they were aboard and flew directly into the Son of Thalum, carrying himself and Iblis Ginjo to their deaths. Unfortunately, despite sacrificing himself for the good of humanity, Xavier was ultimately considered a traitor and assassin of the beloved Grand Patriarch. While Ginjo became a revered figure, the Harkonnen name was tarnished. The Ginjo line would soon marry into the Butler family, leading to the eventual creation of House Corrino. Ultimately, Serena was made a saint, along with her son Manion and Iblis Ginjo. Religious individuals prayed to them and hoped that they would send their angels to protect them. This led to the phenomenon of the martyrists, fanatics devoted to the three martyrs that wanted to destroy thinking machines at any cost. Of course, at this point, this destruction and hatred was only focused on the hostile thinking machines, but things would ultimately change. As a space-folding technology used in the war posed serious dangers, given that they had little care about dying for the cause, martyrs ended up proving valuable manning the ships for the Great Purge. In 150 BG, the army of the Jihad, led by Lieutenant Quentin Butler, liberated Parmentia. Assisted by his sons, Butler beat an overwhelming force of combat robots with devious tactics. Following the victory, Nube, the new capital of the planet, was built over a machine-industrial complex. Quentin also appointed his eldest son, Rickoff Butler, as temporary governor. Over 2 decades later in 129 BG, thinking machines fought with swordmasters on Aluda, where swordmasters Boris was captured during this battle. After the liberation of Ix, Omnis attempted to recapture the planet in 123 BG. Butler won yet again, though he regretted to have lost so many fighters and civilians in the defensive. Quentin fought combat robots in the deepest cave channels with 7 of his companions until an explosion caused a cave-in. Buried alive, he clawed and pushed, finally working his way upward to the amazed shouts of other fighters who'd never expected to find him alive. The battle cemented Quentin as a hero of the Jihad and earned him many accolades. The people welcome me as a conquering hero. I have battled Cymax and I've overthrown thinking machines, but I will not let my legacy stop here. My work is just beginning. 87 years after the Honru massacre, the army of the Jihad decided it was about time to liberate the planet. The plan was to send down 500 Kinjal fighters armed with a load of scrambler pulse bombs in 2 separate waves. The first by Faken Butler, and the second by his son Rikov for a precision strike on the Evermind Nexus. Ground crews, mainly Janaz swordmasters, would root out the substations. Personal transports landed soon after, covered with javelins. The large-scale atomics were on standby as a last resort, but luckily for the world, they were not utilized. As the onslaught began, slaves, prisoners, and captives rushed out of their pens. Martyrus then appeared out of nowhere, attacking Cymax while chanting to Serena Butler before the Janaz mercenaries detonated the Omnia's citadel. With his ally Ginjo defeated, in 108 BG, whilst working for Erasmus on Corrin, Rika Van developed the Omnia Scourge, a retrovirus with a 70% infection rate and an expected mortality of 43%. Multiple batches of torpedo-like canisters carried the disease toward the League worlds, first arriving on the planet Pymentia, governed by Rikov Butler. As the infection spread, Butler dispatched several quick ships to Seleucus Secundus, warning them of the incoming biological weapon attack on all human worlds. His quick thinking enabled the Seleucian defense to destroy incoming canisters in orbit, before launching a program to warn the rest of the League. Raquel Berto Anuro, the first Reverend Mother and founder of the Bene Gesserit Order, along with her colleagues from Rossack, had discovered that melange slowed down the effects of the virus and even cured them in some circumstances. And so, emergency measures were taken, including the annexation of Arrakis to accelerate the harvest of melange, resulting in the Spice Rush. As the virus died out, it took approximately half of the League population with it. 20 years after the suppression of the virus, the League worlds had lost 2/3 of their population. Many noble lines had been wiped out, and new centers of power began to emerge, with ambitious survivors gathering their own empires. Families were also encouraged to have many children to make up for the lost workforce, hoping to sustain previous levels of agriculture and industry. Everyone basically had to work twice as hard as before. Having seen her parents succumb to the Omnia Scourge on Pymantia, and barely surviving herself, young Reyna Butler began her personal crusade against the machines. From heaven, Serena Butler watches over us. We try to measure up to her expectations, to the mission she set forth for the human race, but I fear she must be weeping to see the weak, slow progress we've made against our mortal enemies. Claiming to have had a vision of Serena, Reyna began destroying all electronic and mechanical machines, even innocuous devices and desperately needed medical equipment. The subsequent anti-technology mobs hampered the work and threatened the lives of Mohinder Suk and Raquel Berto Anuro, who'd established a hospital for incurable diseases. Because of this, Mohindus and Raquel barely escaped the planet. Led by Reyna, who relocated to Seleucus Secundus, the court of Serena ended up causing more mayhem for humans than the thinking machines. Machine destruction spread to the inhabited planets in renewed waves, wiping out most machine-based technology and the majority of historical documents. Only on Ix and Riches did cultures based on the production of highly developed machines survive. The cultists would travel to many devastated League worlds to perform their crusade, until they returned to Zimia in 88 BG. Interim Viceroy Faken Butler, Reyna's uncle, begged her to control her masses and not devastate the city in their emotional fervor. To appease her, Faken promised to introduce legislation that forbade the development of any devices or circuits that even remotely resembled the gel circuitry computers of thinking machines, punishing those who refused to oblige with death and even torture. Despite inherent double standards within the group, such as the destruction of some technology but the continuous use of spaceships, the legacy of the cult of Serena endured. In fact, one of the primary commandments in the Orange Catholic Bible, "Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind," is attributed directly to Reyna Butler. The League soon discovered that Omnius Prime was planning to follow up the Scourge with a quick military strike against Seleucus Secundus, hoping to effectively decapitate the coalition of free humans. Cogita Vidad suggested the immediate evacuation of the planet. Vorian Atreides, now Supreme Commander of the Army of the Jihad, also convinced the League to use space folders, launching a coordinated nuclear strike against all of the synchronized worlds at the same time. Corrin, the home of Omnius, would be the last target. By the time the robotic fleet arrived on Seleucia, spycraft darted back and forth from Corrin, bearing regular reports on the progress of the giant machine fleet. The other scouts bore the news among the League worlds and called people to action. These suicidal missions were mostly manned by Martyrs, who longed to die for the Jihad. Vorian soon appointed Faken Butler and his brother Abelard Butler to evacuate the world, while pulse atomics and nuclear warheads were frantically being made on all of the League industrial planets. Cola shipyards then supplied the jihadi capital ships with spacefolder engines. To reduce the spacefolding hazard, Vorian secretly told Norma Semver to install the last computerized navigation systems kept after the ban. He also conceived an innovative weapon, satellites armed with pulse scrambler transmitters. The plan was to set him around Corrin, preventing an Omnius update gel sphere from leaving the planet during the final assault. The whole fleet, 1,080 ships in all, was divided into 90 battle groups of 12 major vessels, each group with its own list of targets. The ballistas were loaded with hundreds of Kinjal bombers containing pulse-atomic warheads, piloted by either skilled veterans or rapidly trained Martirist volunteers. Despite their best efforts to keep the Purge a secret, upon discovering their plan, Omnius dispatched superfast burnout probes with enormous engines. Overtaking the bulk of his machine fleet, they began transmitting his new orders. The ships changed course, and the fastest of them came back to Corrin at extreme speed, pushing their systems so hard that some overheated and were damaged en route. Meanwhile, the industries of Omnius produced weaponry and robotic fighters. Beginning as soon as scouts reported that the machine extermination fleet left Corrin for Seleucus Secundus, the coordinated attack stretched the League's resources to the limit. The first planetary systems would be lesser machine worlds, primarily military strongholds and resupply points. One of the first targets of Vorian Atreides was a synchronized world in the Yondair system. Some planets were unexpectedly fortified and had put up heavy resistance. When about one-third of the 543 machine worlds were destroyed, the fleet redirected to the more important worlds such as Quadra. Inspired by the update method of Omnius, Vorian Atreides devised a network of scouts and messengers. Flurries of small ships bearing reports and records converged at established rendezvous points, dispatching detailed data and logs. Scouts from other battle groups then retrieved and disseminated them, keeping the commanders apprised of the progress. One by one, the synchronized worlds were wiped of their Omnius incarnations, as well as most, and in many cases all, biological life. Considered collateral damage, the human slaves of those worlds were obliterated along with the machines. Sadly, estimates indicated that over 1 billion slaves and loyal servants of Omnius perished during the merciless war. Surprisingly though, it wasn't conflict with machines, but the hazards of space-folding travel that created the most problems for the human purge fleet. Each space jump would essentially result in the random loss of ships, one after the other. Because of the spacefolder accidents, only 266 out of the initial 1,080 ships remained. The remaining 266 capital ships converged into one large battle group and headed for the final and most important target, Corrin, home of the final Omnius. When the Purge fleet arrived near Corrin, having lost so many to the spacefolding disaster, the Jihad commanders realized their forces were not enough. Quentin Butler volunteered for a suicidal strike, but was prevented by Vorian. As the machine fleet positioned themselves above Corrin, Vorian ordered the activation of the Pulse Scrambler satellite network. Now, no machine could leave without damaging itself, and Omnius remained trapped, being able to only reinforce his army by diminishing the resources of the now isolated planet. The Purge fleet remained there, also reinforcing themselves with more ships in the following years, blockading the planet and looking for weak spots to eventually strike. Though the Great Purge failed in its ultimate goal, with Omnius Prime effectively imprisoned, it proved a crucial blow in the war against the synchronized worlds, and so Grand Patriarch Xander Boro Ginjo officially ended the Jihad. At the same time, the remaining Titans not only reclaimed Riches and Bela Telegus, but expanded their Simek Empire on the devastated former synchronized worlds. Though the Jihad was deemed officially over, the armies of the League remained busy guarding the planet of Corrin, the last haven of Omnius. The deadlock continued for some 20 years, with the thinking machines unable to break free and the League of Nobles unwilling to sacrifice a force in one final push. Two key events would rekindle humanity's interest in destroying Corrin once and for all. First and most significantly, the arrival of Piranamites, non-gel circuitry machines that attacked humans on Seleucus Secundus and Rossack. Second, Vorian Atreides, Supreme Bashar of the Army of Humanity, attacking the Simek Empire. When the League realized the thinking machines could still strike at humanity, Vorian Atreides used the situation to push for a final strike against Omnius. After a formidable League of Nobles military force arrived at Corrin via conventional space travel and joined up with the existing Watchdog fleet, the Battle of Corrin began. The combined League's battle group included large spacefaring battleships, smaller Kinjal vessels, conventional ground troops, fanatics of the cult of Serena, and Jinnah's mercenaries. The thinking machines, under the control of Omnius and the consultation of Erasmus, were hard-pressed to fend off the fleet. With Corrin having been strip-mined, few natural resources remained, limiting their ability to regenerate combat equipment and personnel. In a desperate bid to repel the League forces, Erasmus put 2 million human slaves, including a clone of Serena Butler, into orbit, linked with their pulse satellites. Erasmus then warned humanity that should they approach, the massive human cargoes would explode, making them responsible for the death of 2 million innocent people. The AI effectively hoped this shield would weaken the resolve of the free humans, but the determination of Vorin to defeat Omnius at any cost saw him order the forces through the defense network. Bashar Abulard Harkonnen, the grandson of Primero Xavier Harkonnen, and once the closest friend of Vorin, disagreed with his commanding officer. Refusing to back down, Vorin relieved him of his duties and confined him. Abulard then violated his confinement and deactivated the artillery for the entire League fleet. This did not stop the League from achieving victory, it only made it bloodier, costing the lives of thousands of League fighters. Despite this, the furious Atreides decided to use pulse atomics against the defense forces and push forward. But after crossing the threshold, the fleet were happily surprised to see nothing occur. Upon discovering that his human ward, Gilbertus Albans, had joined his beloved Serena Butler clone in orbit, Erasmus had uncharacteristically defused the explosives. After defeating the planetary machine defenses, the League battle group descended to the planet's central city to destroy the Omnius incarnations. Unsurprisingly, Rayna Butler and some cultists descended prematurely into the heat of the battle to fulfill their mission, along with mercenaries and swordmasters, including Issian Goths. When the orbital battle opened away, Supreme Bashar Vorin Atreides guided his command shuttle toward the center of the main square of Corrin's primary city. In response, the remnants of the mechanical army massed in a protective formation around a central shielded dome. Vorin sent a wave of Kinjal fighters against the last stronghold of Omnius. The next move, after he landed, was for the Jinnaz mercenaries to complete their surgical strike. Viceroy Faken Butler also landed and was strutting around the battlefield, surrounded by other nobles who wanted history to record that they'd been there personally, while enraged cultists of Serena raced through the city in an orgy of destruction. When the mercenaries arrived at their target with 3 surgical pulse warheads, Vorin, Faken, and all the other troops pulled back to a safe distance. The battle would conclude with the destruction of the last surviving thinking machines, the presumed obliteration of Omnius, and the liberation of all slaves. As a result of his actions, Abulard Harkonnen was branded a traitor and initially sentenced to death, but Vorin proposed that he be named a coward and banished from the League instead, to which Viceroy Faken Butler agreed. He also specified that Abulard, grandson of Xavier Harkonnen, would retain the shameful name of Harkonnen instead of Butler, sparking a 10,000-year war between House Harkonnen and House Atreides. Unbeknownst to humanity, in the final assault on Corrin, Omnius had actually sent out an unknown radio message into space. And while they believed Erasmus had also died, we learned that Gilbertus Albans, whom Erasmus saved from annihilation, kept his gel sphere in a secret compartment. Using Erasmus, Gilbertus eventually became the first Mentat and the founder of the Order of Mentats, serving as the first headmaster of the original Mentat school on Mentats after establishing it in 68 BG, 20 years after the Battle of Corrin. Following the final victory of humanity against the machines, Faken then dismantled the title of Grand Patriarch, and with the blessings of the cult of Serena, combined it with the title of Viceroy in his new role as the first Padishah Emperor of the known universe. To honor and commemorate the events on Corrin, he changed his surname to Corrino, and finally declared the beginning of a new Corrino Empire. In the years following the battle, Padishah Emperor Faken Corrino began laying out the groundwork of his new imperium. Not long after his ascension, he disbanded the old League of Nobles, replacing it with a Landsraad League consisting of a whole new set of great houses, headed by his own. Faken left an indelible mark on history. His political maneuvers resulted in his direct descendants retaining control of the universe for almost 10,000 years. The Butlerian Jihad proved to have many profound impacts on the socio-political and technological development of humanity throughout the new empires that emerged. The most dramatic long-lasting result was the ensuing commandment from the Orange Catholic Bible to humans against the creation of machines. The lack of thinking technology created a severe gap in quality of life as humans struggled to perform complex logical computations and calculations. This led to the creation of the Mentat Order, the Bene Gesserit, and the Spacing Guild. In response to the strict Butlerian taboo against machines that perform mental functions, a number of schools developed enhanced human beings to subsume most of the functions formerly performed by computers. Some of the key schools arising out of the Jihad include the Bene Gesserit with their intense mental and physical training, the Spacing Guild with the prescient ability to find a safe path through fold space, and the Mentats, whose computer-like minds are capable of extraordinary acts of reasoning. Non-thinking machines, however, were still utilized. As centuries passed, 2 fringe worlds, Ix and Tlulax, managed to reach new technological heights. Ixians specialized in the creation of non-thinking mechanical devices, while biological technology was provided by the Tlulaxa to replace the mechanical thinking technology used prior to the Jihad. But the Butlerians turned fear into violence and panic into a weapon. By creating imaginary problems and raising the specter of non-existent enemies, they transform common people into a wild herd that destroys everything they do not understand. When Rayna Butler died, Manfred Toronto adapted her cult into a new Butlerian movement. Using them, he led Swordmaster Inari Idaho and millions of people across the Imperium to cleanse humanity of its reliance on convenient technologies, often exploiting religious paranoia to advance his agenda. The defeat of the Machine Empire left the movement searching for enemies, and it had no trouble finding them. Initially, the movement focused on attacking defunct machine technology wherever it could find them, but the movement quickly turned its attention to attacking those that merely excused the existence of any technology for the conveniences they provided. Over 15,000 years later, after the scattering was initiated by the God Emperor, in a subtle process, mankind began to allow machines back into their lives. No ships equipped with Ixian navigation devices were used by mankind to thrust outward from the old Atreides Empire into uncharted galaxies. Later, the Ixians were able to perfect the navigation device completely and rendered the Guild navigators obsolete. However, well aware of the fear that mankind had of thinking machines, the Ixians called the stewarding devices mathematical compilers. As the end of the age occurred with the unfolding of the Kralazek, the long-foretold battle at the end of the universe, mankind was forced once again to confront Omnius and Erasmus on the new machine capital of Synchrony. Omnius had not progressed at all in thinking, from being a genocidal maniac, still wanting to eliminate humankind. Erasmus, however, quite literally one of the main causes of the Jihad, had evolved and greatly admired mankind. After the banishment of Omnius to another universe by Norma Senva, the Oracle of Time, in the heart of the reborn thinking machine empire, the ultimate Kwisatz Haderach was revealed to be a Golder of Duncan, Idaho. Erasmus then merged information and machine codes with Idaho's body, creating a type of technological other memory within Idaho, complementing the human other memory of the Kwisatz Haderach. This enabled Duncan to become a new Evermind, and knowing that the best outcome for both humanity and the machines was for himself to no longer exist, Erasmus self-terminated. Idaho announced that the prescriptions of the Butlerian Jihad had gone too far, that man and machine had to unite and work cooperatively in the future. He then took his place as the final and ultimate Kwisatz Haderach, the force that guided the renewed united thinking machine and human empire to a bright future. No longer would mankind attempt to ban thinking machines, and no longer would machines attempt to enslave or destroy humanity.
Listen, dreams make good stories, but everything important happens when we're awake, because that's when we make things happen.
What if Paul Atreides were still alive?
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained. As requested, today we'll be exploring the Mentats, as featured in Frank Herbert's expansive Dune Universe. Mentats are essentially humans trained to possess computer-like logic and computational ability following the Butlerian Jihad. For some context and backstory, the Butlerian Jihad was a crusade against computers, thinking machines, and conscious robots that began in 201 BG. We must negate the machines that think. Humans must set their own guidelines. This is not something machines can do. Reasoning depends upon programming, not on hardware, and we are the ultimate program. Our jihad is a dump program. We dump the things which destroy us as humans. After 2 generations of chaos led by the Butlerians, the god of machine logic was overthrown by the masses, and a new concept was raised: man may not be replaced. Following this, their gods and rituals were looked upon in a different, perhaps even jaded light. Both were largely seen to be guilty of using fear as a means of control. Hesitantly, the leaders of religions whose followers had spilled the blood of billions began meeting to exchange views. By 108 BG, the Jihad finished with the complete destruction of all intelligent machines that were originally built by humans. This had profound impacts on the socio-political and technological development of humanity throughout the new empires that emerged, including a large technological reversal of the entire human civilization. The most dramatic result was the adherence of a commandment from the Orange Catholic Bible that stated, "Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind." Even the simplest computers and calculators were banned, with the penalty for building or owning them being death. Understandably, the lack of technology created a severe drop in humanity's quality of life, leading to the creation of the Mentat Order. As centuries passed, two fringe worlds, Ix and Tleilax, brought technological heights of the Ixians and the Bene Tleilax. Ixians specialized in the creation of non-thinking mechanical devices, while biological technology was provided by the Tleilax. From here, the belief in the spiritual divinity of humankind was renewed and strengthened as a component of the Jihad, specifically in contrast to the evil thinking machines. The last major impact of the Jihad was the rise of a new system, a feudal arranged galactic order that lasted for several thousand more years under the rule of House Corrino. That was, of course, until the Muad'Dib's Jihad and the rise of the God Emperor Leto Atreides II, which I've already extensively covered in videos I'll be leaving links to below. The Corrino Empire was composed of several new and powerful groups, including the Spacing Guild, the Bene Gesserit, Coam, the Landsraad, and the Great Houses.
How much will it cost them, traveling all this way for this formality?
3 guild navigators, a total of 1.46 million, 62 salaries round trip.
The name Mentat is derived from mentis, meaning of the mind in Latin. The founder of the Order of Mentats, Gilbertus Albans, a logician and philosopher of interstellar repute, coined the term to refer to those fully trained and proficient in the techniques that he prescribed. Albans had essentially conceived the program of far-reaching importance one spring morning in 1231 AG while reading on the Butlerian Jihad. It occurred to him that the legendary computers had been built by humans, and it seemed unlikely that they'd possess capacities beyond those of the trained human mind. Over the next few years, he devised a plan of study for the production of human computers, which he named Mentats. During the reign of Mikhail the Builder, in 1234 AG, he recruited students for the program and created the Order. The early order located on Septimus consisted of 3 ranks of adepts: memorizers, processors, and hypothesis. Realizing his mission was constrained by financial difficulties, Albans allowed trainees to publicize Mentat abilities and math practice. This led to the relocation of the Order House, with Albans traveling to exhibit their skills and advertise his program to potential clients. In 1246 AG, he gained a contract with the guild to relocate to Tleilax. For a percentage of tile profits, the Tleilax agreed to supply the Order with military protection, beginning an association with regrettable consequences centuries later. There, Albans trained a number of hypotheses and undertook an effective campaign to persuade Coam directors of the extraordinary value of Mentats, his living computers. The role of Mentat required a certain degree of mental ability and strict mental conditioning. Though not all Mentats were of equal ability, all were typically able to guarantee employment with one of the power brokers of the known universe. Prospective Mentats were required to have both the inner predisposition necessary to make the training effective and what Albans referred to as a call to reason to make the discipline tolerable. Given these qualities, following a solemn decision and much preliminary training, the initiate would be welcomed into the actual program as a novice memorizer. Training began as early as possible, even in infancy if strong potential was noted. This stimulated sensory awareness through sound, color, texture, odor, taste, kinetic awareness, warmth, cold, emotional awareness through fear, joy, anger, love, hate, and security. During childhood, the future Mentats developed mentally and physically in rigorous year-round programs as a means to broaden cognition and to resist specialization. Severe punishment was used for neglecting one study in favor of another. Everything is important, and nothing is more important than everything, was the motto of the Mentat training school. A strict and unforgiving disciplinary code promoted Albans' goal that every child should be completely self-directed by 15. Campus construction and maintenance, the evening silence, and the weekly fast were more of the tasks that they had to perform. It should be noted that breaches in performance were punished by Mentats with a severity that they'd learned in turn from their predecessors. Developed strategy, as well as physical skill, aided the code, and the 6-day-a-week curriculum either produced a fully ready candidate or a failure. In the final year, students were grounded in pre-propositional and predicate logic, inference, modal deduction, trans-infinite induction, statistics, multivalent analysis, conceptual synthesis, n-dimensional geometry, formal linguistics, and transcendental phenomenology. These studies provided the mental linkages to accept subsequent Mentat training should the student succeed in mastering them. Assuming the success of the early conditioning and education, age 15 was the year of decision, of sponsorship as a Mentat candidate. The applicants then secluded themselves and meditated, awaiting their calling to be heard to gain acceptance. Sadly, for some, it never came. For others, the vocation grew from patient deliberation. For a few, a flash from the core of being cried yes to the opportunities and dangers of life as a Mentat. Those who never received the call were not disgraced and served the Order in a variety of ways as teachers of the young, administrators, or in the auxiliary, the Friends of the Order of Mentats. But if the call did come, the Order rejoiced, for this was a momentous achievement. Everyone would pledge to help and support the Called One throughout their life, whatever their final progress through the ranks of the Order. Unlike computers, Mentats were not simple human calculators. Instead, the exceptional cognitive abilities of memory and perception were the foundations for supralogical hypothesizing. Mentats were able to gather large amounts of data and devise concise analysis in a process that goes far beyond logical deduction. They cultivate the naive mind, the mind without preconception or prejudice that can extract the essential patterns or logic of data and deliver, with varying degrees of certainty and useful conclusions. Indeed, this ability saw many military commanders and political leaders undergo some form of Mentat training. The ability to become a Mentat was a talent limited to a small number, thus those with the discipline were prized in whatever role they chose. There are also varying degrees of ability, of course. A Mentat's capabilities can be greatly increased by taking sappho juice, but using it leads to an addiction that turns the user's lips a shade of red. A Mentat adept could be characterized as a human in the generic Bene Gesserit sense, although the Sisterhood would deny it violently, claiming one to instead be an animal with reason and logic, an expert in all methods of logic and inference, a conceptual generalist in contrast to specialists in narrow areas, and one possessing a quasi-truth sense based not on prescience but on inference. Of course, this saw them used extensively by the great houses, primarily as political advisors before the rise of God Emperor Leto Atreides II. Thanks to their vast memories and ability to organize huge amounts of data, they often provided valuable insights that would otherwise be lost. They were even used begrudgingly by the Bene Gesserit. For thousands of years, society thought of Mentats as the embodiment of logic and reason. The Mentat adept was capable of achieving remarkable inferential linkages and sparks of pure insight, especially when in a mental trance.
Sector 680, copy the 6th, the sum of the 8th, quadrant of the 9th plus 84 circles, weave the 8 and call the 4th, copy.
Perhaps because of their apparent need to rely on this isolating trance state for higher percentages of accuracy, Mentats historically failed as leaders. Some even argued that the Muad'Dib himself was partly unsuccessful because he tried too often to approach complex social and political problems only through his Mentat training. Leadership is a matter of temperament, not just reasoning ability, and the effective leader must often make intuitive decisions in the absence of complete data. Mentats are trained to avoid such judgments when at all possible. A good leader acts because a decision must be made, and Mentat delays because a decision should not be made.
Now remember, the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence.
I know, but if it is a trap, then why are we going?
I want to see these harvesting fields myself.
I wouldn't recommend it, my lord.
Have this judge of the change accompany us.
A hostage? I love it.
Here I'd like to point out that Mentats were required to operate within an ethical framework, which for some purposes was not desired. Thus, the Bene Tleilax were known to condition some Mentats to be twisted. The twisted Mentats were able to compute trends free of any ethical restraints or limitations, casting a dark shade on the Order. From the earliest days of the Order, Alban saw little connection between skill as a leader and excellence as a Mentat. Therefore, in naming the 6 ranks, he avoided titles that suggested action, president, director, manager, and the like, in favor of titles that emphasized processes and relationships. The 3 junior ranks were named in ascending order: Memorizer, Processor, and Hypothesist. Memorizer was the first rank of the Mentat training program. The final test involved absorbing a series of numbers and letters and reproducing them in correct sequence, duplicating the same timing or spacing as the original. The fully prepared Memorizer was capable of retaining both related and unrelated information. Memorizers were able to repeat entire books from recall or replicate spatial configurations, such as the layout of a city after having seen the place or plans of it only once. They could even repeat conversations word for word from start to finish, mimicking the cadence and vocal inflection of each participant. Coam directors especially appreciated the record-keeping ability of Memorizers, since the Butlerian Jihad had destroyed the most efficient means of storing the voluminous records of interplanetary commerce. However, it should be noted that they were not exploited commercially because Albans insisted the minimum rank required before a Mentat could be sold was that of a hypothesist, even in the Order's difficult early years. He insisted that a public representative of our Order must be able to do more than just sponge up data, chew on it, and blat it out in unhelpful chunks. Albans also worked hardest to help young Memorizers avoid what he called the babble problem, becoming overwhelmed by the minutiae of data. The best defense against Babel was further training to categorize the data. Processors were the second of the early three ranks of the Mentat order. They teamed to combine, divide, sort, and file pieces of discrete information with 99.99985% accuracy per 10,000 items, capable of introducing order and regularity to seemingly unrelated sets of information. Albans noted that the clear danger to processors was that the order they introduced ought or might not accord with reality. Because of this, they were trained to attempt first to use the categories and labels that others provided. The sorting, sifting, and retrieval of information, as well as the ability to connect it with specific names, places, or events, was valuable beyond estimation. Of the three ranks, processors were the most vulnerable. Their training stressed unquestioning acceptance of the direction of others, and they were therefore totally dependent on the goodwill of those around them. In the training house, they were safely in the care of the Order until they progressed to the relative security of the third rank, Hypothesists. Hypothesists were the next rank of the Mentat Order, beyond that of the Processor. They were trained to extrapolate from information to alternative explanations of the causes or the effects of that information. They often prided themselves in the number of differing interpretations they could see in a set of events. A sample question, how many motives might the Muad'Dib have had for walking into the desert, might produce as many as 7 possible reasons for his action. The hypothesis could naturally provide his master with at least a 2-place ranking of the likelihood of the interpretation he offered. The primary hypothesis was 92 to 98% reliable. Commercially, hypotheses could be used to speculate on future market conditions, commodity prices, outcomes of various economic tactics, and likely changes in consumption of planets and populations. The first Mentat hypothesis went to Combe, but Albans realized they could be remarkably useful to governments, not just in the bureaucratic tasks they could fill. Planetary governors, heads of houses, generals, and politicians would all welcome reliable, objective, loyal, discreet, and accurate advisors, but the existing Mentats could not fill these roles as effectively just yet. After joining the Order, Grodon Orpar Plate III revised the Mentat handbook to include 3 senior ranks. These were Generalist, Simulationist, and Advisor, and Plate's handbook remained virtually unchanged throughout the history of the Order of Mentats. Generalist was the first of the Mentat major ranks. They appeared haughty and pedantic, overcoming the naive literalism of the junior orders by bringing to decision-making a healthy common sense. In achieving awareness of the broad sweep of what is happening in his universe, the generalist risked believing himself supreme in his encyclopedic store of knowledge. They were expected to possess broad and accurate knowledge of at least 94.75% of everything occurring in his universe. Of course, this amazing knowledge led many to annoy their comrades with an overblown sense of superiority. The Mentat Handbook warned that principles of expertise can change, that no one can catalogue all knowledge, and that the generalist was himself part of the set of phenomena to be learned. But even with these caveats, they were extremely difficult people to work with. As Simulationist, the next major rank, freed their reasoning from dependence on absolutes and was able to correct for assumptions hidden in another's inferences. The Simulationists saw every human being as a set of behavior patterns ready to be orchestrated. They conceived and proposed, in detail, alternative future courses of action and explanation of events. Economic, political, and military strategy depended heavily on the unfolding of options by a simulationist. They could easily offer his master up to 10 courses of action and even infer the dozens of possible consequences of pursuing, altering, combining, or disengaging any of these courses. Advisor was the coveted 6th and last of the rank of the Mentat Order, and only 1 in 20 of the novices achieved it. Advisors were skilled in wisdom and diplomacy, possessing the abilities of all the lower ranks, but also with sophistication and understanding. So vital were they that one advisor was equal in price and value to a Sardaukur legion or a block of Combe shares. Advisors planned for the long run and negotiated delicate scenarios they judged to be matters of life and death. Regularly, a field marshal, a planetary governor, or Combe director would seek help from an advisor before taking key actions. A Mentat advisor was essentially thought to be able to transform a mediocre ruler into a respected leader, and a better-than-average ruler into a potential emperor. And so, by the 9000s, no great house lacked a Mentat advisor. They became so vital to almost every major decision taken in the universe that the loss or death of an advisor was disastrous to the fortunes of a house.
My advance team has secured the city. We're still smoothing out a few rough spots. Sire, I failed you today. There's no excuse. You have my resignation.
You would deprive us of your talents at this time.
Sire, my honor demands...
They tried to take the life of my son!
Despite the immense benefit of using a Mentat, their unique training did sometimes come with problems. Memorizer babble, processor naivete, and generalist pride were commonly experienced by the junior ranks, but other conditions could impair a Mentat's abilities, such as Mentat freeze, Sappho addiction, in addition to Ragia and verbal dependence. Generalists and higher-rank Mentats were vulnerable to the Mentat freeze syndrome, which sprang from self-doubt. Mentats are taught to transcend the narrowness of specialization, but no human being can be entirely free from the element of uncertainty that transcendence implies. Repeated and strenuous questioning of a Mentat's computations did not lead to new computations, those were inferentially determined, but to anxiety about the base of those computations. Senior rank Mentats were repeatedly warned that wavering was the first step toward the totally disabling mental freeze, which halted all functions permanently unless the doubt could be removed and confidence restored. The rehabilitation of frozen Mentats consumed a long process of hypnosis, counseling, and the ultimate rebuilding of a personality strengthened to resist self-doubt. So devastating was mental freeze that even if recovery was complete, there was an insuperable impediment to progression up the ranks, and so recuperated 5th and 6th rank Mentats were reduced to appropriate junior levels. Mentats were then often haunted by fear of freezing, particularly those who labored alone, far from the protective support of the Order House or other senior Mentats. Self-doubt attacked the solitary Mentat with great speed and force, and buyers were advised to protect their investment by abstaining from chronic criticism of their Mentats. There are several cases known of houses trying to freeze a rival's Mentat by feeding false information to undermine confidence in their database. A dangerous strategy for avoiding self-doubt was reliance on absolutes. Mentats naturally preferred known parameters to help establish the limits of inference, and absolutes could increase accuracy by reducing alternatives. Besides lending a feeling of self-assurance, absolutes appealed to Mentats as shortcuts. Only problem was that the abuse of absolutes was easy and often led to unnoticed hypotheses being overlooked, options unexplored, and even fallacious inferences based on wrong assumptions. Grodon vigorously countered overdependence on absolutes through exercises in conceived reality with radical differences. Such mental gymnastics promoted an awareness of the role of unconscious assumptions and absolutes in Mentat thinking. During the unprecedented economic growth of the Imperium, the Order faced significant problems like radical neo-Butlerians over the centuries. Among the most violent were the Plasman leftists, who considered Mentats as traitors who turned their minds into organic machines. The Tleelax could not guarantee the security of Mentats scattered over 1,000 worlds, and the necessity of defense led to the inclusion of martial arts into the curriculum. The Janaz School of Master Swordsmen provided training to advisor-rank Mentats, thus helping to create the specialization of Mentat assassins. By the 10th millennium, Mentat assassins such as Thufar Hawat or Peter de Vries became essential for a major house with higher aspirations. The truly regrettable waste in Mentat specialization was the failure to link Mentat training with either the Spacing Guild or the Bene Gesserit programs, with all attempts met with hostility. One society that welcomed Mentat experience was the Bene Tleelax. They boasted that through their experiments in controlled mutation, they'd combined mental ability with specially tailored accomplishments or perversions of their own. One result was the notorious KMP, or Killer Mentat program. Albans had warned against combining Mentat training with any form of specialization, but with the passage of millennia, his warnings were ignored, most disastrously by Proctor Hibenus XI in 10,054 AG. Hibenus supplied them with 3rd and 4th rank Mentats for experiments. The aim, to achieve a genetic substructure to ground a new streamlined Mentat training program. Although the plan was sold as a low-risk way of multiplying well-qualified Mentats, its ultimate result was the destruction of the Order. The Bene Tleelax gained access to the secret Mentat programs, but their products were utter failures, rebellious against their masters, disloyal to the Order, and guilty of heinous miscalculations. Tleelax Mentats were worse than useless, causing the reputation of the Order to plunge and even reliable Mentats to be mistrusted. From this catastrophe arose the fear of twisted Mentats. The Order of Mentats never regained its former prestige, but it still enjoyed limited respect in some sectors, until the reign of Leto Atreides II, who brought new problems. During the first 1,000 years, his fish speakers and planetary administrators systematically promoted Mentat doubt. This scheme, with Leto's other plasteel-fisted policies, led to a diminished need for Mentats and greater public suspicion of their contributions. All known Mentat advisors and lower-ranking Mentats were required to register with planetary governors and secure special permission to travel between planets. During the 3,500-year rule, they, like many other groups, were dispersed in the scattering and outlawed by the God Emperor, with renegade training schools destroyed. Leto officially outlawed Mentat training in the year 11745 AG. Within 90 years, all known Mentats died, and the vacant Order House on Tleilax was sealed for centuries. The house was later reopened as a museum, but when the public was permitted access, no papers, manuals, or instructional guides were found among the records. While never actually confirmed or denied, there remains the possibility that the Bene Gesserit had actually stolen the missing material to incorporate Mentat training into their own programs. By an irony of history, Leto II was forced to rely on Reverend Mother Antiac, who, contrary to his order, was alleged to be a fully trained Mentat advisor. In the last year of his life, he asked Antiac to undertake a journey to Ix, where she died, without reporting to her mother house either the nature or the result of that mission. Dying with her was the hopes, dreams, and deeds of an order that was instrumental in maintaining balance in the universe for millennia.
By will alone I set my mind in motion. It is by the juice of safu that thoughts acquire speed, the lips acquire stains. It is by will alone I set my mind in motion.
What is this?
The Reverend Mother Guy is still behind us here. She wants to know about your dreams.
Leave us.
You dismissed my mother in her own house.
Come here. Kneel. Put your right hand in the box. I hold at your neck the Gom Jabba.
What's in the box?
Pain. Your mother stands behind that door. No one will get past her. An animal caught in a trap will gnaw off its own leg to escape. What will you do?
I must not fear.
If you had been unable to control your impulses like an animal, we couldn't let you live. You inherit too much power.
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained, and as requested, today we'll be exploring the Bene Gesserit as featured in Frank Herbert's expansive Dune Universe. The Bene Gesserit Order, also known as the Sisterhood, were an ancient and adept organization consisting of all-women spies, nuns, scientists, and theologians that used genetic experimentation, galactic political interference, and religious engineering to further their agenda. Hoping to guide the human race with the advent of their chosen one, the Kwisatz Haderach, their actions had a major impact on the evolution of humanity. In this video, I'm going to do my best to explain their origins, history, philosophy, training, hierarchy, and of course, their incredible powers and abilities.
Leave us.
You must do everything my Reverend Mother tells you.
You dismissed my mother in her own house.
Come here. Kneel.
In the Legends of Dune prequel trilogy by Brian Herbert and Kevin Anderson, it is revealed that the sorceresses of Rorschach were the ancestors of the Bene Gesserit. Possessing destructive telekinetic powers that now only existed in their women, they too had a breeding plan to create more powerful telepaths. When humanity is endangered by a widespread plague called the Demon Scourge deployed by the thinking machines, they expanded their genetic program to preserve human bloodlines. Raquel, Berto, and Nurul became their leader after surviving a poison attempt, becoming the first to internally render the toxin harmless. The ordeal made Raquel the first to access other memory, the combined ego and memories of all her female ancestors, and use the power of voice. I should note the term ego is used in the psychoanalytical sense. It refers to the part of the mind that mediates between the conscious and the unconscious, and is responsible for the reality testing and a sense of personal identity. With these combined powers, Raquel established the Bene Gesserit, who began instituting a comparable poisoning ritual called the Spice Agony to unlock the same abilities in others. Arising in the political turmoil that followed the Butlerian Jihad, they quickly established themselves as an influential political force. In Frank Herbert's Dune Universe, they are described as a secretive matriarchal order that achieved superhuman abilities through physical and mental conditioning. Under the guise of humbly serving the Empire, the Sisterhood is in fact a major power in the universe, using influence to subtly guide humanity along their plans for the future. Beyond the outer virtues of poise, self-control, theology, and diplomacy, the Bene Gesserit training gave them complete mastery over their bodies, while the Bene Gesserit power of voice allowed them to control others by merely modulating their vocal tones. It's important to note that every member of the Bene Gesserit was conditioned into singular loyalty to the Order and its goals, with allegiances to even family being secondary, and no goal was more important than the Sisterhood's large-scale breeding program. The millennia-spanning endeavor aimed to create a super being that could tap into abilities even the Bene Gesserit could not, a being they hoped would give them more direct control over the universe. To this end, the Bene Gesserit manipulated bloodlines using breeding sisters to collect the genes they required to create the Kwisatz Haderach.
If you had been unable to control your impulses, we could not let you live. You inherit too much power.
What, because I'm a Duke's son?
Because you are Jessica's son. You have more than one birthright, boy.
The essence of the Bene Gesserit training philosophy was that if one could control oneself, or know thyself, ultimately, one could control the universe. Its first axiom was, "My mind controls my reality." The training itself was based on a series of progressive exercises lasting approximately 10 years, which gave the student absolute power to control her body and mind, and to even control others. The intent was not to withdraw to an internal fantasy world, but to observe and understand reality with detached objectivity. Two precepts in Bene Gesserit training highlighted their philosophy. The first showed the necessity of discipline. To use raw powers to make yourself infinitely vulnerable to greater powers, and the second dealt with the practical application of the training. The mind can go in either direction under stress, toward positive or negative. Think of it as a spectrum whose extremes are unconsciousness at the negative end and hyperconsciousness at the positive end. Therefore, the goal was to ensure the initiate had her power under control at all times. However, there was a fatal weakness inherent in this training. Great control could lead to great confidence, to overconfidence, and finally, to an absolute loss of objectivity, to vanity and pride. Candidates were therefore continually evaluated and given exercises designed to prevent this from happening. For example, the third-year training section opened with this caution: all proof inevitably leads to propositions which have no proof. All things are known because we want to believe in them. One important omission from all of the training was ethical or moral philosophy. For the Bene Gesserit, in the Missionara Protectiva material, religion was described as a purposeful instruction of the masses, implying it was something they would use, not something they wanted used against them. Herbert noted that over 10,000 years before the events of Dune, in the chaotic time after the Butlerian Jihad, the Bene Gesserit consolidated their hold upon the sorceresses, explored subtle narcotics, developed Prana Bindu training, and conceived the Missionara Protectiva, that black arm of superstition. But it is also the period that saw the composing of the Litany Against Fear and the assembly of the Azar book, that bibliographic marvel that preserves the great secrets of the most ancient faiths. It's safe to say that they studied theology, and the text described thousands of religio-mythic variations on the theme of a superpower, but there was no evidence that the Bene Gesserit actually believed in any higher being other than their Kwisatz Haderach, who was technically more of a mascot that they've been engineering than a deity to them.
And how can this be? For he is the Kwisatz Haderach!
The Bene Gesserit training was a two-part program that would be pursued simultaneously by a candidate, involving the conditioning of the mind and body. A child spent hours learning the many languages used in her culture, and then spent hours sitting absolutely still, lowering her body temperature or slowing her heartbeat, moving one muscle at a time as she catalogued the stimulus response pattern of her body. The physical training program, the Prana Bindu School, was perhaps the best way to illustrate the unification of these two primary branches of training. The basic premise of the training was found in an ancient Terran religion, in which the path of the truth was called Subda, and closely resembled what is known to the Bene Gesserit as the Way. Subda allowed an internal realization of truth, which identified the knower with an immutable reality. The Bene Gesserit Way also identified the knower with reality, but denied immutability, thus the Bene Gesserit axiom: the purpose of argument is to change the nature of truth. The same conditioning processes, however, were used to attain both Subda and the Way. The key to both was achieving harmony and tranquility through establishing balance within the individual. This balance was achieved through tepes, austere regiments which controlled and organized the psychic and physical forces of the body and concentrated one's power, and upsana, the meditation which allowed one to go deep within oneself to find the link between the internal forces, the point of balance between knowing the body and knowing the mind. The mental self, on the other hand, was trained through Niyat, a discipline that controlled reasoning. Nyana paired linguistics and logic, enabling the individual to distinguish between language and meaning. The student was constantly taught that a sentence meant more than the meaning of the individual words, and that it included the physical activity which accompanied the act of speaking. The observer therefore had to be able to read and register the manner of the speaker, understand the linguistic patterns of thought conveyed through the immediate language, and synthesize all these channels instantly in order to determine what was really being said. Thus, in the process of learning, the student had to completely control the internal sources, her own physical, mental, and emotional condition at the time of synthesis, and then totally perceive the external sources, the environment of the speaker, the physical and psychic disposition of the speaker, the cultural undertones of the language, and the actual overtones of the word sets being used. The aim was to replace thinking machines with people, who were not only capable of instant logic computation like machines, but who were also able to assimilate sensory and emotional information. Through a rational and intuitive process, the student would come to conclusions that were human rather than mechanistic, but objectively detached rather than egotistically biased. Not only was Pranu Bindu a state of concentration that was essential to the observational skills and martial art techniques of the Bene Gesserit, but they believed it was needed to understand the reality of a situation. To gain the proper attitude for complete concentration, one had to first remove oneself, mentally, if not physically, from all distractions. To do this, one used relaxation techniques that eliminated extraneous stimuli. The student also learned how to distinguish primary information from secondary or unessential information, to see the facts and discard the gaffler. In this state of observation, one assimilated pertinent data from the present situation and recalled all pertinent data from memory without error. The observer then assumed a positive physical posture of relaxation and concentration. Next, they began controlling breathing, providing sufficient oxygen supply to support accelerated mental activity. Finally, as a last step before entering the concentration mode, one withdrew sensory and emotional awareness from all internal areas of distraction. In most cases, they performed a simple calmness ritual, but in great danger, they recited the litany against fear to subdue any instinctual and primal terror. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me, and when it is gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear is gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. At this point, the observer could begin 3 stages of analysis. First, they had to severely limit the attention to only the past and present data concerning the topic. Second, they entered a state of total contemplation, in which the attention flowed in a steady stream over the topic. Third, one had to be conscious not of the techniques of observation, not of the presence of self, but of the topic. One had to become the topic. At the moment of unity, the observer understood the topic as she understood herself. Thus, all knowledge is dependent on the observation of detail, and on one's body being trained to support close observation, on objective classification and cataloguing, and on maximum retention of data. Only complete control of nerves and tissues, muscles, blood and chemistry detached them enough from the demands of the self that they could have objective separation during the observation, analysis, and formulation process. The control of the body led to the purification of the mind that was vital in separating the real from the unreal. While it took a woman 10 years of training to reach this level, she could then perform the entire function in less than a second when required. One of the controls learned is the ability to release oneself from the artificial confines of the human notion of time. There was no time in the concentration mode, and all activities could be managed simultaneously. Once the basic processes had been mastered, second-level functional states could be invoked, such as Dao, Prajna, and Adab. Dao was a dormancy trance, a type of Bindu suspension, in which they could slow their physiological activities to a level just on the edge of death. The trance was extremely useful for survival under threatening conditions and stimulated the rejuvenation of cells. With it, a sister was able to heal wounds while simultaneously tempering their need for water or food. In fact, the Bene Gesserit knew their cellular structure so intimately that it's even hinted they could technically slow their aging process dramatically by controlling every aspect of their metabolism. The Prajna meditation trance, on the other hand, was used for deep understanding and for the special state of seeing, usually augmented with chemicals like the spice melange. This enabled them to exercise minute perception at all times. Combined with their analytical abilities, they're capable of divining secrets in people and circumstances that are invisible to everyone else, while the Adab mental state was a retrieval process accessible to all skilled Bene Gesserits. Also called the demanding memory, it was different from the consciousness impression complete recall method often used to store and process data. The normal mnemonic process allowed complete reproduction of any conversation, but Adab not only stored material in the subconscious, it also used the subconscious to integrate new information, adding detail to the logically assimilated memory. Just as the Pranu Bindu grants the Bene Gesserit control over each muscle and nerve, they also have complete conscious control over the functions of their internal organs and body chemistry. The Bene Gesserit are therefore immune to poisons, as they can simply change the chemical makeup of any harmful substance in their body to render it harmless. One of their most significant biological abilities is their power to control, at conception, whether their child would be a boy or a girl. Another mind-boggling power is their concept of simul flow, essentially the ability to master the simultaneous flow of several threads of consciousness at any given time. The combination of simul flow, their analytical abilities, and other memory grants the Bene Gesserit intelligence that is almost beyond comprehension. After years of Pranu Bindu training, they would then begin learning the infamous Bene Gesserit martial arts called the Wielding Way. With supreme muscle control, the hand-to-hand combat technique enabled them to generate astonishing force and speed. To the opponent and any bystanders, the movement seemed almost like teleportation. Only Imperial Sardaukur and the Fremen of Arrakis compared to the combat techniques, attack speed, and resourcefulness of the Bene Gesserit. Of course, it would then become an important element of the Fremen hand-to-hand combat during the Muad'Dib's Jihad. The Bene Gesserit are also notable for their extensive skill in seduction, sex, and sexual imprinting. The most talented and highly trained are known as imprinters and target men in a position of power or future power, or those with specific qualities that the Order wishes to incorporate into their breeding program. Men seduced by an imprinter are permanently affected and are therefore consciously or subconsciously favorable to the Sisterhood. The training program had a second objective, to control other individuals, masses, and even the culture. The Bene Gesserit were taught to read and register a person in order to manipulate them by the voice, a subtle manipulation of vocal tones.
Stop! Cut the rope! Give me the knife!
In reading, one observed and identified the clue tones that would control the other person, while in registering, they used a brief mnemonic trance to retain the clue tones, making that person controllable in future situations. Through the voice, a Bene Gesserit could then manipulate individuals or large groups who were forced to obey simple instructions. During her final 3 years of education, a candidate began theoretical courses on history, politics, anthropology, to theology, among other topics. For those who entered the Missionara Protectiva, however, they were inducted into a special program that taught the practical manipulation of galactic politics and culture through mythos implantation.
He wields our power. He had to be tested to the limits. So much potential wasted in a male. We were told to bear only daughters.
Women unquestionably ruled the Bene Gesserit, and while men did maintain some important roles, they all had to answer to the most powerful of them, the Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother Superior. The Reverend Mother Superior maintained ultimate control over the entire Order, and invoked unquestioned loyalty among the subordinate Reverend Mothers. One of the powers of a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother Superior is her other memory, the combined ego and memories of all her female ancestors, passed on through genetic memory. But it should be noted, the Reverend Mother only has access to her female lineage. Her male line is unavailable to her, present only as a dark, terrifying void. This is why the purpose of the Bene Gesserit breeding program was to create a Kwisatz Haderach, a male with other memory who could see both lines, male and female.
Enough.
Below the Reverend Mother Superior, they had the Kwisatz Mother, who was solely in charge of the program to breed the Kwisatz Haderach. They then had the Reverend Mothers, who filled the role of advisors, faculty, historians, geneticists, spies, in addition to being the general authority of the Order. Proctor Superiors are in charge of a chapter house, which is the secret headquarters that function as a temporary planetary base. Below them are truthsayers, who perfected the art of sensing if an individual was telling a lie by observing subtle changes in respiration, eye movement, facial motions, and body language. Then we have the Bene Gesserit sisters, who include agents, concubines, and potential wives, before we finally get initiates, students in training that have a very difficult road ahead, but one that will grant them supreme power.
His sight is barely awakened, and now he goes into the fire. But our plans are measured in centuries. We have other prospects, if he fails his promise.
For millennia, the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood chose to exercise its power by acting in the background of imperial politics. Through their breeding program, their placement of agents in the imperial court in great houses, and their provision of services, the Bene Gesserit carved out a significant niche in the structure of the Imperium. They were also silent partners in Qoum, a major galactic organization that had a gigantic monopoly in all forms of commerce across the Imperium, along with the Bene Gesserit, a secretive guild of genetic manipulators. The ultimate plan of guiding humanity was supposed to occur when the daughter of Leto Atreides I bred with Phaedra Harkonnen. However, this was undone by Jessica when she consciously gave Leto a son, Paul, instead of a daughter. Paul was assumed to be the Kwisatz Haderach, but the Bene Gesserit believed he arrived a generation too soon. Their goal was further disrupted when Paul had a child with Chani, the Fremen daughter of Liet Kynes, stirring up rogue and unpredictable genetic traits. Their son, Leto Atreides II, and his actions as the God Emperor radically altered the long-term destiny of the Bene Gesserit. Following his death, there came into existence a power vacuum, one that would be filled by both the Bene Gesserit and the Bene Gesserit, who sought to maintain control over remnants of the Empire after humanity exploded across the universe in the Scattering. Their primary goal became the re-establishment of their power base, a goal threatened by the emergence of the Honored Martyrs, a bastardization of the Bene Gesserit and Fish Speakers that returned from the Scattering. It's here that the Bene Gesserit came to believe that the only way to avoid another tyrant was for them to take a more active role in politics and universal events. This led to an open conflict between the Bene Gesserit, the Bene Gesserit, and the Honored Martyrs, one that transformed the Sisterhood into champions of the Old Order when the Honored Martyrs began attacking planets of the Imperium. During the war between the two sisterhoods, the Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother Superior, Dawi Odrade, who was a descendant of Paul, realized that only through combining the sisterhood with the Martyrs could both organizations survive into the future. And so Odrade trained a captured Martyr named Mabella in the ways of the sisters. Just as she hoped, when the Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother Superior was killed in the ensuing battle, Mabella avenged her by killing the leader of the Honored Martyrs, Lono. Taking the role of both fallen leaders, Mabella would unite both groups into the new sisterhood. Through their unity and combined purpose, the Order continued to attain power and influence in an effort to direct humanity along a path of insight and stability, despite a few mistakes along the way. After all, even with superhumans, great control leads to great confidence, to overconfidence, and finally, to an ultimate loss of objectivity, to vanity and pride.
Mad, you dogs.
For the Imperium, spice is used by the navigators of the Spacing Guild to find safe paths between the stars.
I stand before you as herald of the change. We're witnessed by representatives of the Spacing Guild. Do you accept?
House Atreides accepts!
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained. As requested, today we'll be exploring the Spacing Guild, featured in Frank Herbert's expansive Dune Universe. The Spacing Guild, also called the Guild of Navigators, or more simply the Guild, and secretly known among its members as the Corpus Luminis Praenuntiantis, the Union of the Foreseeing Eye, was an organization that held exclusive rights to faster-than-light space travel.
The Spacing Guild and its navigators use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space.
The Guild was essentially an interstellar shipping and trade conglomerate during the years of the Corrino and Atreides Empire. They were one leg of the political tripod maintaining the Great Convention, a historic treaty brokered between the Great Houses, the Spacing Guild, and the Imperium shortly after the destruction of thinking machines. Even Baron Vladimir Harkonnen pointed out the importance of the Guild, stating, "We've a three-point civilization. The Imperial household balanced against the federated great houses of the Landsraad, and between them, the Guild with its damnable monopoly on interstellar transport." The Guild's spice-infused navigators steer their massive Holtzman drive-powered Highlander crafts through folded space. The spice melange gave their helmsmen prescient abilities to see the future of all possible outcomes, enabling them to choose safe routes for their ships. With the destruction of all thinking machines in the Butlerian Jihad, the Spacing Guild was able to develop a unique monopoly in interstellar travel. We covered the Butlerian Jihad last week in my video on the Mentats, which I'll be leaving a link to below, but the underlying philosophy of the Great Convention was that of human life being precious and superior to all other forms of existence. While all the factions were relatively fractured, this was something everyone could get behind. Its principal guideline is that human life was to be protected. As a result, strict rules were put in place for wars and feuds between the houses. By mutual agreement between the Federated Council of the Landsraad and House Corrino, the regulation was designed to prohibit emperors from taking sides. They would act as a neutral arbiter in situations of house-to-house warfare where an appeal to the emperor had been made by one side. The Emperor was required either to render immediate assistance or convene an emergency Security Council meeting to deal with the matter. However, in matters involving the Butlerian Jihad and strictures established thereafter, the Emperor was given additional latitude to make decisions regarding punishment for those who breached the prohibition against thinking machines. Much like the Mentat Order, who took advantage of the absence of these computers, the Guild established a mental and physical training school after the Jihad. In fact, they were the second to do so, the first of course being the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood, who we've also covered in the past. In the words of Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam, the Butlerian Jihad forced human minds to develop. They had to either adapt or wither away. The Reverend Mother continued, there were two chief survivors of those ancient schools, the Bene Gesserit and the Spacing Guild. The Guild, so we think, emphasizes almost pure mathematics. Interestingly, in the same way only a woman could become a Reverend Mother in the Bene Gesserit, the Spacing Guild also only allowed mostly men to undergo the Guild Navigator mutation. With the mastering of mathematical knowledge paired with their prescient abilities, through the use of their navigators, the Spacing Guild held a monopoly on space travel for millennia. So vital were they to the functioning of the Imperium that the Imperial calendar literally began the year the Guild was established. The origins of the Spacing Guild are shrouded in cosmic mists, not unlike the convoluted pathways a navigator must travel. In 177 BG, during the Butlerian Jihad, scientist Norma Senva extended the Holtzman effect to complete the theory of space folding on Poratrin while working for savant Theo Holtzman. She had spent a great deal of her life conceiving, designing, and testing the space folder idea up to this point. The next year, Aurelius Venport released Norma from the contract that made her inventions the property of Theo. Venport then used the profits gained by his company, Venki Enterprises, to assist her in building the first actual space-folding ship. Unfortunately, the ship endured only 2 years before it was taken from her by Lord Nico Blood and Holtzman himself. After leaving Poratrin, Norma was captured and tortured by the Titan Xerxes. This event unlocked her dormant powers to control her molecular structure and utilize formidable new prescient abilities. After killing Xerxes, she went to the planet known as Kolar, where she summoned her mother, Zufa Senva, and Aurelius Venport, who had been looking for her on Seleucus Secundus. The three set about transforming Kolar into the First Junction, a massive construction yard to build ships with Norma's new Holtzman engines. In 164 BG, Aurelius Venport was persuaded by High Priestess Serena Butler of the Jihad to offer the technology to their cause. In an agreement made on Seleucia, the Jihad would be given the Kolar shipyard and could use the fault-based technology for now. However, Venport and his company would receive the rights after the Jihad ended. This would be a setback to Venport's finances, but in the long run, it would extremely benefit Venki. By the year 108 BG, Norma Senva still couldn't find a way to fold space safely. Because a pilot had no way of knowing exactly where a space-folding ship was likely to arrive, 1 out of every 10 flights were lost. The ships often appeared in the middle of suns, black holes, or came crashing into planets without enough time for a pilot to react. Unfortunately, in the years between, Aurelius, who she'd married, died, and their son Adrian Venport had taken over. The first ships had used complicated computers with lightning-fast reflexes, but when the Jihad discovered this, they insisted on their complete destruction. Norma subsequently devoted all her efforts into finding a solution. As a result, she began to consume increasing amounts of melange to gain prescience and think with better efficacy. Against the suggestion of her doctor, Norma decided to give an answer to the navigational problem once and for all in 88 BG. She filled her room with extravagant portions of melange in gas form and had an epiphany. Her unique talents combined with the power of spice melange helped her realize the potential for carefully screened and trained humans to fold space safely. When the experience finished, she saw that her body was tragically deformed, resembling a dwarfish shape, only with an even larger head. She realized that for one to obtain such levels of prescience, they would need full spice immersion, resulting in total exposure and complete dependence. Establishing the Society of Mystic Mariners, which lay the groundwork for what would later become the Guild, her crews constructed an airtight clear plas chamber. There she could breathe melange in gas form, without the need for food or water. After the Battle of Corin, Adrian created the new Fold Space Shipping Company, whose space folders were navigated by prescience based on Norma's innovation. The monopoly of Venki Enterprises, renamed Venport Holdings through this company, did not last long though. It was essentially revoked by Jules Corrino, the second emperor after the Jihad, resulting in numerous competing vault space companies springing up like Celestial Transport and Escontran. However, unlike Venport Holdings, their competition was unable to guarantee safe travel. They had not made Norma's discovery an ultimate sacrifice, and so the key to interstellar travel and making navigators remained with Venhold. 85 years after the end of the Jihad, Norma Senva's great-grandson, Director Joseph Venport, ran the company with ruthless efficiency. The man dreamed of taking humanity to new heights of progress. Feeling slighted at his family's monopoly being taken away, he used his dream to mercilessly crush his competition and even kill rival CEOs. His company continued developing new technology and even tried to reverse engineer the technology of the thinking machines. Of course, this stupid move resulted in the fanatical Butlerians declaring Venport and his entire company their enemies, and the enemies of humanity by default. During the resulting struggle, which ended up involving House Corrino, the Butlerians and Emperor Roderick Corrino systematically reduced the company's power and assets. And just like that, Venport Holdings went from being the greatest economic power in the Imperium to nothing. During the Battle of Denali, frustrated at her navigators being killed, Norma entered negotiations with Roderick. They agreed to allow Venport Holdings to be destroyed in exchange for the formation of an independent spacing guild. Created from the former Fold Space Shipping Company, but not tarnished by the sacrilegious actions of Joseph Venport, this guild would unite the Imperium with safe Fold Space travel. I proposed the creation of an independent spacing guild to serve commerce throughout the Imperium. Communication and transportation is the tapestry that binds our civilization together across countless planetary systems. Trade must be allowed to function unfettered by war or the threat of war. Under this new spacing guild, I will see that you will have all the navigators you wish and all the spice you need. It should also be noted that in the Battle of Corrin, Norma continued to mutate due to excessive melange intake, described in this quote. Her direct physical senses were deadened, and Norma no longer cared about taste, touch, or smell. She found it remarkable to see webbing between her fingers and toes. Her face, once blunt-featured and later flawless, now had a small mouth and tiny eyes surrounded by smooth folds. Her head was immense, while the rest of her body atrophied, becoming a useless appendage. While Norma made the first melange-guided journey through hyperspace as the first navigator, it came with a severe cost, damaging her brain before ultimately taking her life. While Venport and Sevna were lost, the society they created allowed gifted Tupilians such as Frello Mason to continue what was started by the pioneers of Tupile. Mason took over after Norma's death with the goal of ultimately transforming the guild into an interstellar shipping juggernaut. He was able to safely and steadily guide his crafts through hyperspace, and his son Joster Mason, one of the great figures in the history of human commerce, expanded the fleet until he felt secure enough to make their abilities known by the year 12 BG. But the road ahead was treacherous and one of danger. This guild can make us great. I tell you, we can be the wings of the Imperium. Right now, this moment, as we argue, a new humanity is being conceived, and we have the chance to shape that child that will be born. Hesitate now, and the chance will never come again. As the Imperium develops, that child will grow, and if we hide on Tupile for how long? A century? 2 centuries? When we come out of our burrows and look at him, we'll see that he can fly all right. But his wings won't be guild ships. But they can be. We can be those wings, if we remember who and what we are, and be bold. The company sent an agent named Zav to an imperial governor of Deneb, but the results were disastrous, locking the directors in a policy struggle. Unknown to himself, Zav went through mental conditioning that would end his life before revealing anything of harm about the Spacing Guild. When he met the governor, Zav offered the possibility of the return of interstellar travel. But in a fit of voracious greed, the governor subjected Zav to painful interrogation techniques in an effort to gain the knowledge for himself. Unfortunately, the governor kept pressing until the conditioning ultimately stopped the heart of Zav. Regardless, Mason's ambition and desire to honor his ancestors compelled him to push on. Zav died horribly, and we're all sorry about that, but we can't let it panic us. You say, be safe, be careful, but Zav wasn't. Norma Senva wasn't when the spice was killing her brain cell by cell. Venport wasn't when he took the fleet into the void. If the Ixians had been safe and careful, all of us right now would be sitting around a campfire wearing skins. Lo, he was truly a gigachad for the ages, and learnt much from this encounter. Now the guild did not dare to deal directly with the Sardaukur, who would find the location of Tupile. Nor would they approach the Landsraad, since the great houses would likely join to use the guild against the new emperor. Mason also wanted to keep secret their use of melange, fearing this would be used against them. The debate narrowed on two choices: retreat back into secrecy or continue trying to negotiate. Mason broke the impasse with his commanding words, and a unanimous board affirmed his ambitious plan. And so, another emissary was sent to the governor of Nabatea. This governor proved more temperate, but was of course skeptical a human navigator could replace the efficacy of computers that had been abandoned long ago. Naturally, he demanded a demonstration. With that, the Guild forded space to travel vast distances across the universe, transporting him to the Imperial Court in 3 standard days, instead of 2 years. While confined to their own craft during the voyage and never permitted a glimpse of the Guild ship or its crew, the Nabateans were blown away. At this time, Emperor Sardir I was involved in dealings with the Landsraad over the formation of a government that would permit both parties to thrive. In 10 BG, Sardir arranged a financial synod on Aurarium IV, where the Guild participated. The Guild representatives offered melange, representing it only as a spice that would extend human life. Importantly, they claimed ignorance of the source of melange and allayed any suspicion that spice had additional effects. The emissaries also warned against attempts to use the Guild for purposes other than those that were negotiated. Although outnumbered, Jaster emphasized that the line must be drawn here, no further. More than that, if any action against the Guild was entertained, they would retreat back into secrecy. They pointed out that no political entity could match the Guild in space. Still, some of the great houses had ambitions on becoming the Imperial House and saw the Guild as a means of ascension. But both the Guild and the Emperor proved to be skilled negotiators, and Sardir eventually came up with the proposal of Combe. Also known as the Combine Hanet over Advancer Mercantiles, Combe would become one of the major galactic organizations in the universe. Most economic ventures were to be conducted through Combe, in which the Imperial House, the Landsraad, the Bene Gesserit, and the Spacing Guild would all have a stake. Maintaining a gigantic monopoly encompassing all forms of commerce across the Imperium, and thus all economic affairs across the cosmos, Combe would rely upon the Spacing Guild for faster-than-light space travel. The Guild grew immensely over the next 5 years. By this time, it was composed in part of members genetically engineered for special sensitivity to melange. This produced navigators and steersmen, whose prescience enabled them to guide spacecraft through hyperspace. There were also ancillary personnel, whose highliners maintained and regulated transportation between planetary systems. Guild highliners were immense in size, easily accommodating many thousands of passengers, whole fleets of smaller vessels, and vast exports of planetary goods. With the power to fold space to travel vast distances across the universe in an instant, by 2800 AG, the Guild rediscovered hundreds of habitable, unpopulated worlds. Under the right of domain rulings in the Great Convention, the House paying the Guildsmen for a planetary find gained dominion over that planet, conditional upon the approval of the Landsraad Council and the Emperor. Of course, no house could expect to meet the imperial revenues demanded without being able to establish a workforce there, and since the house often could not populate the planet, most were content to relinquish all claim to a find and offer it instead as an imperial colony. If accepted, such an offer netted the house a handsome finder's fee and left the problem of populating the new colony to the imperial house. Being eminently practical in such matters, the Emperor would spread the costs and lost manpower with volunteer settlers. For millennia, the power of the Guild was great, and in one case, they even named the successor to the Golden Lion throne. Only when Atreides came to power was Guild influence checked through control of the melange they required. The Guild ultimately held the civilized worlds together until the invention of Ixian navigation devices in 14132 AG, breaking their monopoly. The Guild was, after the Emperor and the Landsraad, the third leg of the political tripod of the Imperium. Although it owed formal allegiance to the Imperial House, from whom it received its charter, the Guild was equal in power to both the Emperor and the combined forces of the Landsraad houses. After all, every communication, travel, trade, and military operation was dependent upon Guild approval. No great house, not even House Corrino, dared endanger its Guild shipping privileges through ill-advised infringements of the Guild peace. The Emperor himself was forced to employ spies and smugglers in an attempt to circumvent Guild control. The Guild was a fundamentally conservative organization because of the fear that technological advances in places such as Ix and Slaylax would break their monopoly through new methods of space travel. Therefore, the Imperium, with its feudal structure and religious strictures against technology, was its only safeguard against these dangers. Of course, they also feared that supply of melange would be cut off, their only weakness. Because of this, the Guild allowed rubber-stamp control over its charter to prevent any threat to the established Imperial Order. Only on Arrakis, the sole source of melange, did the Guild's policy prove ill-founded and disastrous. First mentioned in Frank Herbert's Dune, Guild navigators are mutated humans that worked as spacefolder pilots. It is essentially them that give the Guild their monopoly over space travel. In the novel, Paul notes the extent of power Guild navigators had over discerning the future, saying, "Think of that. The finest Guild navigators, men who can quest ahead through time to find the safest course for the fastest highliners, all of them seeking me." Rarely ever seen, Guild navigators are the backbone of space travel. This is because their limited prescience granted them the ability to see into the future and plot a course through the minefield of fold space. The navigators used an excessive amount of melange to boost their mental abilities to the point of prescience. From the first of them, Norma Senva, all Guild navigators were mutated by the excessive amount of melange they consumed, making them develop weird features. Though rarely ever seen, there are a few cases where their original physical form is described. The excess melange intake by the navigators causes a biological mutation, forcing them to remain in tanks pumping spice gas to stay alive. This level of extreme and extended exposure causes their bodies to atrophy and change over time, with their heads and extremities elongating, causing them to become vaguely aquatic in appearance. The first external sign of melange-induced metabolic change is visible in the eyes, as the drug tints the sclera and iris to a dark shade of blue, called blue and blue, or the eyes of a bad. As mentioned in my video on the Fremen, this is a common side effect in all spice addicts. The navigator possesses finned hands and feet with an elongated body frame and repositioned limbs. Their face looks repulsive as they have a tiny mouth made into a V shape and a flappy nose which cause their breathing to sound weird. Due to excess mutation, a Guild navigator's voice becomes so bad that only translators make it possible for anyone to understand what they're saying. Because of overdependence on spice, a Guild navigator becomes practically useless when they're cut off from their never-ending melange supply. The Spacing Guild was, by its very nature, a secretive organization that took up functions previously covered by the thinking machines, just as the Mentats and the Bene Gesserit did. Their very existence rested on the proprietary knowledge and practices they'd clung to for thousands of years. The role of Guild navigators was most prestigious, and the ambition of almost all who joined the Guild. Other known roles included the Chief Administrator, the administrative staff, navigator attendants, Guild ambassadors, and technical support staff. The organization was essentially divided into 5 main departments responsible for keeping everything running smoothly: accounting, legal, security, operations, and two-pile. Accounting involved payroll and all financial records, while the legal team dealt with contracts and all matters involving the rule of law. Unsurprisingly, the security team was in fact the most efficient secret police organization ever founded. Not only did they have specialized teams involved in covert operations, interior branches to deal with stolen cargo, public relations officers, and ombudsmen to deal with in-house problems, but they also had a quality control team monitoring every single journey that was being taken. On top of that, they had their own subgroups of specialized guards and police. This ranged from basic crime fighters and investigators, anti-hijack guards, spies and sanctuary police to protect their reserve of melange, to their own secret police helping them maintain counter-espionage and security within the Guild. Operations was in charge of the day-to-day activity of the Guild. This branch dealt with everything from shipping in cargo, recruitment, advertising for tourism, planet evaluation, research and development, to training methods to ensure loyalty. They even had an Arrakeen branch that tried to find a way to keep the occasional sandworm snatched from Arrakis alive. Lastly, there was Two-Pile, the home base of the Guild, whose location was kept secret. In addition to having personnel that maintained the operation and functioning of the planet, Two-Pile was also the retirement home of Guildsmen, an advanced training center, and a hospital for those who needed special treatment. This is also where every ship in the Guild's fleet is built and undergoes maintenance and repairs, making it one of the most vital locations that needed to be kept secret. The Guild navigators were utterly dependent on the spice melange to safely deliver a vessel via the Holtzman effect. Even a partial restriction on the Guild's spice requirements rendered them powerless and reduced long-distance trade and transport to a snail's pace. Paul Atreides was the first emperor to check the power of the Guild through control of the spice melange. In the year 10191 AG, when the Arrakis affair boiled up, the Guild made overtures to the Bene Gesserit. They hinted that their navigators were bothered about the future and saw problems on the horizon. 2 years later, the Guild lowered its price so that every great house's army headed to Arrakis with the Emperor Shaddam IV to stop the rebellious Paul Atreides. However, Paul threatened to destroy the spice if they did not ship all the troops back home.
You have one last chance to take matters into your own hands and bring the situation under control on Arrakis. Remedy this situation, restore spice production, or you will live out your life in a pain amplifier.
The Guild was then forced to side with Paul, threatening to strand the Emperor and his troops on Arrakis if he did not relinquish the throne. They had no choice. Their limited powers of prophecy showed Paul was capable of it. And so, they sent everyone home, yielding to the control of the man who quickly became the new Emperor. 5 years later, in a prescient vision, Paul saw a strike against Caladan and the rebellion of Landsraad nobles led by Memnon Thorvald. Paul also knew the Guild was helping them. Because of this, he ordered the guilty Guild navigator Beric to strand the rebel starships in distant space with no supplies. 7 years after the Caladan affair, the Guild participated in another plot against the Emperor through steersman Edric. Due to his relative power within the Guild and his ability to elude Paul's prescience, Edric was a principal conspirator, along with Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam and Princess Irulan Corrino, the Emperor's wife. Of course, she was Paul's wife in name only, because he was banging Chani and making mutated sandworm babies. The group's plot was discovered and revealed to Paul by his faithful follower, Othim. After Paul was blinded by a stone burner and disappeared into the desert, Edric was killed by Stilgar, along with all the other participants in the conspiracy. Although there remained a significant political power for some time, new problems emerged by the ascendancy of Leto Atreides II to the title of God Emperor. Leto's extremely long lifespan, coupled with his decision to realize the Golden Path strategy, saw him hoard the spice melange with no concern for short-term problems. Thus, over the many centuries, the Guild was forced to do his bidding, leading to their unique power base of old significantly diminishing. While the Guild remained a powerful body even after the death of Leto Atreides II, their power gradually eroded over time. By the time of the arrival of the Honored Martyress, the success of the group sent out in the scattering had created new, but largely unknown threats to their sovereignty. The newly developed no-ships by the Ixians, essentially starships that were invisible to prescience, could perform the same functions of a Guild navigator. As a result, the Guild no longer had the monopoly on space travel that gave the organization its edge for thousands of years.
You are transparent. I see plans within plans.
I have ordered House Atreides to occupy Arrakis to mine the spice, thus replacing their enemies, the Harkonnens.
One small point. All Atreides. We want him killed.
The Guild and the entire universe depends on spice. He who can destroy a thing controls a thing. There are Guild highliners above us. Send them back.
How dare you speak to me in that...
You're speaking!
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained, and as requested, today we'll be diving back into Dune with a look at the Sardaukur. Featured throughout Frank Herbert's Dune Universe, the Sardaukur are legendary fanatical soldiers, loyal to the Padishah emperors of House Corrino. Trained brutally from childhood, they were a near unstoppable force. With little or no resistance to their military strength, they ensured that Emperor Shaddam IV remained in power and had control over the Imperium. In this video, we're going to explore the rise and fall of the Sardaukur. Thousands of years ago, as humanity explored the universe, a large group of colonists were stranded on a harsh planet that came to be known as Seleucus Secundus. The planet's climate was one of extremes, often having severe drought and then torrential rains over a short period. Likewise, the temperature would change rapidly in short cycles of intense heat and cold. On top of this, the settlers had to adapt to survive among the planet's native wildlife, the infamous Seleucan bull and Lhasa tiger among the most terrifying. It became necessary for them to breed rapidly to overcome the environment, and so, over the generations, the people found their own form of clan organization. The warrior mentality that emerged produced a rugged and fearless population that knew how to survive in the most extreme conditions. Eventually, they became powerful, created an army, and began calling themselves Sardaukur. With the blossoming population, a form of government that would respect the ideals of the warrior became necessary. The clans were later united under a single leader, one that would guide them to supremacy. They felt it time to assert themselves and gathered their forces in a war against the fractured planets of humanity. After the Battle of Corin in 88 BG, their leader founded House Corrino in the battle's honor, settling the ascendancy of the ruling house for 10,000 years. Because of the harsh conditions that were deemed inappropriate for governance, the imperial court was moved to planet Kaitane. Seleucus Secundus was then designated an imperial prison planet where convicts and political enemies would be sent for punishment. The planet became shrouded in mystery for many years, and inquiries into the cruel forms of oppression there were greatly discouraged. The Sardaukur became the ultimate enforcer of the Padishah Emperor's will across the universe, whipping the unruly leaders of the great houses into line. Of course, the work of the Imperial Legions grew drastically over the years, and it soon became apparent the Corrinos would have to recruit larger numbers to maintain stability within the Imperium. To accomplish this, the Corrinos demanded levies of convicts from all the great houses of the Landsraad. Those sent to Seleucus Secundus either died or were hardened by the ferocious planet. The cruelty of the Emperor was boundless, but not only were criminals sent to suffer, but their children, their children's children, and so on for eternity were sentenced to be assimilated and brainwashed into the warrior culture. Like the Spartans of old Earth, the weak and sick were filtered out from the strong and healthy at birth. They were then indoctrinated into the army as children and trained vigorously. This unfortunately led to the death of half of the recruits before they hit the age of 11. The remaining were trained in tactical swordsmanship and were lethal with a knife, though not as superior as the swordmasters of Janaz like Duncan Idaho. The Sardaukur and their foes all tended to favor blades over projectile weapons after the invention of the defensive Holtzman shield thousands of years ago. The shields were built to protect users from any type of object that was fired from a weapon like a gun or laser, making projectiles relatively ineffective in combat. Overnight, there was a renewed interest in the old ways of sword fighting. New techniques were refined that enabled a blade to move slow enough to slip through the shield's protective barrier, and it was said that there were no finer warriors in the Imperium at eliminating the usefulness of a Holtzman shield than the Sardaukur. The overall training emphasized ruthlessness, espionage, near-suicidal disregard for personal safety, and the use of cruelty as a weapon to weaken opponents with terror. They were also indoctrinated to have religious-like deference towards all members of House Corrino and unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. House Corrino nurtured their loyalty by reinforcing belief in their superiority and granting them the equivalent of a decent middle-class lifestyle. With the extent of their abilities, only warriors that were trained in an equally brutal environment like the Fremen of Arrakis stood a chance of defeating them. The Sardaukur possess a distinct combat style. They tend to group into trios and adopt a triangular fighting stance with their backs against one another, and they're said to match the martial abilities of a 10th level Janaz warrior, roughly equal to 10 Landsraad conscripts. The weapons of the Sardaukur troops were as deadly as their martial training and skill. Often, these soldiers would conceal threads of sugar wire in their hair to strangle unsuspecting enemies, and use laser guns for ranged combat, but it was for their mastery of hand-to-hand combat and swordplay that the Sardaukur were feared. The combination of their abilities, dedication, and weapons struck fear into the heart of the opposition. It was not until the Great Revolt on Arrakis that a superior fighting force of Fremen were able to overcome the Emperor's legions. The Sardaukur wore grey and black uniforms with gold accents, consisting of a beret, a tunic, epaulets, breeches, and boots. The beret and epaulets display the ranking of each soldier, with standard soldiers wearing black, the Emperor's guards wearing gold, and ordinary guards donned in red. Their melee weapons range from the flip dart, a small barb-like needle that delivers poison, the kinjal, a slightly curved double-edged long knife or short sword, the Sardaukur sword, which was their primary weapon, a Shigawaya garrote, essentially a medic extrusion of vine grown on their home planet, to a slip tip, a thin short blade often tipped with poison. Their ranged weapons varied from the Hunter-Seeker, a tiny remote-controlled floating device used for assassinations, the laser gun, which was a continuous wave laser projector weapon, typically in the form of a rifle or pistol, a Mauler pistol that fires poison darts up to 40 meters, the needle gun, a small projectile weapon resembling a wristwatch that carries a poison dart, the stunner, which is a slow pellet projectile that can be used against shields, to the Sardaukur throwing knife. With such a fanatical zeal towards warfare, and the best training and equipment supporting them, it might be surprising that they could fall from such heights, but there is no better equalizer than time and arrogance. The Sardaukur shared the planet with followers of the wandering Zen Sunni, a religion of warrior mysticism that encouraged them to believe they were superior beings chosen by God. In the Dune Universe, the Zen Sunni belief is a blend of two religions from old Earth, Sunni Islam and Zen Buddhism. They essentially believed in strength, the honor of self-sacrifice, and the idea that the weak must die so that the strong can thrive. Seleucus Secundus was one of the 9 planets the wandering Zen Sunni resided on during their great migration over thousands of years. Of course, they eventually found their permanent home on Arrakis, and their descendants became the Fremen. While the Sardaukur grew soft as a consequence of their relaxed training and luxurious standard of living, the Fremen only grew stronger, living in the harsh deserts of Arrakis. Overconfidence and cynicism drained much of their power, and the Emperor inflated the ranks of his imperial commanders, destabilizing the structure and hierarchy that was once used to maintain order. Of course, this inevitably led to conflict and power struggles among the Sardaukur. The Emperor was also notably insecure about his power, making it difficult for the Sardaukur to respect him like their forefathers had respected his forefathers. But this was only the beginning. Over time, the imperial houses decreased funding for Sardaukur training, which had a negative impact on the discipline and strength of their forces. People still regarded them as the most fearsome military force in the known universe, but this reputation only further contributed to their arrogance. Wanting to wipe out House Atreides, the Emperor sent the Sardaukur to join Baron Harkonnen in his attack on the desert planet of Arrakis. The Atreides forces were ultimately crushed and the Duke was killed, but later his concubine Lady Jessica and his son Paul escaped to find refuge with the native Fremen of Arrakis. As Duncan Idaho had noted, the Fremen were a brutal people with secretly large numbers and fierce fighting skills. Further training of the Fremen in the Bene Gesserit weeding way and Atreides tactics, and the galvanization of their forces under Paul's command made them unstoppable. And so, Paul Atreides led the Fremen against 150,000 Sardaukur in the Arrakis revolt and won, ending House Corrino's 10,000-year imperial dynasty, while simultaneously shattering the mystical aura surrounding their religious troops. Their defeat allowed Paul to depose Shaddam, marry his oldest daughter Princess Irulan, and ascend to the throne. After the failure of a desperate gambit to take the throne from House Atreides, the Sardaukur legions were disbanded and merged with the Fremen forces of Paul's son, the God Emperor Leto II. House Corrino and the Sardaukur continued into Leto II's reign, but the once powerful house never regained its former glory. When it finally came time for the old power of House Corrino to reassert itself, it was too late for the once mighty Sardaukur to regain their former strength and help, and during the 3,500-year reign of Leto II, he finally abolished their military, replacing them with the Fish Speakers, an elite all-woman army with Sardaukur and Fremen blood that were conditioned to be loyal to the God Emperor. And with that, the fanatical soldiers that terrorized the universe for thousands of years ceased to exist.
Come with me.
Do not run. You will only waste your body's water.
I will not have them. I invoke the Untold.
You may not challenge a Sayadina.
Then who will fight in her name?
Jamis,
I accept her, champion.
There's no yielding under the Amtal rule. Only death is the test of it.
Paul has never killed a man.
You're one of us now. A life for a life.
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained, and as requested, today we'll be exploring the Fremen, as featured in Frank Herbert's amazing Dune Universe. Originally known as the Fremen of Arrakis, the Fremen were a subculture of humans descended from the Zen Sunni wanderers. They were hard in survival, adapted in the harsh environment of the planet, and formed an integral part of the Muad'Dib's jihad launched by Paul Atreides. I've covered the confusing history and trajectory of Paul Atreides in my video exploring Denis Villeneuve's Dune, links in the description, but here I hope to show how instrumental the Fremen were in his rise to power. First appearing in the 1965 novel Dune, they inhabit the large planet Arrakis, also known as Dune, which is the sole known source in the universe of the all-important spice melange. Long overlooked by the rest of the Imperium and considered backward savages, in reality, they were an extremely hardy people that existed in large numbers. The Fremen had come to the planet thousands of years before the events of the novel as the Zen Sunni wanderers, a religious sect in retreat. As humans in extremis, over time, they adapted their culture and way of life to survive and thrive in the incredibly harsh conditions of Arrakis. The Fremen are distinguished by their fierce fighting abilities and skill at survival in these conditions. With water being such a rare commodity on the planet, their culture revolves around its preservation and conservation. Dune was actually inspired by Herbert's research for an article about the United States Department of Agriculture's attempt to use grasses to stabilize the Oregon dunes. Herbert learned that the moving dunes could swallow whole cities, lakes, rivers, and highways, and said that in studying sand dunes, we must analyze the people of the Kalahari and how they utilize every drop of water. And so, Herbert based Fremen culture in part on the desert-dwelling Bedouin and sand people.
Arrakis is filled with caverns, and there are hundreds of sieges.
Millions of Fremen.
The origins of the Fremen lay with the Zen Sunni wanderers, who fled prior to the Butlerian Jihad, escaping religious and cultural persecution. Several Zen Sunni settled on Arrakis and made a living by scavenging the desert for anything that could be sold to merchants at the spaceport. At this point, the feared giant sandworms were considered demons. One of their kind, named Selim, was banned from their community for the horrible crime of stealing water, though he was innocent. Of course, he came to despise the Zen Sunni way of life. By mistake and a stroke of luck, he learned to ride a worm and no longer considered them demons, but as the physical embodiment of the one god that created and governed the universe. Over time, Selim gathered followers who also preferred a more spiritual and frugal life, and they eventually declared themselves the Free Men of Arrakis. The Free Men ultimately became known as the Fremen. The Fremen of Arrakis live in communities called sieges that were capable of containing thousands of people, and each had its own leader called a Naib, who had absolute authority and ascended to the position by challenging his predecessor. The Fremen system of justice relied primarily on trial by combat, and individuals may challenge each other to the death over matters of etiquette, law, or honor. But there's a catch, as for every action, there must be accountability. And so, the victor of these challenges becomes responsible for the wife, children, and certain possessions of the defeated. The Fremen paid enormous spice bribes to the Spacing Guild to keep the atmosphere of Arrakis free of spy satellites, and they had a long-term plan to terraform the planet. Every siege also has a Sayedina, a wise woman trained in the spiritual traditions of her people, that can serve as a leader or as an acolyte to a holy woman, essentially the Fremen version of a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother. As I've already discussed in my other video on Dune, a significant part of the Fremen mythology was actually created by the Bene Gesserit Missionaria Protectiva, an arm of the matriarchy that practices religious engineering. They essentially introduced contrived myths, prophecies, and superstition among the populations of the Empire, with the intent to later exploit them. In the case of the Fremen, a Messiah legend had been put in place that is utilized by Paul Atreides to protect him and his mother Jessica. Due to Selim's experience, the Fremen worship the giant sandworms as manifestations of the earth deity they call Shai-Hulud, and like him, they learn to ride the worms by calling and mounting them using bravery and skill. The Fremen were a deeply spiritual and superstitious people. Over the centuries, they adapted their blend of Zen Sunni faith to their desert environment and adopted the sandworm of Arrakis as a physical manifestation of God. As part of the sandworm life cycle, the spice melange is everywhere on the planet. This, combined with the sparse natural resources on Arrakis, led to the spice melange becoming an integral part of their diet and culture. High levels of exposure to spice has now tinted their eyes to a dark shade of blue called blue and blue, or the eyes of Abad. To the native Fremen, the fight for survival had long dominated their cultural identity. The brutal environment of Arrakis necessitated the frugal use of energy and resources, especially water. Additionally, their history with cultural persecution mandated the need for combat knowledge. These aspects saw them emerge as efficient and hardy warriors that used their skill in the environment to fend off opponents with far superior technology and formal training. Water played a vital role in the Fremen culture. Indeed, for the Fremen, water was life. To conserve against the unnecessary loss of water in the desert, Fremen wore a full-body filtration system called stillsuits, which reclaimed the body's moisture. The special fabric is micro-sandwich designed to dissipate heat and filter waste while reclaiming moisture. The water is then held in catch pockets and made available to drink through a tube. Additionally, specialized headgear prevented most of the normal loss through the scalp and forehead via perspiration, while masks and nose plugs reclaimed moisture from the wearer's breathing. Gloves were also available too, but many Fremen opted instead to rub the juice of the creosote bush on their hands to inhibit perspiration. Amazingly, with a Fremen stillsuit in proper working order, the wearer lost only about a thimbleful of water per day. The Fremen rule was that one's water belonged to the tribe. Thus, when a Fremen died or was killed in combat, rather than being buried or cremated, he or she was rendered down into water. In the case of Amtal, or the ritual combat to the death between two disagreeing Fremen, the water of the loser was used to replenish the victor. The rest was then turned over to the Watermasters. Herbert even suggested in Dune that the Fremen have adapted to the environment physiologically, with their blood able to clot almost instantly in order to prevent moisture loss. It's safe to say then that Arrakis was a planet that necessitated community and self-sufficiency.
Won't you stay? We would honor you.
Honor requires that I be elsewhere.
The Fremen are known for having leathery tan skin and bright blue within blue eyes. Because they live off their own water storage and inhale and live within the harsh conditions of Arrakis, they ingest copious amounts of spice melange, which in addition to keeping them alive, also increased many of their combat and prescient abilities. The drug comes from the excretions of sandworms, altered by heat, pressure in the water that lies deep below the planet's surface. Called Makers by the Fremen, the massive creatures tunnel through the desert sand and appear at the slightest of noise. Because of this, the Fremen have learned how to walk through the desert in a sliding, arrhythmic gait that mimics the natural settling of sand. Used as a psychedelic, the spice has a second function that is crucial to the galactic economy. It grants prescience, the ability to see a little into the future. After computers were outlawed in the world of Dune, it's a long story, spice became crucial to navigation through space. That is why every house was willing to harvest it, despite the huge dangers involved. It's also important to note, however, that the spice has some side effects. Navigators who had to take a lot of it, and were surrounded by a spice gas while they worked, actually began to mutate. Minutes after a baby Fremen was born, the amniotic fluid was saved and distilled before eventually being fed to the infant by its godmother in the presence of a Sayedina. As the baby drank, the godmother would say, "Here is the water of thy conception." In this way, the child was seen as having been tied to its parents by the bond of water, as well as being tied by extension to the rest of the tribe. Fremen children were raised by their individual households and not communally, but every adult in the community accepted some responsibility for their welfare, and the nearer the relationship was to the child's parents, the greater the obligation. The Fremen had learned centuries earlier that weak dependent children would jeopardize an entire siege by demanding time and attention their parents could not spare, while contributing nothing to the tribe. Therefore, independence was encouraged in youngsters so that they would not burden the tribe. The earliest lessons taught was that wasting water in any form was an unpardonable sin, and thus crying was not allowed since it wasted moisture. A Fremen was then educated till maturity by all members of a siege in order to maintain the water principle. They were also taught that cowards, weaklings, and other such undesirables would never be given the opportunity to clutter the gene pool.
Jamis, I have spoken. Be still.
You talk like a leader. The strongest leads.
Living in the desert with limited sources of water has spurred the Fremen to ritualize and build their society around the collection, storage, and conservative use of all moisture. They conserve the water distilled from their dead, put a great cultural reverence on tears, and consider spitting a sign of respect. Water is collected from the atmosphere in wind traps that condense the humidity and add it to the underground tanks. Personal ownership of moisture is also designated by water rings, which are used as a form of currency. It was considered unlucky to leave free water standing unused unless stored in one of the evaporation-proof basins. Common pools of water were kept in sieges for all of its members to drink from. Each pre-dawn dew gatherers with scythe-like dew reapers gleaned the available moisture from whatever plants grew near the siege. They then brought the morning's harvest to a Sayadina to receive her blessing before carrying it to the tribe's communal basin. As the water was consumed, the head of the family chanted, "Now do we consume that which will one day be returned. For the flesh of a man is his own, but his water belongs to the tribe." The communal pool provided the siege with water daily, although less than a litre for a family of 10. The Sayadina distributing the water to the head of each family gave her blessings, and prayers of thanks were offered to Shai Hulud. Water was also seen as the ultimate bond between individuals, whether or not they belonged to the same tribe. For instance, one who saved the life of another person from another tribe was owed a water debt, not only from the person they saved, but from the tribe as well. The water bond was considered a heavy burden and was paid often as quickly as possible. The water of the dead, if shared with another, also created a bond that was indissoluble. Once such a sharing had taken place, the two groups were no longer seen as distinct, since water, once mixed, was impossible to divide. Equally, if an enemy drank your blood, he became white queer with the tribe, joined to them as one of their own, and safe from having his water taken.
Thank you, Stilgar, for the gift of your body's moisture. We accept it in the spirit in which it was given.
The dangerous conditions on Arrakis, which ensure that only the strongest survive, have also forged the Fremen into superior hand-to-hand combatants. In Dune, Paul trains his Fremen forces in the use of the Weirding Way, the Fremen name for the specialized Bene Gesserit martial arts that he learned from his mother. Herbert wrote that Paul recalled the stories of the Fremen and how their children fought as ferociously as the adults, and in the novel, the Emperor Shaddam notes, "I only sent in 5 troop carriers with a light attack force to pick up prisoners for questioning. We barely got away with 3 prisoners and 1 carrier. Mind you, Baron, my Sardaukur were almost overwhelmed by a force composed mostly of women, children, and old men." As mentioned in my video on the Sardaukur, the Holtzman shield made most projectile weapons semi-obsolete. Energy weapons like the laser guns reacted violently with the shield, creating an unstable explosion comparable to a subatomic fusion that would kill the attacker, shield wearer, and surrounding individuals. Because only a slow-moving weapon could penetrate the shield, knives and swords became the most sought-after weapons once again. With that said, the Fremen however did not use shields as it attracted the Sandworms and drove them into a killing frenzy. As a result, the Fremen have the advantage of not being trained to slow their knives when attacking. The Fremen also used different archaic weapons such as the Mauler pistols, lances and crossbows to great effect, but the most deadly and prized possession of a Fremen warrior is the Cris knife, a personally tuned blade ground from the crystal tooth of a sandworm. All young Fremen must go through a ritual confirming their adulthood, which is sealed with the gift of a Cris knife to the adolescent warrior. And as a sacred weapon of the Fremen, outsiders are strictly forbidden from possessing one. According to the religious beliefs of the Fremen, a drawn Cris knife must not be sheathed until it draws blood, so when the knife is seen, people tend to scatter.
This Cris knife was given to me by my great aunt. It's made from a tooth of Shai Hulud, the great sandworm.
You should welcome my blade. This world will kill you. Quicker this way.
In the year 10,191 AG, Emperor Shaddam Corrino IV ordered House Atreides to replace their enemies House Harkonnen in the administration of Arrakis. Upon their arrival, Duke Leto I sought to befriend the Fremen. However, because of years of harsh Harkonnen rule and dealings with Imperial agents, the Fremen were at first distrustful of the Atreides. After a while, the Fremen responded positively to the Duke's generosity and even-handedness. He was not a conqueror like the others, but an honorable man that cared greatly for the people under his care. When the Harkonnens and Corrinos invaded Arrakis, House Atreides sought refuge with the Fremen, and after the adoption of his son Paul Atreides and his mother, the Fremen saw a rapid and dramatic change in their fortunes. Using an army of Fremen who heard his revolutionary message and armed with the knowledge of how to destroy the precious spice that facilitated all space travel, Paul simultaneously attacked the Empire's outposts while holding the galaxy's spice supply hostage. Within a few years, they'd gone from being perpetually harassed by elements within the Corrino Empire to being the foot soldiers of the Atreides Empire and Paul's powerful jihad. In 12 standard years, the Fremen overran the Imperium. Even though Paul was revered as a god in the flesh by the Fremen he'd freed from Imperial rule, history quickly slipped out of his control. The reverence and religious fervour surrounding the Muad'Dib, as well as the need to crush dissenters who might try to reclaim Dune, transmogrified into a cosmic jihad waged in Paul's name. With that, hundreds of worlds and billions of people came under the sway of Paul's empire in the early days of his reign. The jihad launched by the Fremen saw the destruction of all military resistance to Paul's power and the eradication of many faiths. Eventually, more than 61 billion people were killed throughout the universe and all resistance armies were obliterated. Though the Fremen were small in numbers, they destroyed and overpowered every single opposition they met, and so 40 religions got eradicated from the Padishah Empire. Among the Fremen, there was an undercurrent of dissent who didn't like the way that Fremen culture was changing. As Paul made water more available and plentiful, older Fremen looked on in horror as the strict codes observed by previous generations began to disappear. And so a plot was hatched among the Fremen dissenters to assassinate Paul. The rebels are egged on by the Spacing Guild that lost their unfettered access to the spice melange, and the Bene Gesserit witches who lost control over their breeding program. Paul saw these machinations in his visions, but had trouble knowing how to avoid these plots bearing fruit without causing more misery. Ultimately, he allowed himself to be grievously wounded by the Fremen dissenters and is blinded by a nuclear blast near the Holy City, an attack that he foresaw but chose not to prevent. The strict Fremen way of life held that anyone who lost their sight must wander out into the desert and allow himself to die, rather than slowing down the tribe. And though Paul was an emperor to billions that could have carried on without his sight, in this path he saw a potential future that avoided calamity. In sacrificing himself pursuant to traditional Fremen law, he silenced the doubts of dissenters that were worried that he'd forgotten the ways of the Fremen. Under the 3,500-year reign of Paul's son, Leto II, the Fremen culture diminished. By merging with the sand trout, a kind of larval stage of the great sandworms, Leto II became a nearly immortal human sandworm hybrid. Using this, he reigned long enough to realize Liet Kynes' great dream of terraforming Dune into a moist, temperate planet. And while he succeeded in this mission, he destroyed the Fremen culture in the process. After all, a culture revolving around water preservation is bound to die in a world where water is in abundance. The last of the Fremen that wished to hold on to the old ways were consigned to a living museum, a pseudo-siege called the Serra, where they lived as their ancestors did. Leto was then ultimately killed by one of his descendants, a Fremen Atreides woman named Siona, who developed the ability to hide from his power of foresight. His death set off the Great Scattering, an event that saw the many peoples of the former Empire dispersed across the galaxy. Without access to the spice, the fractured people were isolated on their planetary islands for thousands of years. One particularly violent sect eventually returned and bombarded the surface of Dune with planet-destroying missiles called obliterators. The atmosphere immediately caught fire, causing half of it to evaporate, and the immense fireball scorched the surface of the planet, killing almost all life on the world, sandworms and humans alike. The sand then fused into hardened glass, and with that, the legendary Fremen of Arrakis and their monuments were no more.
Finally, they sent a warrior out to kill me, and I gotta tell you, I have never come so close to dying. They fight like demons.
Desert power.
Desert power. Bless the Maker and his water. Bless the coming and going of him.
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained. As requested, today we're going to be exploring the Sandworms, featured in Frank Herbert's expansive Dune Universe.
The largest and most dangerous organism on Arrakis is the sandworm. The Fremen share the deep desert with the giant sandworms, known to the Fremen as Shai Hulud.
The sandworms, also known as Geonomelodium arachnis, Shai Haluduta gigantica, and Shai Hulud to the Fremen, were the dominant life form on Arrakis before the time of Leto II. As with many Fremen words, Shai Hulud is more than a descriptive term for a physical entity. It alludes to the Fremen belief that the sandworm is a physical embodiment of the one god that created and governs the universe. Originating from the Arabic word Shai Khulud, which translates to thing of eternity or thing of immortality, linguistically, the many poetic translations all speak of the size, age, and power of the sandworm, from Old Man of the Desert, Old Father Eternity, to Grandfather of the Desert. The sandworm was an autotrophic animal that inhabited the planet Arrakis, basically an organism that can produce its own food, using light, water, carbon dioxide, and other chemicals. Through this process, it was able to produce the coveted spice melange. Where they originated is unknown, but they were introduced to Arrakis before the events of the Butlerian Jihad. There they lived in the vast deserts and sand dunes that stretched across the surface of the planet. Attracted to rhythmic vibrations on the surface, they would breach in pursuit of the origin of such movement. This was an effort to defend their territory. Thus, to see a worm and live to tell the tale was extremely rare. Unless you were a badass Fremen, of course, who achieved mastery of the beast. For more on that, check out my videos on the Fremen and Paul Atreides, links in the description. In this video, we're going to explore the creatures in great detail, breaking down their life cycle, physical characteristics, and the massive effect they had on Frank Herbert's Dune Universe.
Try to approach the worm with the same concerns that Frank Herbert wrote and created the worm, which is like biology. It all came from that kind of feeling that the worm will need to look like a survivor through the ages that has been grinded by the sand through centuries, you know.
It's not just a sandworm. This is a sacred creature that represents the earth, creation, the cycle of life.
Frank Herbert conceived the sandworms based on dragon mythology and their inclination to hoard and defend some sort of treasure. In the same way, the sandworms of Arrakis will attack humans that attempt to harvest the spice melange. This is despite the fact that the spice is of no interest to these creatures, since it was literally their waste material. The sandworms are also referred to as the dragons on the floor of the desert in Children of Dune. Bless the Maker and his water. Bless the coming and going of him. May his passage cleanse the world. May he keep the world for his people. The sand trout, also known as little makers to the Fremen, were the larval form of the sandworm. They were essentially large unicellular organisms with a flexible peptidoglycan cell wall through which nutrients was absorbed from water and air. Individual sand trout were rarely over 20 centimeters long and 6 centimeters wide, and their shape tended to be pleomorphic and capable of adapting to the environment. Resembling large freshwater leeches, it was common to find them attached to one another, walling off several liters of water from the surrounding environment. They existed in vast numbers in the sands of Arrakis, and many would die as part of the natural life cycle of the planet. Over thousands of years, the ones that survived would eventually grow into the giant sandworms that lurked in the depths of the Arrakeen sands. If squeezed, they excrete an extremely potent form of spice, which gave one an incredible energy boost. More than a creator of spice, though, sand trout had the amazing ability to transform a whole planet into desert by absorbing large bodies of water. Because they cannot live in a waterlogged environment, this feature enabled their kind to survive. When Leto Atreides II looked into the many lives of his ancestors and other memory, he came to realize that they were introduced to Arrakis from another planet, eons prior. According to him, the sand trout had proliferated to the point where existing ecosystems could no longer deal with them. To this point, Arrakis actually began as a water planet, much like Caladan. But when the sand trout arrived, they absorbed all the water, allowing them to transform into the sandworm. This was consistent with the physical evidence found on the planet, namely salt beds that apparently had once been great seas. In our video on the God Emperor, we also discovered that as part of his golden path, Leto allowed several of them to attach themselves to his body, transforming him into a giant sandworm in a process that took over 3,500 years. The sand trout changed Leto until his metabolism and biochemistry were a hybrid of human and sandworm. However, he also modified them in the process, making the resulting sand trout tougher and more adaptable. This allowed them to be settled onto other worlds without complication, thus ensuring the survival of their species. Leto also imparted some of his DNA and genetic memories into the sand trout that emerged from him when he died. This meant the sandworms that evolved from Leto also carried a part of him inside of them. One of the difficulties of studying the organism was the immense size of the adult male. Larger male specimens could reach lengths of more than 400 meters, had a mouth that was 80 meters in diameter, and were close to 100 meters at their widest point. Dr. Yo cited that a specimen up to 450 meters long was spotted by observers in the deep desert, while others believed that even larger worms existed in the southern pole regions. The females, on the other hand, were much smaller, approximately 100 meters long and 20 meters wide. Both of their skin was thick, rough, and orange-colored. Comprised of many scales, each a few feet in size and with their own primitive nervous system, they overlapped and interlocked to form armor that protected it against internal sand invasion.
I must conquer the worm, conquer Shai Hulud.
As the Fremen discovered, while all but impenetrable, it could be exploited. By prying open the edges of the scales, the integrity of the armor would be compromised, forcing large amounts of sand to enter the giant worms. This would cause intense irritation for the worm. The beast then rolled itself until the prone scale was at the highest point from the desert floor, thus minimizing the amount of sand that could enter. A Fremen poised to ride the beast as it rolled its open scale towards its highest point could then literally mount the worm. As long as the scales remained open, the sandworms would not submerge. Maker hooks were then placed towards the front of the beast to control lateral movement. As a result, worm riding became a viable and sacred method of transport for the Fremen across the surface of the planet. Indeed, distances were even measured in sandworms. The mouth was positioned at the front of the creature and could easily consume gigantic objects like spice harvesters. This was completed with a set of 1,000 or more organic carbosilica crystal teeth that surrounded the mouth in a circular pattern. Riders close to the front have also noticed a strong flinty cinnamon smell exuding from the open mouth of the sandworm. Honored, feared, vital and deadly, the giants lived for thousands of years, unaware the spice they made kept the universe together.
Will we see a worm?
Well, in spice and spice mining, there are always worms.
A female and male worm reach sexual maturity after approximately 1,000 years. Mating would begin when a gravid female developed an egg sac in her reproductive segment. She would then pick a site and build a nest. The rhythmical thumping and grinding noise that emerged lured any nearby males over there. Think of it like a vibrational booty call. The male then moved rapidly to the nest site and devoured the female. Compounds in the outer skin of the female caused the male to become dormant for several weeks, during which he remained buried in the nest site. The highly resistant spice fiber egg case from the female was retained in the male reproductive segment, where fertilization occurred. After a period of development and cell division, the male deposited the spice fiber egg case into the sand nest. Through a process much like egestion, the act of discharging undigested matter or waste material from a cell or organism, the male left the nest with the egg case buried deeply below the surface of the sand. At the schizontal stage of development, the zygotes underwent asexual cell division, producing a spongiform merozygospore containing thousands of future larvae. The rupturing of these spores releases the sand trout, the efficient water scavengers we discussed earlier. They traveled hundreds of kilometers through the sand, seeking out water, joining their bodies with one another to transport the water back to the nest site. Many of the nutrients required by them were breakdown products contributed by the female. The sand trout also produced exoenzymes which digested the nutrients to absorbable fragments for the larvae. As it brought water back to the nest site, it mixed with the excretions of the larvae to form the pre-spice mass. The chemical reaction caused CO2 to build up tremendous pressure within the mass, and when the pressure could no longer be contained, there was a powerful explosion called a spice blow. All of the products of the pre-spice mass were then brought to the surface of the sand, where the sun and air rapidly changed the pre-spice to melange. It's also important to note that during the spice blow, many sand trout in the immediate vicinity were killed. While there is no consensus as to why, many agree this was because their cell walls were actually the source of the amino sugars in melange. The chemical reactions during the spice blow triggered changes in the surviving larvae, stimulating them to join their bodies in a pre-metamorphic stage. At this point, changes in metabolism forced the combined larvae to become similar to the adult worm. Water gradually became toxic, and rudimentary autotrophy developed. The pre-metamorphic stage consisted of joined sandworms, each capable of metamorphosing into an individual sandworm segment. In a process that took over 1,000 years, one segment differentiated to become the head with teeth, while another differentiated into the reproductive section. Posterior segments were relatively undifferentiated and could reverse the process to become sand trout if environmental conditions were unfavorable to the adult worm, most commonly in the presence of large bodies of water. This small 20 to 30 meter long form was captured by the Fremen to produce the spice essence for their spice celebration. While the juvenile form of the worm was neither male or female, most actually became females. The stimulus that triggers the development of a male is not known, but one theory holds that subtle changes in the environment due to the absence of an adult were needed to trigger the formation of a male. Think of it like a biological mechanism to maintain species equilibrium. Each of the male worms had a territory of 300 to 400 square kilometers that they defended against intrusion by another male, but it should be noted that fights between two males rarely ended in death. During the confrontation, they used their teeth to hook the ring segments of the opponent, opening the segment up to exposure to sand. One worm eventually became too uncomfortable and broke off the battle, retreating to find a new domain. While the fight might not be immediately fatal, occasionally the opening can allow bacteria and disease to come in, resulting in the death of the worm. The adult worm was a true autotroph, producing all of its nutritional needs from inorganic compounds on the planet's surface. The energy to drive their synthetic reactions was obtained by their movement through the sand, which caused an electrostatic charge differential. The resulting electrons passed to an electron acceptor, believed to be a cuprous cyanide compound, the reduced form of which accumulated in the worm body. Molecular oxygen evolved during the reaction, and the presence of water caused the electrons to be discharged abnormally. Thus, water was poisoned to the worm. The heat from the friction of the worm's movement drove the synthetic reactions to completion. Most of the nutrients produced were gaseous. Excess gases not utilized for nutrients were literally ignited by heat of sand travel. Thus, the worm always had a flame deep within its body. The excess heat also aided in driving the synthetic reactions, keeping the nutrients in gaseous form for absorption while vaporizing any stray H2O. Besides the organic acids, concentrated hydrochloric and sulfuric acids have also been detected. The living worm buffered itself against these acids, but once it died, the body was rapidly digested by them. Of course, the most resistant structures were the teeth, which were gathered by the Fremen to make the legendary Chris knives. Research that was taken also suggested the complicated internal chemical transformations produced oxygen as a byproduct, rather than consuming it in the process of metabolism. Certainly, much of the oxygen on Arrakis, after the original prehistoric catastrophe, was derived from the sandworm. In this way, the worms are like an oxygen factory for planets void of any vegetation. The main component to their diet was sand, in addition to other inorganic materials. It is also believed they consume sand plankton for nourishment. As we already discussed, water was fatal to a sandworm, even in small doses. Water that entered the body acted as a catalyst to accelerate metabolism, to the point that it became unstable and its vital functions failed. This led to a violent and painful death for the sandworm. However, it was occasionally necessary for the Bene Gesserit, since the byproduct was the highly toxic poison called the Water of Life. Young sandworms were also used for special ceremonies. When poisoned with water, they died, but not before they chemically altered some of the water and expelled it through their mouth. This Water of Life was used to induct new Sayadinas into the Fremen and Reverend Mothers of the Bene Gesserit. The toxic liquid forces a prospective Reverend Mother to either purify the water or die. The dormant genetic memories and other abilities are then activated, heralding the creation of a new Reverend Mother.
If you be a Reverend Mother, let Shai-Hulud judge now.
The old Reverend Mother surrendered her life as she surrendered her knowledge. Jessica had successfully transmuted the poisonous Water of Life.
Insofar as they were essential to the creation of spice melange, on a macro scale, the sandworm had an enormous impact on humanity. To the planet's Fremen population, the creatures were a spiritual symbol of their faith, seen as the physical embodiments of the one god of their original Zen-Soni religion. After the rise of the Atreides Empire and the propagation of the Arrakis variant of the Zen-Soni religion, the reverence paid to the sandworm spread to other worlds. This continued through the rule of Leto Atreides II, in no small part because of his transformation into a hybrid human sandworm being. It's important to note the water needed for Pardek Kynes' terraforming project was lethal to sandworms. As a result of this, their death rate exceeded the rate of vegetation expansion. The terraforming reversal process had begun by the end of Leto's reign, and he himself devolved back into sandtrout after dying. These events saw the sandworm once again thrive on Arrakis for a few thousand years. Some small sandworms were also removed and shipped off with colonizing vessels during the scattering. The hostile actions taken by the honored Martris was thought to have terminated all life on Arrakis, including the remaining sandworms. However, Miles Tegan Dawi Odrade managed to capture a sandworm. Held in an artificial environment on Chapter House, the secret base of the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood, the worm became the key to reseeding its population. The first place they began a new spice cycle was on the planet Chapter House itself, where the sand trout began to turn the once lush world into a desert. Mother Commander Mobella of the new Sisterhood then paid for starships and off-world materials with the melange their worms produced. The creatures were also used to terraform other worlds like Kelso in mere decades. A goaler of the famed Tleilaxu master, Tai Wath Waf, would eventually produce a genetic variant of the sandworm that thrived in water, called the sea worm. Under the support and guidance of the Spacing Guild, Waf introduced the sea worm into the seas of the water world of Buzzle. Not only did they thrive, but they also produced an extremely potent version of melange called Ultraspice. Waf then began what he considered his most holy mission, returning the worm to Arrakis. Unfortunately, his attempt to reseed Dune with the sandworms failed, and the creatures died in the first week. As he was about to give up, he heard a deep rumbling far underground. Sandworms, with the consciousness of Leto II, burst forth from deep within the planet. There was no need to reseed the world, for the worms had survived the bombardment 40 years earlier. The Sandworms of Arrakis would thrive again, this time with the embedded wisdom of the God Emperor of Dune.
I serve only one master. His name is Shaddam.
Paul Atreides is still alive.
Deal with this prophet. The prophet? Why is that a bad thing? Use it. Because all my visions lead to horror. Your father was a weak man.
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained. As requested, today we're diving back into Dune with a look at Shaddam Corrino IV, Emperor of the known universe until the rise of Muad'Dib. In this video, we're going to explore his early life, the backstabbing and death that paved the way for his ascension, the Great Spice Wars and the War of Assassins, the rise of House Atreides, and finally, the downfall of the once mighty House Corrino. A beginning is a time for taking the most delicate care that the balances are correct. This every sister of the Bene Gesserit knows. To begin your study of the life of Muad'Dib then, take care that you first place him in his time, born in the 57th year of the Padishah Emperor, Shaddam IV, and take most special care that you locate Muad'Dib in his place, the planet Arrakis. Do not be deceived by the fact that he was born on Caladan and lived his first 15 years there. Arrakis, the planet known as Dune, is forever his place. Padishah Emperor Shaddam Corrino IV, born in the year 10,119 AG, marked the culmination of the Corrino lineage as the 81st and final sovereign of the Corrino Empire. His tenure commenced in 10,156 AG, characterized by the patricide of his father, Emperor Elrond IX, in collaboration with his confidant, Count Casimir Fenring. His reign was ultimately eclipsed by Paul Atreides in 10,193 AG, consequent to the Arrakis Revolt, a pivotal moment many historians attribute to Shaddam IV's preoccupation with ceremonial courtly duties and the grandeur of his station. The Emperor's legacy is further distinguished by his bold yet futile attempts to liberate his rule from the influential grasp of the Spacing Guild, the Bene Gesserit, and the powerful conglomerate of Coam. In a strategic alliance with Count Fenring, he spearheaded the ill-fated Project Amal on Ix, a 20-year endeavor to synthesize an artificial variant of the vital spice melange. This venture, nearing fruition, was accompanied by the initiation of the Great Spice War, aimed at annihilating the melange reserves of the Landsraad's great houses, an effort that also met with defeat. Tragedy befell his consort, Anuril, a Bene Gesserit of concealed status, who perished in the same year as the conflict. Following his overthrow, Shaddam IV faced exile to Seleucus Secundus, a planet previously notorious as a penal colony, along with Count Fenring and his progeny, 5 daughters named Urilan, Chalice, Rugi, Josepha, and Wensikia. In the annals of the Corrino Empire, the year 10,119 signaled the birth of Shaddam Corrino IV within the resplendent confines of the Imperial Opal Palace on Kaitane. His inception was the result of a complex lineage, being born to Habla, the consort of Emperor Elrond Corrino IX, yet conceived from the genetic legacy of Elrod's previous wife, Barbara Metelli. An inconsistency in the Revan Almanac Enes Shaf erroneously records his birth year as 10,134, a minor blemish in the otherwise meticulous historical account. As the Imperial Crown Prince and the prospective incumbent of the Imperial Golden Line throne, young Shaddam cultivated a profound bond with his maternal cousin, Count Casimir Fenring. The duo orchestrated the elimination of Crown Prince Fafnir Corrino, Shaddam's brother, thereby ostensibly clearing his path to ascension. However, the throne remained elusive, and as years passed, Shaddam's youthful zeal and ambition dissipated, much to the chagrin of Fenring, who harbored grand aspirations for both Shaddam and himself. By his mid-30s, Shaddam had matured into a figure of regal bearing, his physical features, firm chin, prominent aquiline nose, and short, meticulously oiled reddish hair, echoing the imperial visage of his father, as immortalized in the busts from the early years of his father's rule. His appearance was a testament to his heritage and an embodiment of the imperial dignity of his station. In the midst of the 10,150s, Count Casimir Fenring, harboring towering aspirations for his confidant Shaddam Corrino IV, initiated a series of covert maneuvers. Fenring commenced by establishing an alliance with the Bene Tleilax, persuading Shaddam to influence his father, Emperor Elrond, to endorse the Tleilaxid conquest of Ix. The underlying objective of this political machination was the clandestine development of synthetic melange, an endeavor later termed Project Amal, following the Tleilaxu's successful usurpation of Ix from House Vernius. With Shaddam's tacit approval, Fenring deployed an Enki catalyst into Elrud's cranial glands during his repose. As Elrud habitually consumed spice beer, the catalyst insidiously transmuted the beverage into a lethal poison. Over a span of 2 years, Elrud succumbed to the toxin, seemingly from natural causes. During the tumultuous period between Elrud's demise and Shaddam's ascension to the throne, the Crown Prince faced a vehement condemnation from his cousin, Duke Leto Atreides I. The Duke, newly invested with power from Caladan, publicly denounced Shaddam and House Corrino before the Landsraad for their failure to defend House Vernius against a Tleilaxu aggression. The situation escalated when Leto, then a teenager and unjustly accused of sabotaging a Tleilaxu freighter, invoked a trial by forfeiture, risking a sentence of death. The Bene Gesserit, deeply invested in the genetic outcome of their clandestine Kwisatz Haderach project, intervened when the potential of Leto fathering a daughter became jeopardized. They dispatched a covert communique to Shaddam, insinuating that Leto possessed knowledge of Project Amal and intended to reveal it during an extensive Landsraad trial, an act which would coerce Shaddam to abdicate the throne. To preempt this, Shaddam made an unprecedented personal appearance at the outset of Leto's trial, insisting upon his cousin's acquittal. In a symbolic gesture of loyalty, he presented Leto with the Emperor's blade, a treasured artifact of House Corrino. This act not only solidified Shaddam's political position, but also subtly acknowledged the intricate web of alliances and enmities that underpinned the galactic power structure. Recognizing the peril that had befallen Leto Atreides and the necessity to maintain surveillance over the soon-to-be Emperor, the Bene Gesserit Sisterhood orchestrated a strategic marital alliance for Shaddam Corrino IV. Margot Rashina Zaya, a Bene Gesserit adept with a specialization in eidetic memory, influenced Hasimir Fenring to promote the union between Shaddam and Enuril Sadao Tonkin, a sister of concealed prestige within the Sisterhood. Cognizant of the political leverage this marriage would confer upon Shaddam, Fenring persuaded him to wed the esteemed Reverend Mother. The nuptials coincided with Shaddam's coronation, unbeknownst to him that Enuril bore the clandestine title of Kwisatz Mother, with the intention of bearing only daughters to the Emperor as part of the Sisterhood's long-range genetic program. The matrimonial alliance yielded 5 daughters, each with their distinct destiny within the Corrino dynasty and the broader galactic empire. Irulan Corrino, as the progeny of Shaddam and Enuril, assumed the role of Imperial Crown Princess, becoming the primary heiress to the Golden Lion throne. Chalice Corrino, their second daughter, whose life came to an abrupt and unexpected end either on Kaitan or Salusa Secundus. When Sikia Corrino, the third in line, later ascended to the position of sovereign co-regent within the Corrino hierarchy. Josepha Corrino, the fourth daughter, was inducted into the Bene Gesserit as a truthsayer, serving the Landsraad with her abilities. Rugi Corrino, the youngest and fifth daughter, earned the title of the last princess to hail directly from the Corrino imperial lineage. This strategic matrimony, while appearing to be a consolidation of power for Shaddam, in essence furthered the Bene Gesserit's shadowy agenda, ensuring their influence over the imperial throne through a lineage of daughters trained and aligned with the Sisterhood's objectives. In the year 10,156 after Guild, Shaddam Corrino IV found himself ensnared in a web of political instability and personal crises. The passing of his father, accompanied by the public rebuke delivered by Duke Leto Atreides before the Landsraad, and the consequential display of submission during Leto's trial, sowed the seeds of distrust and apprehension within Shaddam. This cascade of events ignited a burgeoning paranoia towards his longtime confidant, Hasimir Fenring, as Shaddam began to perceive Fenring's deep involvement in imperial affairs as overbearing and diminishing his own authority. Compounded by a perceived condescension from Fenring, Shaddam's decision-making was clouded by a surge of insecurity. In a decision marked by its impulsivity rather than foresight, Shaddam assigned Fenring the role of Spice Minister on the desert planet of Arrakis, a position of considerable power, yet one that conveniently distanced him from the Imperial Court. This maneuver necessitated that Fenring and his wife Margot relocate to the unforgiving environs of Arrakis, a move that not only removed the perceived rival from the immediacy of the throne, but also isolated him in the treacherous political landscape of the spice-rich world. Many elements of the Imperium believe they hold the ultimate power. The Spacing Guild with their monopoly on interstellar travel, Coam with its economic stranglehold, the Bene Gesserit with their secrets, the Mentats with their control of mental processes, House Corrino with their throne, the great and minor houses of the Landsraad with their extensive holdings. Woe to us on the day that one of those factions decides to prove the point. In the complex tapestry of interstellar politics depicted by Frank Herbert, the Padishah Emperor executed a strategy of war against noble houses hoarding illicit spice under the guise of legal retribution. His ulterior motive, however, was to undermine any potential opposition to Project Amal, which was nearing the completion of its goal to create synthetic melange. In a display of might meant to solidify his power, Shaddam amassed a formidable Sardaukur armada on the brink of decimating Arrakis, the linchpin of natural spice production. This aggressive posturing was abruptly curtailed by the Spacing Guild's strategic withdrawal of their Highliner services, a move that cornered the Emperor by stranding him and his military might. This maneuver by the Guild forced Shaddam to capitulate swiftly, resulting in a humiliating concession to their demands. The aftermath of this conflict, known as the Great Spice War, substantially eroded Shaddam's authority. Consequently, he found himself encumbered with advisors from Coam, the Spacing Guild, and the Landsraad, while witnessing the deterioration of confidence among his own elite Sardaukur. Amidst this political turmoil, the clandestine demise of Anuril Sadao Tonkin, his Bene Gesserit consort, occurred at the hands of Peter de Vries, a Harkonnen Mentat in 10,177 AG. The official narrative omitted the circumstances of her death and the covert rescue of the infant Paul Atreides that she facilitated. Shaddam, whose sentiments towards Anuril were marred by frustration over her inability to produce a male heir, did not grieve her passing. Instead, he orchestrated an opulent funeral, more for appearances than out of sorrow. In the end, the true nature of Anuril's death remained obscured from the galaxy, with only Reverend Mother Mohiam privy to the near-complete account, which she kept to herself. A dozen years subsequent to the tumultuous events that had strained his standing among the nobility, Emperor Shaddam Corrino IV orchestrated a resurgence of esteem within the Landsraad through his strategic union with Firenze Thorvald of House Thorvald. This marriage, which aligned with the desires of both the Landsraad and the Emperor for a male successor to the throne, was met with a favorable reception, signifying a potential consolidation of his power and lineage. Concurrently, the ancient enmity between House Ikas and House Mauritani escalated beyond the confines of vendetta into overt military conflict. This escalation was dramatically punctuated by the assassination attempt by Viscount Handru Mauritani, which resulted in the tragic death of Elisa Ikas during her nuptials with Duke Leto I. This heinous act incited the wrath of House Ikas's patriarch, Armand, who, along with their allies House Atreides, commenced preparations for an all-out retaliation, further entangling the Emperor in the intricate web of noble warfare and galactic politics. In the climactic moment of the Grunman conflict, as the allied forces of Ikaz and Atreides advanced triumphantly towards the venerable capital of Ritka, Emperor Shaddam Corrino emerged on the scene, adopting the mantle of a cosmic mediator to impose the mandate of the Landsraad. Descending upon the arid outskirts of Ritka's bastion, the Emperor convened a council of war's key figures to broker a cessation of hostilities, summoning the beleaguered Mauritani to the negotiation table on the embattled plain. Amidst this assembly, Mauritani, seizing a moment of high drama, proclaimed his lineage from House Tantor, infamously known for its historic atrocity against Seleucus Secundus. An astonished Shaddam queried the relevance of such a declaration to their current strife, to which Mauritani unveiled a dire threat. Ritka was a landmine of atomic armaments primed to annihilate the leadership of House Corrino, Atreides, and Ikaz. Yet unbeknownst to Mauritani, his swordmaster, Hijj Ressa, had forborne from arming the devices, opting against a cataclysm that would plunge the Imperium into chaos. The Emperor swiftly decreed Mauritani's arrest, demanding his presence before the Landsraad on Kaitane to divulge the entirety of his machination and expose any covert alliances with shadowed houses. There it was revealed that House Harkonnen, under Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, had played the role of furtive benefactor, having previously dispatched assassins against the Atreides heir on Caladan, and surreptitiously reinforced Mauritani's forces with Glossu Raban and a clandestine legion on Ritka's contested grounds. In a sinister twist, to obscure his illicit interventions, the Baron orchestrated Mauritani's demise through a sabotage that resulted in a fatal decompression of Mauritani's space vessel within the confines of the Guild Highliner, silencing the Viscount and safeguarding the Baron's secrets from the prying eyes of the galaxy.
I am Paul Muad'Dib Atreides, Duke of Arrakis!
He who can destroy a thing has the real control of it.
The twilight years of Shaddam Corrino's reign were marked by the diminishing glory of House Corrino, culminating in their displacement from the imperial throne following the uprising on Arrakis. The eras spanning from 10,156 AG to 10,172 AG saw a notable expansion in the ranks of the Berserks, while the period between 10,163 AG and 10,193 AG was characterized by a progressive decline in the provisions allocated for Sardaukur training. The precipitous decline of Shaddam and House Corrino's dominion was catalyzed by the Emperor's own actions, rooted in his perceived threat from his adoptive cousin, Leto I. Leto's reputation had been significantly bolstered during the Great Spice War through his support to embattled planets and his valiant alliance with House Ikaz in the War of Assassins. His leadership qualities and sense of honor resonated with the nobility of the Landsraad, cementing his status as a figure of charismatic integrity. Adding to his formidable stature, Leto had effectively marshaled a formidable force under the tutelage of Thufir Hawat, Gurney Halleck, and Duncan Idaho. This army had demonstrated its prowess, rivaling even the Sardaukur during the liberation of Ix and the confrontations on Grunman. In response to this growing threat, Shaddam clandestinely aligned with Baron Vladimir Harkonnen of House Harkonnen, orchestrating a scheme to annihilate House Atreides. But in a complex twist of loyalties, Shaddam had actually harbored a private admiration for Leto, lamenting to his daughter Uralan the political demands that necessitated their rivalry. Shaddam's hidden desire for a different political landscape was evident in his wish for Uralan to have been of age to wed Leto, recognizing not only Leto's virtue and the loyalty he commanded, but also his potential as an ideal successor, given the absence of a direct male heir from Shaddam. Despite this concealed esteem for Leto, Shaddam imposed upon him the relinquishment of Caladan to Count Hazimir Fenring, compelling Leto to assume control over the spice-rich desert planet of Arrakis. In the year 10,191 AG, House Atreides dutifully took charge of Arrakis, setting the stage for the eventual seismic shifts that would reshape the political landscape of the known universe.
In the shadows of Arrakis lie many secrets. But the darkest of them all may remain the end of House Atreides.
In the aftermath of House Atreides' ascension to the stewardship of Arrakis, their tenure was abruptly curtailed by a devastating offensive, a secret collaboration between Sardaukur troops and Harkonnen forces. The assault decimated Leto's army, leading to his and the majority of his army's demise. In the wake of this covert operation, Emperor Shaddam IV perceived the obliteration of House Atreides as complete, effectively neutralizing a formidable rival. But contrary to the Emperor's calculations, Lady Jessica and her son Paul Atreides eluded death. They found refuge among the native Fremen of Arrakis, whose culture and combat proficiency they swiftly adopted. Their integration into Fremen society was not merely as survivors, but as emergent leaders, wielding their skills to ascend to positions of significant influence. By 10,193 AG, Paul, now revered as the young duke among the Fremen, orchestrated a campaign that culminated in a decisive victory over both Harkonnen and Sardaukur contingents on the desert planet. This triumph had profound implications. It disrupted the flow of melange, the pivotal spice essential for space travel and a cornerstone of interstellar economy and politics. The resultant embargo on the spice supply enforced by Paul and the Fremen compelled Shaddam IV to abdicate the throne, bringing an end to his 4-decade sovereignty. More consequentially, it terminated the 10-millennia-long imperial dominion of House Corrino, ushering in a new epoch and a seismic shift in the power dynamics of the universe. In this way, the fall of House Corrino from the pinnacle of power was emblematic of the fragility of dynastic rule in the face of unforeseen and transformative forces. Subsequent to the epic political upheavals, Shaddam Corrino IV found himself relegated to Seleucia Secundus, the ancestral seat of House Corrino. Accompanied by his 4 youngest daughters and Count Hazimir Fenring, his diminished status was contrasted by the ascension of his daughter, Princess Uralan, to sovereign co-regent. Despite her title, though, the reins of power were firmly in the hands of her husband, Paul Atreides, who wielded the authority of emperor in all but name by 10,194 AG. In a bid to reassert his waning influence, Shaddam entrusted Bashar Zamgaran with the Emperor's Blade, a symbolic and literal instrument of assassination, intended for Count Fenring to eliminate Paul. The assassination attempt, however, transpired in futility 4 years later. Amidst these machinations, 10,198 AG marked the arrival of Shaddam's grandson, Faradin Corrino. The domestic tranquility of this event was marred when Shaddam ordered the termination of Bashar Garan upon uncovering his illicit trade of Corrino valuables. In a further attempt to maintain a semblance of dynastic presence, Shaddam dispatched his daughter Rugi as an envoy to the Great Surrender ceremony on Arrakis. Unfortunately, her mission tragically ended in fatality due to a hunter-seeker attack. The Almanac En Reshaf, the chronicler of record, erroneously recorded Shaddam's demise in 10,202 AG at age 68, an inaccuracy as he was verifiably active in 10,205 AG, conducting Sardaukur military exercises on Seleucus Secundus. Shaddam's presence actually persisted through 10,207 AG, evidenced by strategic marriage proposals intended to link his lineage with the ruling Atreides once Paul Atreides embarked into the desert, an act synonymous with self-imposed exile and death. During this interval, Shaddam, with Count Fenring's assistance, orchestrated the formation of an extensive Gaular army. The force was designed as a tool for Shaddam's ambition to reclaim imperial dominion from Muad'Dib. Despite his efforts, however, his campaign to restore House Corrino to its former glory did not come to fruition. While there is no fixed date provided to us, the once emperor met his own end between 10,207 AG and 10,217 AG, closing the chapter on his fraught and complex legacy. His life and reign were ultimately marked by tumultuous changes that left indelible imprints on the socio-political fabric of the galaxy. His passing closed a significant chapter in the history of the known universe, one characterized by both zenith and nadir of House Corrino's power. In the aftermath of his death, the once glorious house found itself grappling with the loss of their imperial stature, a decline precipitated by the Emperor's own machinations and the inexorable rise of House Atreides. In the end, his own actions set in motion the forces that would ultimately topple his dynasty and catalyze the ascendancy of House Atreides under Paul Muad'Dib. The galaxy witnessed a paradigm shift as the Fremen of Arrakis, bolstered by Atreides' leadership, emerged as a formidable power, eclipsing the Sardaukur's feared reputation and changing the course of melange trade forever. Despite their fall from the imperial throne, though, House Corrino did not vanish into the annals of history. The bloodline continued through Shaddam's progeny, with his grandson, Shaddam Corrino, notably integrating into House Atreides as the consort of Padishah Empress Ganymer Atreides, ensuring that the Corrino lineage endured within the new ruling dynasty. This infusion of Corrino blood into House Atreides symbolized a subtle yet potent continuance of Shaddam's influence. In the grand tapestry of galactic events, the saga of House Corrino under Shaddam's rule serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of power and the shifting sands of allegiance. Shaddam's life, fraught with political gambits and personal contradictions, mirrored the very essence of the empire he ruled, resilient yet fragile, formidable yet vulnerable. His death marked not just an end of an era, but also set the stage for the reconfiguration of power structures within the galaxy, underscoring the profound impact one ruler's life can have on the destiny of an entire civilization.
Dune is the story of the Atreides family that falls into the trap set by the Emperor, who is getting more and more jealous of their growing popularity.
Paul Atreides is the son of Duke Leto, and he's the future of House Atreides. He's a young man who's facing extraordinary circumstance, trying to navigate it with integrity within the tradition of House Atreides.
It's very easy to get lost into the concepts, into the scale. But at the end of the day, it's very powerful and complex story.
This prophecy is how they enslave us!
It's not a prophecy. It's a story.
I don't care what you believe. I believe.
Look who's back from the dead.
May thy knife chip and shatter.
I've been training my whole life. What is the point if I'm not allowed to face some actual risk?
Paul. You're the future of House Atreides.
And grandfather fought bulls for sport.
Look where that got him.
For hundreds of years, we've traded blood for blood, but no more. Tonight, the House of Atreides falls. Here I am. Here I remain.
So, it's done.
It's done.
Once upon a time in the grand space opera of Dune, there was a man named Duke Leto Atreides I. Born in the year 10,140 AG, he was famously known as the Red Duke and affectionately called Leto the Just. He wasn't just any noble, but the second to last Duke of the mighty House Atreides, the father of Emperor Paul Atreides and Regent Alia Atreides with his Bene Gesserit concubine, Lady Jessica, and the grandfather of Leto Atreides II, who would later go on to become the God Emperor of Dune. Celebrated for his fair and compassionate leadership, he managed the reigns of Caladan before shifting to the harsh desert world of Arrakis. This was all amidst an ongoing feud with the devious Baron Harkonnen. House Atreides were essentially one of the big players in the galactic Padishah Empire and one of the so-called Houses Major. The family claimed their lineage all the way back to old Earth, specifically to ancient Greece as descendants of King Agamemnon, a son of Atreus, hence the Atreides tag. For 20 generations, Atreides ran the show on Caladan, making it a model of good governance. They had a knack for creating a society that was not only well organized, but also spiritually content. Caladan was a verdant paradise, quite the opposite of the Harkonnens' industrial hellscape, guided Prime. But you shouldn't be fooled by their utopian lifestyle. The Atreides were also battle-hardened, with sword masters, war masters, Mentats, and their own unique battle language. Leto's childhood was anything but ordinary. His dad, Paulus Atreides, had some unconventional ideas about education, much to the chagrin of Leto's mother Helena. Instead of the usual noble upbringing, Paulus had Leto mingling with villagers and common folk. At 14, Leto was shipped off to Ix for a formal education. It was here that he befriended Rumber and Kylia Verniers during their high-tech training sessions, tours of cutting-edge facilities, and deep dives into business philosophy. Every third morning, Leto and his friends would sweat it out on an automated training floor under the watchful eye of Master Zaz. Think of it as a futuristic gym class with extra lasers. His keen eye soon noticed the growing unrest among the Ixian suboids, the working class at the bottom of the social ladder. Folks that were none too happy about Ix's risky tech experiments, flirting dangerously close to the forbidden realm of thinking machines. For a deeper understanding of their trepidation, watch my video on the Butlerian Jihad, which covered the thinking machines. When the Tleilaxu invaded Ix, sparking Project Amal, the suboids rebelled, forcing Leto, along with Kylia and Rumber, to narrowly escape with their lives during the chaotic revolution. Unfortunately, just like his own son, his path to dukedom was sudden and tragic, with his father meeting a dramatic end at the horns of a Salusan bull during a bullfighting event. Despite this, as a young duke, he was known for his straight talk and unwavering honesty. Early in his reign, he boldly defended House Vernius in front of the Landsraad, gaining the respect of many nobles, but trouble was brewing. On his way back from Kaitane, Leto's ship was caught in a Harkonnen ambush. Using a no-ship, the Harkonnens framed Leto for destroying a Tleilaxu vessel, and Leto, standing firm in his innocence, demanded a trial by forfeiture to clear his name. In a dramatic turn of events at Kaitane, Leto faced the entire Landsraad and potential ruin. But here, Crown Prince Shaddam Corrino IV, armed with a forged note implicating Leto and Project Amal, chose to uphold Leto's reputation. Presenting him with the Emperor's blade, Shaddam swayed the Landsraad to declare Leto innocent, much to the dismay of the Tleilaxu and Harkonnens. Leto's first act as a new duke was straight out of an opera, avenging his father's death at the horns of the fearsome bull, El Muerte. Armed with his father's sword, he entered the arena, not just to face a bull, but to win the hearts and trust of the Caladan people, ultimately doing just that. However, soon after, he faced a mutiny on Pinskow. His own troops had taken their officers hostage, but Leto wasn't just any duke. He dug deep to find the root of their grievances and resolved them, turning a mutiny into an opportunity to solidify his troops' loyalty. It was his integrity and personality that facilitated this, not just his title. Emperor Shaddam IV, a big fan of bullfighting, took a keen interest in Leto post-mutiny. They had a private audience where, amusingly, they only chatted about El Muerte's defeat, and the meeting went on for so long that it threw off the Emperor's schedule. From 10,158 to 10,174 AG, Leto became known as one of the most honorable nobles around. When House Harkonnen raided House Tipnir, Leto didn't just sit back. He led a black raid on Guided Prime, liberating 20,000 slaves and wrecking the Harkonnen slave fleet. This daring feat brought Gurney Halleck into the fold of House Atreides. His next big win was at the Battle of Thar System in 10,167 AG. For his bravery, Emperor Shaddam IV honored him with the title Chevalier of the Imperium. This wasn't just a medal, it was a sign of the Emperor's growing respect for Leto. A person needs new experiences. It jars something deep inside, allowing them to grow. Without change, something sleeps inside us and seldom awakens. The sleeper must awaken. It's safe to say the Duke had a knack for winning hearts, especially among his troops and commanders. Under his rule, House Atreides' forces became known as the most loyal, trustworthy, and honorable military this side of the Imperium. A military force that was more like a band of brothers than hired guns. He also had a soft spot for orphans, turning Castle Caladan into something of a cross between a noble house and an orphanage. He'd scoop up promising young ones, raise them like his own, and then apprentice them. His love life was, let's just say, unconventional. He'd hire concubines, then sell their contracts back to them for a penny, effectively liberating them from bondage. Despite his virtues, his style rubbed some the wrong way. His fairness and refusal to marry for political reasons were seen as subtle jabs at less honorable nobles, who thought a good marriage is about alliances and not affection. It's also important to consider that the Emperor's public thumbs up to Leto's noble behavior was both a blessing and a curse. It was like being the teacher's pet in the most cutthroat school in the galaxy. This envy, ironically, set the stage for Leto's downfall. Imagine being so good that it becomes your biggest problem. The court also viewed Leto as an upstart from a backwater planet known for pundi rice, not exactly a culinary delight. Thus, his rise to fame was seen as an affront to the established order, a challenge to those who prefer the status quo. Duke Leto was a bit of a romantic rebel. Not only did he refuse to marry for political gain, but his love life was more like a carousel. But in 10,175 AG, things took a turn. Leto's buyers, probably sweating bullets, brought him Jessica, a gift from the headmistress of the Bene Gesserit school on Caladan. Vetted by Thufa Huat, the Duke's Mentat, she was a cut above the rest. And Leto didn't waste any time. He brought Jessica to dinner on his arm, a first for any concubine, and included her in the table talk. Fast forward 5 months and Jessica was expecting a child that would be named Paul, changing Leto's life and that of the universe forever. He swapped pacing the castle for parenting, pouring his efforts into making Paul a worthy Atreides.
Your grandfather said, a great man doesn't seek to lead. He's called to it, and he answers. I found my own way to it. Maybe you'll find yours.
With the help of Warmaster Halleck and Swordmaster, later Warmaster Duncan Idaho, Leto started training Paul in command as soon as the boy could talk. Unfortunately, the Emperor's fondness for Leto didn't sit well with the other nobles, and they tried to undermine him at court. In the Battle of Grunmin in 10,176 AG, Atreides' forces shone brightly, but this success was a double-edged sword. It made the Emperor and his advisors nervous, as a Duke with unwavering loyalty from his troops was a potential threat to the throne, regardless of his intention. I have all that an honest man could want: the love of a woman, the loyalty of my subjects, the respect of my peers, and a son. Duke Leto Atreides I was not your average interstellar nobleman. His political savvy and charisma won him a fan club across the Imperium. But with great popularity comes great envy, especially from Emperor Shaddam Corrino IV.
The Atreides' voice is rising. The Emperor is a jealous man. A dangerous, jealous man.
The Emperor continued to see Leto as a threat, so he hatched a plan using the age-old feud between Houses Atreides and Harkonnen. The idea to get rid of Duke Leto and House Atreides for good. After nearly 2 decades on Caladan with the Lady Jessica, the Emperor gave Leto an offer he couldn't refuse: to take over Arrakis from House Harkonnen.
We are House Atreides. There is no call we do not answer. There is no faith that we betray.
Arrakis, aka Dune, was like the Wild West of space, but with the added bonus of being the only source of the universe's most coveted spice, melange. It was a high-risk, high-reward situation, yet sensing both opportunity and danger, he jumped at the chance. Upon arriving on Arrakis, Leto made his intentions clear. He planted a flag on the battlements of Arrakeen and declared, "Here I am, here I remain," a line that would prove to be prophetic. The Emperor sent Leto a letter, oozing with false support, promising full backing from House Corrino, but behind the scenes, he was sharpening the knife for Leto's back. Despite all of this, Leto quickly made a positive impression on the people of Dune. His fair-minded leadership and charm won over everyone, from the Fremen to the aristocracy, but just as he was getting cozy, the Emperor played his hand. Worried about Leto's growing power and his elite fighting force that could rival the Sardaukur, he gave Baron Harkonnen the green light to invade and wipe out House Atreides. And as a bonus, he even lent some of his own Sardaukur to the cause. In the world of Dune, trust is as scarce as water on Arrakis, something the Duke was forced to learn the hard way during the Harkonnen invasion. His trusted Sook doctor, Wellington Yo, turned his coat and handed Leto over to the Harkonnens on a silver platter. Feeling a tad guilty and angered that Harkonnen kidnapped his wife, he left Leto with a parting gift, a poisoned tooth. The plan, for him to bite down, release the poison, and take Baron Harkonnen out. It was the kind of idea that sounded great on paper. In true dramatic fashion, Leto's last-ditch effort to take the Baron down didn't go quite as planned. He bit down, the poison did its thing, and while it took out a few of his people, including Peter de Vries, the twisted Mentat, the Baron lived to scheme another day. Fast forward a few years, and Paul recovered his father's remains and laid them to rest in the Skull Tomb in the deserts of Arrakis, a fitting resting place for a duke that had braved the sands of politics and betrayal. But Leto's legacy didn't end with his dramatic exit. His influence lived on in Paul's reign as the Emperor. And then there was Alia, Leto's daughter, carried by Jessica and only discovered after his death.
My father came, not for spice, not for the riches, but for the strength of your people. My road leads into the desert.
His story was cut short, but his impact echoed throughout the generations, shaping the destiny of Arrakis and the Imperium.
Dreams make good stories, but everything important happens when we're awake.
Even after his demise, Duke Leto Atreides I wasn't just a footnote in the history of Dune. His essence lingered in the form of other memory within his son Paul and grandson Leto II. In fact, Leto's fondness for Duncan Idaho also deeply influenced Leto II, who kept bringing back Idaho in the form of Golders. During the reigns of Paul and Leto II, his shrine turned into a hotspot. Millions flocked to pay homage, drawn by the religious mystique that now surrounded the Atreides name. It's like Leto became the patron saint of integrity and bravery. More than just a beloved figure, Leto embodied the best of the Atreides bloodline: courage, integrity, loyalty, justice, honesty, and honor. He was the poster boy for noble virtues, a standard against which future Atreides were measured. Some have mused that if Leto had not met his untimely end, he might have commanded the same fanatical devotion from the Fremen that Paul did. It's important to note that Leto's popularity wasn't limited to the sands of Arrakis. He had fans in high places of the Landsrand too. This has led to speculation that he might have been a contender for the Golden Lion throne, which would explain why the Emperor was so eager to end him. The story of Duke Leto Atreides I is tinged with tragedy, not just because of his death, but because of what could have been. His character, his talents, the love of his people, all point to a path untraveled, a potential unfulfilled. It's the classic tale of what if that adds a poignant depth to the saga of Dune. Much more remains of my father than these few fragments. His bloodline, his character, and his teachings have made me who I am. As long as the universe remembers me as Paul Muad'Dib, so too will Duke Leto Atreides be remembered. The son is always shaped by the father. In the end, his story is one of virtue against a backdrop of envy and politics. He was a beacon of integrity in a world where such qualities were as rare as a friendly sandworm on Arrakis. His legacy is a testament to the idea that sometimes being too good can be a downfall, especially in the treacherous dunes of interstellar politics.
Now I'm asking you this one thing. If anything happens, will you protect our son?
Leto, this is not you.
I thought we'd have more time.
Paul Atreides. You are your father's son. You are my son. You are the Duke. Paul Atreides.
And if your answer is no, you'll still be the only thing I ever needed you to be. My son.
God in heaven.
Get everything with guns off the ground! Go!
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained. As requested, today we'll be exploring Baron Vladimir Harkonnen and his great house, as featured in Frank Herbert's expansive Dune Universe.
I delivered the Duke and his family.
And what was I to do for you?
Deliver my wife from Harkonnen.
Yes. I said I'd set her free. That you could join her. So join her.
Siridar Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, commonly known as the Baron, was the penultimate ruler of House Harkonnen and the chief architect in the demise of Duke Leto Atreides I. He was the scion of a family and house with a history of ruthless ambition, and basically the main antagonist of Herbert's Dune saga. As the Baron of House Harkonnen, he ruled from his ancestral home of Gaidi Prime, exercising a tyrannical rule of exploitation and sadism, over the lives of the slaves unfortunate enough to end up in the service of his house. A long-standing rival of House Atreides, the Baron is determined to bring about their end, with particular emphasis on seeing Duke Leto Atreides humiliated in defeat. It goes without saying that his house was by far the most famous for their underhanded and sinister political tactics, gaining power by diplomatic intrigue and assassinations. Known for an ancient feud it maintained with Atreides of Caladan since the Battle of Corrin, the house had a reputation for ambition, malevolence, hatred, and cruelty. In this video, we're going to explore the origins of House Harkonnen, the life of Baron Vladimir, and the demise of the powerful faction throughout the expansive Dune Universe. The family name was believed to originate in the Western Russian Empire, in what became Finland. They claim descent from Count Paligio Corrino, grandfather of Shuset I, founder and first ruler of the empire. The Harkonnens further claim common ancestry with the Corrinos and the Paleologio, the last ruling house of the Byzantine Empire. Finally, through Obishov's wife, Lysia Pozio de Borgia, they claim descent from Kirill Romanov, cousin to Nikolai II, Russia's last Tsar, and heir to his empty throne. During the time of the League of Nobles, the Harkonnen family maintained a burgeoning commercial empire and owned mining operations on the planet Hagel. The patriarch of the family, Ulf Harkonnen, and his wife Katerina, were caught by Cymex in their starship above the planet Caladan. Piers, a son who accompanied them, was ejected down to the planet's surface for his safety, but was never heard from again, with most presuming him dead. His brother Xavier was raised by adoptive parents of the Tantor family, Emil and Lucille, on the League capital world of Seleucus Secundus. Xavier eventually became Primero during the Butlerian Jihad, the equivalent to a general for the League of Nobles, but was disgraced when he killed Grand Patriarch Iblis Ginjo in the Thalamus system. The death of Piers on Caladan, the homeworld of Atreides, and the destruction of his parents orbiting the planet by Cymax infuriated House Harkonnen. But in truth, the long-running feud with the Atreides originated with their descendant named Abelard Harkonnen I. The man refused an order from Vorian Atreides to kill the millions of humans enslaved by the thinking machines. His disobedience was exposed by Vorian at the Battle of Corrin, the Jihad's last battle. Abelard was labeled a coward and a traitor. He was then banished from the League of Worlds to the frosty planet of Linkaville by his own brother, Fakon Corrino, who became the first emperor. The line of his stepbrother, Ivan Harkonnen, then became Dukes of Eluzai. For centuries thereafter, the Harkonnens filled the role of businessmen and planetary squires, staying out of imperial politics. Count Abelard III was stripped of his title twice, and the Harkonnens were demoted to their lesser titles of Lords of Tupelo. They were even required to pay a large fine into the imperial treasury. Still, when Vladimir Harkonnen II became the Duke of Chemizai, the Harkonnens were first granted membership among the great houses. This is because the family had always been enterprising, specializing in the trading of goods for profit, the renting of mercenaries, and the pursuit of exotic luxuries for the wealthy. To translate these assets into power required political acceptance of their family as one of the elite. Vladimir persuaded Count Wickheiser to sponsor a resolution in the Landsraad, proposing the Harkonnens as a voting house, but the motion failed by a small number of votes when the Atreides spoke against it. After the death of Emperor Henor III in 1604 AG, without immediate heirs and on the verge of civil war, Abelard VI planned to attack the Landsraad meeting site. The Atreides challenged him to Canley, and Abelard accepted the challenge but was defeated. As a result, the Harkonnens were stripped of their titles and possessions and exiled once again. Eventually, they were restored by Corrin IV, who was crowned by the machinations of Irakli Harkonnen. Wasting no time, they began a conflict with House Party between 3367 AG and 3375 AG. This was the first recorded instance of a war of assassins, after which House Party was virtually obliterated. Soon after, House Harkonnen fought alongside House Atreides in Castor at the revolt of Mask Prime, but because of a flawed plan, most of their forces were annihilated during the planetary assault. Notably, the Atreides forces were among the only survivors of the carnage. Around this time, the Harkonnens made raid against House Tipnir and House Chusak. Since the Tipnir were close allies to the Atreides, they formed an unmarked Black Fleet, and without a declaration of war, their combined forces raided Qaeda Prime. The Harkonnen slave fleet suffered immense damage, the slave market city of Bathos was lost, and 20,000 slaves were liberated. Unsurprisingly, the Harkonnen children were told this story and grew to hate the name Atreides. The hatred was compounded over the generations, and all their descendants would share an unshakable, bitter resentment for their rivals in the universe. After many centuries toiling as a house miner, Harkonnen influence gradually rose within the Landsraad. This was due mostly to shrewd manipulation of the whale market firm by Baron Dmitri Harkonnen and his son Vladimir. The house built its power on maximizing production output and minimizing production expenses by ignoring economically ethical behavior. In fact, governing and trade was based upon a simple foundation of fear and terror. Both tools were used in governance, in the day-to-day running of the household, and in controlling their armies. With a social order based on treachery and punishment, soldiers rose up the ranks through deceit, trickery, and, if necessary, assassination.
You never met Harkonnens before. I have. They're not human, they're brutal! You have to be ready.
Soon, they even won the Sardaukur fief of Arrakis, with the responsibility of mining spice melange and supplying it to the universe. Through their persecution of the Fremen and through maximization of infrastructure, the House managed to pay the tax it owed to the Emperor. They were also able to keep a substantial amount of melange for themselves. As a result, by the time of Vladimir's birth, they managed to amass considerable wealth, power, and influence. The third son of Sardaukur Baron Dmitri and Victoria Harkonnen, Vladimir showed an early interest in attaining power. This was tempered by training to become the heir to House Harkonnen, ahead of his more mild-mannered half-brother Abulard. Vladimir appeared to be the answer to his father's dream of improving his house. As he grew to manhood, he received training in the martial, musical, and political arts from the best tutors his father could afford. There he showed a high intelligence combined with an insatiable hunger for learning. According to the poet Reeve Perensil, he was a prodigy at 18, already a commanding presence, born to rule. He was commander of Harko's Praetorians and privy to Dimitri's deepest counsels, which excluded his mother and older brothers. Unfortunately, his father's preference for Vladimir cost him his life. Filled with jealous rage, his other son Arashkin murdered him at a state banquet and attacked Vladimir, nearly killing him before the Mentat Shaddam Corrino stuck a poisoned needle into Arashkin's neck. After this moment, a switch flicked in his mind, with Vladimir strangling his mother and turning towards depravity. In 10146 AG, Vladimir succeeded his father as Sardaukur and Baron of the planet Gaidi Prime. He then took over Arrakis from his half-brother in 10153. The Baron built upon the earlier successes of his predecessors, gradually making House Harkonnen more successful through blackmail, subterfuge, and treachery.
I said I would not harm them, and I shall not. But Arrakis is Arrakis, and the desert takes the weak.
Baron Harkonnen is a corrupt, deceptive, and entirely unmerciful tyrant whose formidable intellect is outshone only by his cruelty and unrelenting ambition. In his pursuit of power, he was not only prepared to annihilate House Atreides, but even planned on sacrificing his own nephew Rabban in a scheme to anoint Fade as the apparent savior of Arrakis. Furthermore, he was secretly plotting to betray the Padishah Emperor, his one-time partner in the downfall of House Atreides. His plan was then to replace him with Fade, crowning him as Emperor, which would grant the Baron a position of direct influence over the Empire. Vladimir's ruthlessness is apparent in almost every scene he appeared in. Once a pawn outlived their usefulness, he would not hesitate to eliminate them for the sake of cleaning up loose ends. For example, as soon as Wellington Yo had completed sabotaging House Atreides from within, the Baron reunited him with his wife as agreed by having the Doctor murdered. And in order to teach Fade a lesson, he ordered the execution of every woman in the Pleasure Quarter, justifying the mass murder with a dismissive remark of, "There will always be more women." The Baron's prize Mentat, Peter de Vries, is fully aware of his ruthless tendency and does everything in his power to ensure that he remains needed.
How can the Emperor take everything we've built and give it to that Duke?
Don't be too sure it's an act of love.
But the Baron knows it's only a matter of time before Peter's usefulness comes to an end. Later, when Peter and a guard captain are killed in a botched assassination attempt, the Baron merely reflected that it spared him the trouble of having them executed. When he obtained the captive Atreides Mentat, Thufir Hawat, as a replacement for Peter, he ensured that Thufir would never be able to defect by poisoning him with a latent toxin. Every day, an antidote to the toxin was introduced into Thufir's food, leaving him both symptom-free and effectively oblivious to his affliction. Should the Mentat ever try to escape, though, he would quickly succumb to the effects of the poison and die. In conversation with allies, Baron Harkonnen affects a jovial, hospitable demeanor, often addressing his relatives and servants with endearments. Only when angered or moving in for the kill against his opponents does he allow this facade to slip, revealing himself as the heartless, manipulative schemer he truly was. A venal, self-indulgent man, the Baron enjoyed the luxuries that his immense wealth afforded him, not only in the form of his lavish attire and possessions, but also the young slaves he regularly mistreated. One must always keep the tools of statecraft, power, and fear sharp and ready. As a leader of a major house, Vladimir proved to be incredibly cruel. He had no qualms in using widespread torture, murder, and slavery to maintain power, with the Baron often ruling by the most drastic methods. He inherited a cunning brutality from his grandparents, and the fate of his father taught him that weakness bore its own fruits. Despite the constant power struggles, Baron Vladimir proved to be a diplomatic genius. He managed a remarkable feat of rapidly restoring his family's power by manipulating a number of business ventures. During his rule, all praetorians and military officials were subjected to deep psychochemical interrogation and stress analysis. Those who failed were murdered outright. Furthermore, anyone with sympathies or connections to his enemies were publicly beheaded. The minor aristocracy was shaken up and brought in line with the threat of extinction, but Vladimir aspired to a more favorable relationship with the imperial monarch. To further his financial ambitions, his immediate goal was Coam directorship. From there, he hoped to build a Landsraad alliance against the Emperor. The Imperium had grown luxurious and its bureaucracy costly, often to the detriment of the Sardaukur. Military fief donations by great houses became an avenue of royal approval. Thus, the Baron's first tactic was demonstrating his complete loyalty to the Emperor by voluntarily donating 20% of his annual mine profits to the Sardaukur. This was only one play in a larger campaign of financial and imperial manipulation. He formed lucrative partnerships with lesser houses, while channeling donations under various labels into imperial accounts. He would also buy out lesser house investments with a guarantee of cash flow. At the same time, he would be lubricating his consolidations with advisory fees to the Coam directors themselves to secure their acceptance. Then House Corrino received royalties under the table, along with military conscripts, raw materials, and finished products with kickbacks. It's clear the man had an instinct for the timing and placement of bribes which ensured his success. Having said that, his financial practices were eventually questioned by a Landsraad delegation inquiry. Showing his arrogance, when questioned, he immediately responded by saying, "What benefits Harkonnen benefits the Landsraad, Coam and all." The Mentats Shaddam Corrino, who both saved him and helped acquire the melange rights of Arrakis for his house, was perhaps the Baron's most precious instrument. Despite this, the Baron showed no hesitation in having his Mentats killed when he believed they outlived their usefulness. The way to control a Mentat is through his information, false results. Eventually, the Baron managed to win over Glossu Raban and Fade Rautha, two sons of his half-brother, and brought them under his wing. Count Glossu was Vladimir's eldest nephew and a cruel slave driver, known on Arrakis as Beast Raban. Not only does he order mass murders simply to teach Fade a lesson, but he enables Raban to conduct massacre after massacre on Arrakis. He did this knowing the atrocities would make it easier for him to present Fade as a benevolent ruler to the people of Dune. Through their tight grip over the world, the house achieved great wealth from Arrakis and the everlasting hatred of the native Fremen, whom the Baron dismissed as desert scum. As a reward and means of mending the fractured relationship between House Harkonnen and the Bene Gesserit, Reverend Mother Croatia offered him Tinidia Neris, a consort trained in the erotic arts. Of course, Tinidia Neris was actually Gaius Helen Mohiam, and this had all been a plan to further the Bene Gesserit breeding program. Though the Baron refused, he eventually agreed, but the first daughter turned out to be too weak for the Sisterhood's plan of creating a Reverend Mother. The Baron then stunned Mohiam with a neural scrambler and attacked her, leading to the conception of Lady Jessica. Contrary to popular belief, Vladimir started out an exceedingly handsome man, with a near-perfect muscular physique. But as a result of the attack, Mohiam punished him with the disease that slowly destroyed his physique, making him morbidly obese over time. When the Baron attempted to seek revenge against the Bene Gesserit on Wallach 9, their Reverend Mother revealed to him that the affliction was irreversible. His weight became so hard on his legs and joints that he relied upon a cane for mobility. Of course, he eventually gained custom-made suspensors and new technology that lightened his weight and made it easier for him to move.
My desert. My Arrakis. My Dune.
In 10182 AG, the Baron entered in a war of assassins against House Caliphate, where it said that Shaddam IV interfered and prevented Vladimir's assassination. In that era of deadly political maneuvering and the ruthless exercise of power, House Harkonnen was noted for its overweening cynicism and cruelty, as well as its hunger for power and profit. By the counsel of Peter de Vries, Vladimir then embarked upon a campaign to advance the fortunes of his house and destroy Duke Leto Atreides I once and for all. No wise emperor allowed any great house to grow too powerful, and Shaddam IV had long been concerned with House Atreides, which exercised much influence in the Landsraad. As a result, the Emperor and House Harkonnen would enact a betrayal of epic proportions in the hope that they would exterminate their rivals. Of course, this blew up in their face with the culmination of the God Emperor of Dune, Leto Atreides II, who maintained control over the universe for millennia. And so it begins. The trap is set. The prey approaches. A glorious winter is about to descend on House Atreides and all its heirs, and very soon, the years of humiliation visited upon my family will finally be avenged. In the year 10191 AG, Baron Harkonnen and Emperor Shaddam IV devised a plan to rid themselves of the Atreides. The latter intended to remove Duke Leto as a threat before his popularity granted him the influence to usurp him, while the former was eager to end House Atreides in a final and decisive act of revenge. As always, however, the Baron intended to use the ensuing chaos as an opportunity to seize greater power. Nonetheless, the plan began with the Emperor ordering the Atreides to move from their ancestral homeworld of Caladan to the planet Arrakis in order to take over the spice mining operation there. Once they arrived on the planet, the Baron made use of a traitor among the Atreides, Dr. Wellington Yu, to sabotage them from within. Normally, persuading a house doctor to turn on his masters would have been impossible thanks to the psychological conditioning undergone, but the Baron was able to override this by holding Yo's wife hostage, ensuring the Doctor's total cooperation with House Harkonnen's designs. My family has hated the Atreides for centuries. They have been the sand in our eyes, the stink at our meals. These arrogant Atreides, always standing in our way. I want Leto to appreciate the beauty of what I've done to him. I want him to know that I, Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, am the instrument of his family's demise. With the aid of the Emperor's Sardaukur troops, the Baron was able to stage an ambush on the unsuspecting Atreides, resulting in their forces being either scattered or killed en masse. In the chaos, Duke Leto's wife Jessica and son Paul were forced to flee into the desert, while Leto himself was paralyzed and taken before the Baron to suffer humiliating tortures. Correctly suspecting that his wife had already been murdered, Yo gave Leto a fighting chance to decapitate House Harkonnen's leadership by replacing one of his teeth with a poison capsule. Unfortunately, the poison only killed a handful of guards, leaving the Baron only slightly injured. With all oppositions to his power over Arrakis removed, the Baron installed his nephew Rabban as planetary governor, allowing him to brutalize the populace. He cleverly created an enemy that the people would rally up against, ensuring that their loyalties would lie with his other nephew Fade when he came to rescue them from Rabban's tyranny. However, unbeknownst to him, out in the desert of Arrakis, Paul and his mother Jessica joined forces with the local Fremen.
You're one of us now. A life for a life.
I think it's safe to say that Vladimir Harkonnen harbored destructive inclinations. He had a pawn shop for medical procedures that created skin infections and reveled in devising elaborate torture methods for his enemies. He's been described as a seeker of thrills and pleasures and showed sadistic and depraved tendencies. The cruelty also characterized the way soldiers and administrators handled subordinates and prisoners. He was known to exploit his cruel and ruthless reputation by performing executions for trivial matters as a way of subtly getting rid of threats. His cunning was exemplified by his method of handling Wellington Yo and organizing his ultimate betrayal. While he used him for his means, the Baron deemed Rabban too brutish and stupid to be an effective successor, and despite showering Fade Routher with praise and the promise of eventual leadership, his hold over the cunning and impulsive youth remained tenuous. See, Fade, this is why you need me alive, to help you think, to help you plot. Why do you think I tolerate your dim brother's incompetence? Because it amuses me? Think, Fade. There has to be method to this madness, though you've been too dull to divide it. With that said, the Baron recognized efficiency and talent in people, and has shown remarkable insight in being able to figure people out. In the end, his proclivity towards malice and cruelty, his arrogance and intense hatred of House Atreides would be his own undoing.
Your son is dead, your concubine is dead. Tonight the house of Atreides falls.
Over the years that followed, Paul eventually ascended to the role of the Muad'Dib, leader and messiah of the Fremen. This allowed him to lead a war of liberation against Harkonnen rule, bringing spice production to a standstill. With the galactic community endangered by the potential loss of spice, the Emperor himself was forced to directly intervene, venturing forth to Arrakis in person. Despite House Harkonnen's relative power prior to the end of the Corrino Empire, Vladimir Harkonnen desired to usurp the Corrinos and form a Harkonnen Empire. Thus, he secretly plotted against both House Atreides and House Corrino, hoping to destroy the former and overpower the latter through force and marriage. Of course, Vladimir's plans were ultimately unraveled by the rise of Paul Atreides on Arrakis. During the defeat of Sardaukur forces at the hands of the Fremen, Vladimir Harkonnen died at the age of 83. While watching the looming Fremen forces, he was poisoned with a gom jabbar wielded by young Alia Atreides, his granddaughter. After his death, House Harkonnen passed to Fade Rautha, his heir apparent, and following a duel with Fade for the fate of the Empire, Paul was eventually able to oust Shaddam from power and replace him as Emperor of the known universe. House Harkonnen then passed to the next living heir of Vladimir, his daughter the Lady Jessica, but she declined the title. As a result, Paul Atreides claimed rule over House Harkonnen as his grandson. However, as we've already covered in the past, death was not the end for Vladimir. Because Alia had been exposed to the water of life prior to being born, she was susceptible to the memories and personalities of her ancestors, including her grandfather. The Baron manipulated her into acting against her family, offering to help her resist a multitude of personalities that threatened to drown out her own. This gave him direct influence over Alia, granting him the perfect opportunity to take revenge on the Atreides. His actions ultimately forced Jessica off Arrakis and allowed him to institute a new reign of terror, but he was ultimately defeated when later the Second returned from the desert. In the end, Alia was able to regain control over her mind and kill herself, ending the threat of the Baron once and for all. After the ascent of House Atreides, what little remained of House Harkonnen saw its power and resources quickly disappear. Control of Guidi Prime was given to the people of Caladan. Gurney Halleck, who, I might add, was once a slave on that world, was then charged with overseeing the planet and dismantling its machines of industry. More than this, its name and those of its cities were changed, and its forest and greenery replanted, reverting the industrial destruction of its natural flora and fauna. House Harkonnen essentially ceased to be during the time of the Muad'Dib's jihad. Having said that, the bloodline continued to exist through Bene Gesserit breeding programs for more than 1500 years after, and through the mingling with the Atreides bloodline. After all, Paul Atreides was the grandson of Vladimir Harkonnen.
They ravage our lands in front of our eyes. Their cruelty to my people is all I've known.
I've been having dreams about Arrakis and the Fremen.
Okay, so?
I saw you with the Fremen.
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained. As requested, today we'll be exploring Paul Atreides, as featured in Frank Herbert's expansive Dune Universe. Paul Orestes Atreides was the first Kwisatz Haderach, the last Duke of House Atreides, the first and founding Padishah Emperor of the Atreides Empire, and the supreme religious leader of the Fremen, as he accepted Mahdi. The only son of Duke Leto Atreides I and Lady Jessica Neris, Paul's early years were plagued by suspicions of him being the Kwisatz Haderach. Fueled by the historic prophecies of the Lisan al-Gaib planted by the Missionaria Protectiva centuries ago, throughout his life, Paul found himself inching closer and closer to great power, one that would have unimaginable consequences on the universe. To the Fremen, he is the Messiah. To the vanquished, he is the tyrant. To the Bene Gesserit, he is the Kwisatz Haderach. But Paul is my son, and always will be, no matter how far he falls. The Atreides were an ancient and wealthy great house in the Landsraad, tracing their lineage back thousands of years to King Agamemnon, a son of Atreus in Greece of old Earth. They had a long-standing feud with House Harkonnen, dating back 10,000 years to the Battle of Corin. The family kept their ancestral world of Caladan, a lush, prosperous paradise with relatively low industrial levels, in stark contrast to the Harkonnen capital of Guidi Prime. However, the Atreides were also proficient in war, using swordmasters, war masters, and mentats to train and lead their army, and even developing their own battle language. The Bene Gesserit sisterhood brought Paul's parents, Duke Leto Atreides and Jessica Neris, who was secretly the natural daughter of Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, together in 10175 AG. The intention was to produce an Atreides daughter, who would then mate with Fade Rautha Harkonnen, creating the Kwisatz Haderach they'd long prepared for. He was warrior and mystic, ogre and saint, the fox and the innocent, chivalrous, truthless, less than a god, more than a man. There is no measuring Muad'Dib's motives by ordinary standards. In the moment of his triumph, he saw the death prepared for him, yet he accepted the treachery. Can you say he did this out of a sense of justice? Whose justice, then? Remember, we speak now of the Muad'Dib who ordered the battle drums made from his enemies' skins. The Muad'Dib who denied the conventions of his ducal past with a wave of a hand, saying merely, "I am the Kwisatz Haderach." That is reason enough. The Kwisatz Haderach was a term used primarily by the Bene Gesserit. It was an Old Chicopsa term that translated literally to shortening of the way. The idea of a Kwisatz Haderach had been in the Sisterhood's dream, conceived in dark underground meetings on Rassak, even before the victory of the Butlerian Jihad. The term originated from the Bene Gesserit's prescient powers and their inability to venture into a specific region of prescient knowledge. This region, though mysterious in nature, was known to be unattainable to females. Specifically, the spice melange allowed the Bene Gesserit to unlock genetic memory, but only on the female side. For reasons unknown, they could not see into the male side, and the very thought of trying was terrifying to them. Melange exposed the Sisterhood and others to a very limited form of prescience, thoughts, feelings, images, into the very near future, but no more. The Bene Gesserit desire to uncover this knowledge and its associated powers drove them to initiate a long-running genetic breeding program. The aim was to yield a male with mental powers capable of bridging time and space, one that would be under direct control of the Sisterhood. The Bene Gesserit knew that not only would their Kwisatz Haderach possess other memory on both the male and female side, but that he would be able to predict the future precisely. He would be Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother, Mentat, and Guild Navigator, all in one being. After the emergence of this male, Paul Atreides, the term Kwisatz Haderach was also understood as meaning one who can be many places at once. In time, it also came to encompass his sister Alia and his son Leto II, since they all had similar abilities. The initial Bene Gesserit plan was to breed the daughter of Duke Leto I to a Harkonnen male, which would produce the Kwisatz Haderach. This was to be the culmination of more than 10,000 years of careful breeding. The plan would have seen the end of the centuries-old feud between Atreides and Harkonnen, placing a prescient Bene Gesserit-controlled male on the Golden Lion throne. However, because of her love for Duke Leto, the Lady Jessica disobeyed her fellow Bene Gesserit and gave birth to a son instead of a daughter, giving him an heir named Paul.
You thought only of a duke's desire for a son?
An Atreides daughter could have been wed to a Harkonnen heir and sealed the breach.
When the original Jessica gave birth to the original Paul, it was a time of political intrigues, assassinations, and conspiracies that resulted in the death of Lady Anuril, wife of Emperor Shaddam IV, and the near murder of the baby. Jessica kept the gender of her son a secret until she was summoned to the imperial capital to give birth to a child. Because of the importance of this unborn baby, Lady Anuril Corrino, Kwisatz mother of the Bene Gesserit and wife of the Emperor Shaddam Corrino IV, supervised his birth. Even after the stunning revelation that the child was a male, Anuril decided that Paul must live and be protected. When Anuril and the Bene Gesserit staff found that an assassin was in the imperial palace, Lady Anuril realized that she had to help kill the murderer herself. During Jessica's rigorous labor, Anuril found the murderer alone in the palace, but she was mortally wounded, forcing Gaius Helen Mohiam to stop the murderer. The intruder turned out to be the twisted Mentat, Peter de Vries, agent of House Harkonnen. As word got out about the death of Anuril, the capital, Corinth City, went into turmoil. After arriving in Kaitane, Leto quickly searched throughout the imperial palace, and once he found Jessica and Paul, they quickly left for Caladan. A few weeks later, during the announcement of Paul's birth to the citizens of Cala City, far away on Arrakis, giant sandworms performed a mystical rite beneath the light of Dune's second moon. As the son of Duke Leto Atreides I, Paul grew up with a privileged background on the water-covered planet of Caladan, the ancestral home of House Atreides. Though he lacked companions of his own age, he received tutelage from outstanding teachers like Thufir Hawat, Duncan Idaho, Gurney Halleck, and Dr. Yo, as well as deep education in Bene Gesserit methods and techniques from his mother. During the last war of assassins between House Mauritani and House Ikaz, the Atreides family became involved when Elisa Ikaz, the intended bride of Duke Leto, was killed just before marrying him. The entire planet went on lockdown, and Leto prepared his attack force to meet the Mauritanis on their home planet of Grunman. Unfortunately, his son Paul, left in Idaho's care in Castle Caladan, was attacked shortly thereafter in his bedchamber. Duncan arranged an escape into the night, flying with Paul inside an ornithopter to Caladan's sparsely populated eastern continent. While they fled, Paul and Duncan were ruthlessly hunted throughout the dense forest overgrowth. The two eventually made friends with Caladan primitives, who helped them escape from the assassins over the course of the following week. Eventually, Duncan arranged for Paul and himself to gain entry to the Abbey of the Sisters in isolation, home in exile of Paul's grandmother, Lady Helena Atreides. The two rested and refreshed themselves as Paul met his cold-demeanored grandmother for the first time. Unfortunately, after the Mauritani assassins found them, they bombarded and burned the entire abbey down, killing almost everyone inside, including Paul's grandmother. Swain Gore, the lady's bodyguard who accompanied her in exile, gave his life in a last-ditch effort to allow Duncan and Paul to escape. As they came to understand the kindness of House Atreides and their just rule over the planet, the Caladan primitives set traps for the assassins in the deep jungle. The Atreides and Ikaz families then joined forces, landing on the planet Grumman. Hundro Mauritani led his forces into open battle on the salt plains near the planet's capital city, Ritka. Here Paul learned the bloody nature of battle and hand-to-hand combat experienced by both sides, changing his perception of war. When Emperor Shaddam Corrino IV then landed near Ritka to enforce a peace treaty, Paul saw the treachery exhibited by Mauritani, who threatened to blow up the entire city with nuclear devices. No longer would the teenager view the world with naivete, he would be prepared. A year later in 10188 AG, Jessica and Paul visited Ix so that Paul could spend some time as an exchange student in Verney City, just as his father had done decades earlier. There Paul learnt many techniques that the young lords had taught him about mass hypnosis. This would be used to help him cement his rule amongst the Fremen in the years to come. At the age of 15, he'd already learned silence. As the Kwisatz Haderach of the Bene Gesserit breeding program, Paul possessed the power to bridge time and space with prescient ability. From an early age, he experienced visions in his dreams that were accurate, penetrating, and defied four-dimensional explanation. This was one of the key attributes that made them suspect he was their long-awaited Kwisatz Haderach. Upon the arrival of House Atreides on Arrakis, Paul's prescient ability was strengthened by the spice melange he constantly inhaled. By the end of his reign, his prescience was so powerful that when he lost his eyesight due to a stone burner, he could still interact with the world around him. This was because he was able to remember all the details of his vision of the future. Paul essentially knew where everyone would be and what they would say and do at any given time. Paul was trained by his mother in the weirding way of the Bene Gesserit, allowing him to maneuver around and strike an opponent at amazing speeds. Using the weirding way when first encountering Siege Tabar, he was able to overcome the Fremen that sought to kill him and Jessica for their water. He later taught the way to many of the Fremen across Arrakis, turning them into skilled and deadly for Dakin. This became a key factor in his victory in the Battle of Arrakeen. When Atreides landed on Arrakis, Paul was also developing the audio-neural control mechanism of voice used by the Sisterhood to control people. After the decimation of Atreides, he used the voice to free himself and Jessica from Harkonnen agents, saving both of their lives.
Remove her gag! Kill him!
Jessica also taught Paul the supreme control of nerve and muscles, known to the Bene Gesserit as Prana Bindu. This laid the foundations for his use of the weirding way and allowed him to gain more precise control over his body. In addition to the Bene Gesserit techniques, Paul became a skilled sword fighter after years of training from renowned swordmaster Duncan Idaho and Gurney Halleck. For the first 15 years of his life, by order of his father Duke Leto, much of Paul's training had been geared toward turning him into a Mentat. Leto hoped that when Paul succeeded him as the Duke of House Atreides, one of the most respected great houses of the Imperium, a Mentat Duke would be truly a formidable force in the Landsraad. Paul's unusual endurance, especially for a male, was noted by Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam when she tested him with the Gom Jabbar, hoping to salvage their breeding program through him. In fact, after he passed the test, she noted that he overcame more agony in the test than any other human of record.
Enough!
No woman, child, ever withstood that much.
On that first day when Muad'Dib rode through the streets of Arrakeen with his family, some of the people along the way recalled the legends and the prophecy, and they ventured to shout Mahdi. But their shout was more of a question than a statement, for as yet they could only hope he was the one foretold as the Lisan al-Gaib, the voice from the outer world. Their attention was focused too on the mother, because they had heard she was a Bene Gesserit, and it was obvious to them that she was like the other Lisan al-Gaib. Paul accompanied his parents when House Atreides relocated to the desert world of Arrakis. Atreides was ordered to replace House Harkonnen as managers of spice melange mining operations. Before their departure, Guy's Helen Mohiam, Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother, and the Emperor's Truthsayer tested him with the Gom Jabbar. The pain inflicted on Paul was caused by nerve induction and clearly drained an incredible amount of energy from the Reverend Mother, since no male or female child had ever withstood that much physical pain before. Unfortunately, after an assassination attempt on Paul, in order to free his wife held by Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, Dr. Yo lowered the defense of house shields. He also used sedatives to disable Leto, Paul, and Jessica. This left their army leaderless and disorganized under the Harkonnen and Sardaukur military onslaught in the siege of Arrakeen. As a result, the Atreides army was crushed, with only a few remnants managing to escape. Following the death of the captured Leto, Paul and Jessica were sent into the desert to die. Because of the use of truthsayers in the Empire, the Baron needed to be able to truthfully say that he was not directly responsible for their deaths.
Duke Leto Atreides means nothing to our order, but his wife is under our protection, and by extension, her son. Allow them the dignity of exile.
If the Duke's son lives...
No Atreides will live.
She sees too much.
I said I would not harm them, and I shall not. But Arrakis is Arrakis.
However, this plan was foiled by arrangements made by Dr. Yo, enabling Paul and Jessica to kill and escape their captors. Paul and Jessica initially met up with planetologist Liat Kynes and Swordmaster Duncan Idaho, hiding in a botanical testing station abandoned long ago. However, it's not long before the station is attacked by Sardaukur, who killed Duncan. Parting ways with Dr. Kynes, Paul and Jessica fled into the desert, letting the Harkonnens think that they died in a Coriolis storm. The events were a significant catalyst for what would befall the universe for the next several thousand years. The way Atreides were betrayed by House Corrino, Paul's testing with the Gom Jabbar, as well as the Sisterhood's complicity in his father's death, instilled significant hatred in Paul against the Sisterhood and the Corrino Empire. Because of this, when he eventually ascended to the Golden Lion throne, he vowed that he would never be under the control of the Sisterhood. As a result, the Sisterhood lost control of their breeding program, their Kwisatz Haderach, and the possibility of placing a Bene Gesserit on the throne. Observe her, comrades. This is a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother, patient in a patient cause. She could wait with her sisters 90 generations for the proper combination of genes and environment to produce the one person their schemes required. Observe her. She knows now that the 90 generations have produced that person. Here I stand, but I will never do her bidding. Under the pressure of extreme circumstances and the increased doses of spice he ingested by living on Arrakis, Paul's powers came into fruition. His ability to see possible futures exploded into cosmic awareness. He saw many things, a way out of the situation and the restoration of Atreides, if only he could make contact with the native Fremen and survive. After a dangerous crossing of the desert, Paul and Jessica managed to meet up with a troop of Fremen. Paul and Jessica proved their worth by disarming them in combat, aided by the Weeding Way. Paul also met a young woman, Chani, daughter of Liat Kynes, who he'd seen in his dreams. During the scuffle, Paul disarmed a proud Fremen named Jamis, who took offense and challenged Paul in a fight to the death. Although unwilling to kill at first, Paul won, marking his name in the tribe. By Fremen law, he also succeeded to the position of head of Jamis's household, taking on the man's responsibilities. Wanting to add that skill to the Fremen people, their leader Stilgar gladly accepted them. Stilgar gave Paul the name Usol, meaning the strong base of a pillar, as his private name within the troop, while Paul Muad'Dib became his public Fremen name. When they returned to the troop's siege, they discovered the Fremen Saidina was near death, essentially their version of a Reverend Mother. With the fortuitous arrival of Jessica, a Bene Gesserit, they made Jessica their Saidina. Not realizing the consequences, Jessica accepted the role to cement her place in the tribe, but halfway through the ritual, she realized this was a huge mistake. The process was similar to how the Bene Gesserit make their own Reverend Mothers, and Jessica realized that the baby in her womb, fathered by Leto before his death, would also go through it. This had truly unfortunate consequences on her daughter Alia, as babies didn't have the strength to withstand the genetic memories of their ancestors. 2 years later, Paul became something of a religious leader among the Fremen. Chani eventually became his lover and bore him a son named Leto. During this time, he and his mother trained the Fremen in the Weeding Way. Under his leadership, his Fedaykin experienced victory after victory against the Harkonnens, and Paul's prestige and aura among the Fremen grew. However, in order to truly be accepted by the Fremen, he had to become a Sand Rider, which he did, finally making him a full member of the Siege. The The same day, a band of smugglers looking for spice melange deep in the desert were caught in a trap set by his siege. In the middle of the battle, Paul recognized his weapons teacher Gurney Halleck and called on his men to surrender. Overjoyed and overwhelmed in equal measure, Gurney gladly joined Paul's service. However, among Gurney's men were some Imperial spies who attempted to kill him. Instead of executing the spies captured by his Fedaykin, Paul gave secret orders to let them escape, wanting them to reveal that he still lived on Arrakis. With the help of Gurney Halleck, Paul also solved his leadership problem. Since he'd become a worm rider, many of his followers expected him to challenge Stilgar, his greatest friend among the Fremen, in order to take control of Sietch Tabr. But Paul broke from tradition, and in doing so, forced Stilgar to do the same. He managed to sidestep this issue by proclaiming himself the ruling Duke of Arrakis, and thus took power without killing his friend. When they returned to Sietch Tabr, Gurney was shocked to discover Jessica was still alive, because he believed that she was the one who betrayed House Atreides. Gurney was about to kill her when Paul walked in and stopped him, explaining that Dr. Yu was a traitor. Of course, Gurney was almost broken by this near-fatal error, but Jessica forgave him. Over time, Paul's power among the Fremen grew, but he was still frustrated. He was not all he could be. He could not control his journeys into the future, and much of it was still blank to him. To counter this, he took the dangerous step of consuming melange to perform the male equivalent of the Reverend Mother ceremony. Previous to this, no man had survived the experience, and it seemed that he also failed when he sank into a coma. Paul neglected to tell anyone what he was doing, and while the Fedaykin believed he was in a religious trance, many thought he was dead. His mother did all she could to wake him but failed, and out of desperation, she called to Chani from the deep desert to help. Through her more personal knowledge of Paul's dreams and desires, Chani realized what Paul had done, and using spice essence converted by Jessica, they were able to bring him out of his trance. For Paul, no time had passed, and he began to embrace his new memories and powers. He immediately told his mother and Chani that the Emperor was currently orbiting the planet with many Sardaukur, ready to attack. He had proven the Bene Gesserit wrong. He was the Kwisatz Haderach, appearing 1 generation ahead of the prediction. Not only that, but he declared that it was now time to destroy the Harkonnens. Fremen attacks had nearly managed to almost entirely stop the flow of spice from Arrakis, forcing the Emperor to attack. And so, Shaddam came to Arrakis with all his Sardaukur. He also levied for all the other noble houses to annihilate the Fremen in order to get the spice flowing again. In advance of his arrival, he sent a large Sardaukur force into the desert for information. Attacking a siege, they managed to kill Paul's son Leto and capture his sister Alia, but were driven off by Fremen children, women, and the elderly. After the Emperor himself had landed, Paul launched the final attack. Using atomics, he blew a hole in the shield wall that protected the capital of Arrakeen from the surrounding desert and fierce storms. The Fremen then attacked under cover of a huge desert storm, riding sandworms through the hole in the shield wall. The great static force of the sandstorm then shorted all of the defensive shields. Caught in the surprise attack, the Sardaukur were unable to withstand the full force of the Fremen, and the Emperor was forced to surrender. The combined forces of the Landsraad still loomed in orbit, but with Paul threatening to destroy the spice if they tried to land, they backed off. Alia also managed to escape her captors and kill Baron Harkonnen. Feyd-Rautha, the Baron's nephew and a skilled gladiator, challenged Paul to single combat, claiming rights of Canley. Despite knowing it was possible he would die, Paul agreed, and after a difficult fight where Feyd-Rautha treacherously used a poison knife and needle, Paul eventually won. I live in an apocalyptic dream. My steps fit into it so precisely that I fear most of all I will grow bored reliving the things so exactly. Paul finally replaced Shaddam IV as Emperor of the known universe by the simple expedience of taking power from the real rulers of the Empire, the Spacing Guild, who controlled space travel. He again threatened to destroy all the spice if they did not ship all the troops home. The Spacing Guild had no choice. Their limited powers of prophecy showed what Paul was capable of. The Emperor abdicated and retired to Seleucus Secundus in 10196 AG, with Paul then marrying the Emperor's eldest daughter Urulan. Upon crowning himself Emperor, Paul enacted a strategy revealed to him through his prescient abilities. This decision saw the theology and many customs of the Fremen thrust into the Empire in a jihad across the known universe. As a result, Paul Atreides became a revered godhead on many worlds. Deciding that the jihad to implement his vision of mankind's future must be bloodthirsty and relentless, Paul found himself increasingly isolated from his family and friends. Whole planets and great houses that put up a struggle against Paul's relentless Fremen armies were sterilized. 2 years after the ruinous sack of Kaitane, Paul arrived to address the Landsraad for the first time since assuming the royal throne. There the Emperor explained the destruction of Kaitain was the true ending of the Corrino Empire. Many of the nobles fell into line. Others, such as Earl Memnon Thorvald, who witnessed the sack of Kaitain firsthand, stormed out of the assembly to foment a rebellion. After Paul Muad'Dib's rise to Emperor of the Imperium, the bloody jihad in his name turned the universe upside down over the next 12 years. The Fremen expanded off-world, pillaging thousands of planets. The only planet that was spared the raging fire of Muad'Dib's jihad was the homeworld of House Atreides, Caladan. Lady Jessica essentially refused the Fremen any access to the planet, including for religious pilgrimage. Over 10,000 worlds joined the Atreides Empire before the jihad ended in 10208 AG. According to Muad'Dib, conservative estimates put casualties at over 61 billion lives and include the sterilization of 90 planets and the demoralization of 500 additional worlds. Furthermore, 40 different religions were wiped out along with their followers. In a secret meeting, Paul arranged to explain the role of the jihad to his mother. Jessica had to resist the urge to kill her son. Not only was she concerned Paul was possessed by abomination, but she'd been promised leadership of the Sisterhood by Mohiam if she murdered the Emperor. Here, Paul explained to Jessica that he had to sterilize those worlds. He believed those that looked up to him as a messiah needed punishment. They had to learn the kind of tyranny that false messianic hopes could foster. After seeing his atrocities, mankind would never trust in one human for salvation again. He also told her that he'd organize a secret mission to write diatribes and publications about his failings, hoping to stir more discontent, something his son, the God Emperor, would also do thousands of years later. As per their plans, the discovery of these documents would make humanity distrustful of any type of tyranny ever again. After the bloody jihad that claimed billions of lives and the numerous attempts on his life, Emperor Paul Atreides eventually subdued all outright rebellion. Paul's prescient visions also necessitated the transformation of Arrakis from a barren desert planet into a lush and fertile world, with the exception of a small desert for the sandworm to keep producing spice. The program began under Pardek Kynes as an attempt to harness a planet. However, under Paul, it became part of a plan to save humanity. Despite his strong leadership and formidable prescient abilities, Paul began to feel building pressure from discordant groups within the Empire, most notably the Bene Gesserit, the Bene Tleilax, fringe groups within the Fremen and the Spacing Guild, and of course, House Corrino. Among the schemes of his enemies were the detonation of a stone burner where Paul and his forces stood in Arrakeen, resulting in his physical blindness. Upon Paul's recovery, he shocked all by his ability to see the world around him using perfect prescience. Despite being able to see through prescience, doubts began to surface in Paul's mind regarding his interpretation of the future. Feeling increasingly frustrated and out of control, he began to seek a way out. That escape route emerged through the combined treachery of his enemies. The Bene Tleilax gave him a Gola of Duncan, Idaho, who contained a secret trigger. Concurrently, and part of the plan, Princess Urlin slowly poisoned Chani. With the toxins slowly making their way through her body, Chani died giving birth to twins, Ganima and Leto II. The face dancer Saitel then caused the Idaho Gola to remember his mission of killing the Muad'Dib. However, Duncan also remembered his past with House Atreides, preventing him from attacking. Immediately, Saitel realized the great scope of what had occurred. A Gola had recovered memories of its former life, and so he bargained with Paul to bring back a Gola of Chani, complete with her life experiences. Paul could then enjoy life with her in relative obscurity if Atreides would abdicate. Refusing the offer and managing to see the killer through the eyes of his son Leto, Paul killed Saitel instead. It should also be noted that after the birth of his children, Ganima and Leto, Paul was convinced he'd lost his prescient abilities, as he did not foresee the birth of his son, only his daughter. Believing himself to be no more than a blind Fremen, Paul disappeared into the desert, offering himself to Shai Hulud, as was the Fremen custom for the blind. This action made a powerful statement. It signified to the Fremen that Paul's interest was for the tribe, and even he, Usar, Paul who was Muad'Dib, was not above Fremen law. Many years after his apparent death in the desert, and while the Empire was under the regency of his younger sister Alia Atreides, a new figure called the Preacher appeared from the desert. Urging civil disobedience against the Atreides Empire and warning of the consequence of agreeing Arrakis, the Preacher attracted an increasing number of followers. Of course, many believed this thundering blind stranger to be Paul Atreides. The Preacher would eventually reveal himself to his son Leto, and the two of them traveled throughout Arrakis, breaching the water storage of every sietch so that it would spill out onto the sand. Eventually, Leto and the Preacher returned to Arrakeen to confront Alia, who'd clearly shown herself to be an abomination by this time. As things escalated, Alia took her life in front of her mother and Dunk in Idaho. While Paul saw the path, the ultimate transformation that would see his humanity dissolve into a sandworm frightened him. Speaking to his son, Paul confessed his desire to maintain his humanity, and how the fear of abject loneliness that the Golden Path would bring were too much for him. He walked away from what he knew he had to do, and admired but lamented for his son, who had taken on the mantle and would see humanity restored, but at the cost of his own. The Preacher was finally assassinated in Arrakeen, but not before he'd revealed beyond a doubt to Gurney, Halleck, and Jessica that he was indeed Paul Atreides. Thus, the great Paul Atreides, son of Leto the Just, and the first Atreides to ascend the Golden Lion throne, was dead. With that, he passed into legend for eons to come, laying the foundation for his son to take the Golden Path to its logical conclusion, which we covered last week in this video on the God Emperor, links in the description. Although Leto died after reigning for 3,508 years, his and Paul's vision of the Golden Path ended up shining brightly in humanity's future.
You cannot control the future. Do you think Muad'Dib couldn't see the thing that you want to do? Muad'Dib was afraid and was trapped by his own prophecy.
Who is it that calls for Muad'Dib? I'll give you Muad'Dib's words. I'll rub your faces in them. Place faith in those who crush dissent, commit atrocity. All in the name of righteousness. All in the name of Muad'Dib. I have stood upon the sand, and I have seen a beast rise up. And upon the head of that beast is the name of salvation.
Your grandfather's ring. To remind you of Muad'Dib. To remind you that all humans make mistakes. And that all leaders are but human.
You've been fighting the Harkonnens for decades. My family's been fighting them for centuries.
By taking Arrakis from the Harkonnens and making it ours, he sets the stage for a war.
Hundreds of years we've traded blood for blood. No more.
I need to see it in your eyes. You're not human, they're brutal.
My desert. My Arrakis. My Dune.
We gave them something to hope for.
That's not hope! I don't care what you believe. I believe.
May thy knife chip and shatter.
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained, and today we're diving into both parts 1 and 2 of Denis Villeneuve's adaptation of Frank Herbert's Dune. While I have an expansive playlist covering all the major concepts, players, factions, and organizations in the franchise, from the Fremen, the Sandworms, the Spacing Guild, the Bene Gesserit, Mentats, the Harkonnens, the Atreides, the Sardaukur, the God Emperor, Emperor Shaddam Corrino, and more, links in the description. My aim with this video is to explain what happens in both films in relation to the lore from the books. I'm also going to explain the main differences between the book and films in the third and final section of the video, at the very end.
See possible futures all at once, and in so many futures our enemies prevail, but I do see a way.
In a galaxy where humanity has existed for over 10 millennia, mankind has branched out to colonize many planets, governed by aristocratic houses under the guidance of the imperious House Corrino. While there are many more revealed throughout the series of the books, for the purposes of this breakdown of Book 1 and the 2-part adaptation, we'll focus on House Atreides, House Harkonnen, House Corrino, referred to as Houses Major, and House Venring, a House Minor. At the heart of this interstellar chess game is the desert jewel Arrakis, the only source of the coveted spice melange. This substance not only promises to extend lifespans and prescient abilities, but is also the linchpin of space travel, monopolized by the Spacing Guild. Its navigators, high on spice, employ fold space technology for instantaneous galactic voyages, a dazzling feat of prescience over physics. This was all the result of the Butlerian Jihad, a crusade against the thinking machines that once enslaved humanity 10 millennia ago, culminating in their obliteration. For more information on that, check out my video on the Butlerian Jihad. The Void birthed the spice-dependent guild navigators and the Mentats, humans trained to mimic the logical prowess of computers. It also gave rise to the Bene Gesserit, a shadowy matriarchal order with the air of witchcraft, wielding powers honed through epochs of genetic manipulation and rigorous training.
If you had been unable to control your impulses, we could not let you live.
Their quest for the Kwisatz Haderach, a male Reverend Mother with unparalleled prescient abilities, underscores their ambition to navigate not just space and time, but the very evolution of humanity. Arrakis itself is a crucible of survival, its deserts home to the Fremen tribes, whose societal norms, a blend of martial prowess and water conservation, are as harsh as their environment. Here, water is a currency of honor, and the giant sandworms, integral to the creation of spice, reign supreme. Woven into the fabric of Fremen belief is the prophecy of a male messiah, courtesy of Bene Gesserit influence, promising a future where Arrakis blooms anew. This intricate interplay of power, survival, and prophecy sets the stage for an epic that challenges the cosmos. At the epicenter is Paul Atreides, the son of Duke Leto and his consort Lady Jessica, a member of the enigmatic Bene Gesserit sisterhood. The Order, adept in roles ranging from truthsayers to advisors, hides its innumerable societal contributions in mystery, all while pursuing a singular grandiose project, a 10-millennium-old eugenics program aimed at refining the human species. Beneath their veneer of surface lies a relentless pursuit of human perfection, with Paul unwittingly cast at the forefront of this interstellar endeavor, setting the stage for a revolution that promises to recalibrate humanity's trajectory.
His sight is barely awakened, and now he goes into the fire.
Part 1 opens with Chani, a daughter of the desert and the Fremen, unfurling the history and existence of her people on the arid expanse of Arrakis. Before even her first breath, the tyrannical Harkonnens held sway over the sands. The Fremen inhabit the desert planet Arrakis, also known as Dune. Long overlooked by the rest of the Imperium and considered backward savages, in reality, they're an extremely hardy people that exist in large numbers. The Fremen had come to the planet thousands of years before the events of the first novel as the Zen Sunni Wanderers, a religious sect in retreat. As humans in extremis, over time, they adapted their culture and way of life to survive and thrive in the incredibly harsh conditions of Arrakis. Their people are distinguished by their fierce fighting abilities and skill at survival in this environment. With water being such a rare commodity on the planet, their culture revolves around its preservation and conservation. Residing in siege communities, the Fremen of Arrakis were governed by names and adhered to a trial-by-combat justice system, with victors assuming responsibility for the defeated's family. Their secrecy was maintained through spice bribes to the Spacing Guild, and they embarked on a long-term terraforming project. Each siege featured a Sayadina, akin to a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother, highlighting their spiritual depth influenced by the Bene Gesserit planted myths, including a Messiah legend. Revering sandworms as deities called Shai-Hulud, the Fremen mastered worm riding, contributing to their mystique. Their culture, deeply intertwined with water conservation and the spice melange, reflected their adaptation to Arrakis' harsh conditions, evident in their unique stillsuit technology for moisture reclamation and the communal importance of water. Fremen society was characterized by a strong emphasis on survival, combat readiness, and a profound spiritual connection to their environment, with the spice melange integral to their diet, culture, and prescient enhanced combat abilities.
Long exposure to spice has given the tribe blue eyes.
When it comes to the Harkonnens, after many centuries toiling as a house miner, their influence gradually rose within the Landsraad. This was due mostly to shrewd manipulation of the whale fur market, primarily accomplished by Baron Dmitri Harkonnen and his son Vladimir. The aforementioned Landsraad, a prominent assembly representing the Great Houses, emerged notably in the early Corrino Empire era, post-Butlerian Jihad. Governed by the High Council and under the Emperor's oversight, it served as a platform for the houses to negotiate trade, form alliances, or engage in Khanli, a formal vendetta process that enabled disputes to be resolved without harming innocent bystanders. It aimed to safeguard the Great Houses from the Imperial House's potential targeting and elimination. House Harkonnen built its power on maximizing production output and minimizing production expenses by ignoring economically ethical behavior. Indeed, their governing was based upon a simple foundation of fear and terror that was used in governance, in the day-to-day running of the Harkonnen household, and in controlling their armies. With a social order based on treachery and punishment, soldiers rose through the ranks through deceit, trickery, and, if necessary, assassination. In approximately 10,130 AG, House Harkonnen won the Sardaukur fief of Arrakis. This meant their responsibility was now to mine the spice melange and supply it to the universe. Through their persecution of the Fremen, the Harkonnens managed to pay the tax they owed to the Emperor, as well as keep a substantial amount for themselves. By 10,191 AG, the Harkonnens, now led by Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, managed to amass considerable wealth through spice mining.
Their cruelty to my people is all I've known.
The Fremen have essentially been trying to rid themselves of the Harkonnens, but to no avail. Recently, however, the Padishah Emperor Shaddam Corrino IV ordered them to leave Arrakis, making Chani wonder who their new rulers will be. Transitioning to the planet Caladan, we find Paul Atreides, the young heir of House Atreides, having breakfast with his mother, Lady Jessica, the esteemed concubine of Duke Leto. As a devoted adherent of the Bene Gesserit, a cabal teetering on the edge of the religious and the mystical, Jessica is knee-deep in imparting the esoteric disciplines of her order, a legacy of power and prescience to her son.
Come here. Kneel.
The Order, also known as the Sisterhood, were an ancient and adept organization consisting of all women spies, nuns, scientists and theologians that used genetic experimentation, galactic political interference, and religious engineering to further their agenda. Hoping to guide the human race with the advent of their chosen one, the Kwisatz Haderach, their actions had a major impact on the evolution of humanity. The Bene Gesserit essentially undergo extensive training to master their bodies and minds, aiming to control themselves and, by extension, the universe. Their philosophy, encapsulated by the axiom, "My mind controls my reality," is implemented through a rigorous 10-year program. This develops their ability to control their own physical and mental states, as well as influence others. Their training emphasizes discipline, self-awareness, and the strategic use of power to avoid vulnerability. Despite their profound skills, including the manipulation of their own biochemistry to resist poisons and determine the sex of their offspring, the training also had a built-in safeguard against the overconfidence that could lead to a loss of objectivity. Their unique abilities extend to mastering martial arts known as the Weirding Way, employing a nuanced manipulation technique called the Voice for controlling others, and engaging in deep psychological conditioning through sexual imprinting. Additionally, the Bene Gesserit wield a subtle form of cultural influence through the Missionaria Protectiva, embedding themselves within societies to manipulate religious and political outcomes. This multifaceted training and philosophy enable the Bene Gesserit to play a pivotal role in the galactic politics and social dynamics of the Dune Universe.
Lisan al-Gaib, the mother and the son.
In a scene that marries domesticity with the arcane, Jessica orchestrates a test for Paul, challenging him to exert his emerging powers of the Voice to persuade her to hand over a glass of water. Paul's performance is commendable, albeit not entirely successful, hinting at the untapped potential within.
Give me the water.
Groomed by the Bene Gesserit from birth, Jessica was part of a meticulous breeding plan aimed at producing the Kwisatz Haderach, a being with unprecedented ability to access both male and female ancestral memories and foresee future events. This led to her receiving the most comprehensive Bene Gesserit training and education, but despite the Order's intentions for her to bear a daughter for a strategic union with Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen, Jessica disobeyed. After the lesson in subtle manipulation, Paul acquaints himself with the lore of Arrakis, a planet that monopolizes the universal supply of the mind-altering spice melange. This precious substance, revered for its life-prolonging and perception-enhancing properties, also fuels all travel infrastructure. Produced through a cycle involving sand-trout excretions and water on Arrakis, the effects of melange included mind expansion, prescience in certain individuals like the Bene Gesserit and Guild Navigators, and health benefits like increased longevity. Regular consumption resulted in distinctive blue eyes, known as Eyes of a Bad, and heavy reliance led to profound physical dependencies, particularly evident in the Guild Navigators and the Fremen.
Even a little desert mouse can survive.
Duke Leto Atreides, along with his war master Gurney Halleck and Mentat Thufir Hawat, receive an imperial envoy led by the Spacing Guild, who formalized the awarding of Arrakis to House Atreides. The Spacing Guild, known among its members as Corpus Luminus Praenuntiatus, the Union of the Foreseeing Eye, held a monopoly on faster-than-light space travel, playing a key role in interstellar shipping and trade during the Corrino Empire. They are a pivotal element of the political tripod supporting the Great Convention, established post-Butlerian Jihad, to honor human life and regulate warfare. And the Guild's spice-infused navigators used Holtzman drive-powered Highlander crafts to navigate folded space safely, thanks to their prescient abilities granted by the spice melange. Primarily comprised of male navigators undergoing a mutation to harness mathematical and prescient skills, their control over space travel was crucial to the Imperium's operation, marking the start of the Imperial calendar with its foundation. As House Atreides ascended the ranks within the Landsraad, becoming a beacon of burgeoning power, the Emperor has been devising a cunning plan to eliminate their rising threat. Perceiving the growing influence of Duke Leto Atreides as a danger, Shaddam has been conspiring with Baron Vladimir Harkonnen to eliminate House Atreides, one of the honorable houses major within the Empire, and bestowing upon them the stewardship of Arrakis effectively serves as both a gift and a gilded trap.
How can the Emperor take everything we've built?
When as a gift, not a gift.
Despite his actions against Leto, Shaddam secretly admired him and even wished for his daughter, Princess Irulan, to marry Leto, seeing him as a worthy successor in the absence of a male heir, also a result of Bene Gesserit manipulation. Despite sensing the Emperor's treacherous intention, Duke Leto embraces the challenge of Arrakis as an opportunity to cement his family's legacy and power, aiming to succeed where the Harkonnens faltered for 80 years.
There is no call we do not answer, there is no faith that we betray.
Celebrated as the Red Duke and lauded for his justice, Leto Atreides I served as the 20th Duke of House Atreides and was the father of Paul and Alia with his Bene Gesserit consort, Lady Jessica. Renowned for his equitable and benevolent governance, his reign spanned the fertile world of Caladan before moving to the desert planet Arrakis, all while in a war with his adversary, Baron Harkonnen. In the middle of this political maneuvering, Paul seeks adventure and insight by petitioning Duncan Idaho, the epitome of martial prowess, to escort him to the dunes of Arrakis ahead of their scheduled departure. Having had a dream of his death, he believes that by being there, he might be able to stop Idaho's demise.
I saw you lying dead. Felt like if I had been there, you'd be alive.
Duncan, adhering to duty of a premonition, rebuffs Paul's request, dismissing his ominous dreams of the Fremen and the fall in battle with a pragmatic,
"Dreams make good stories, but everything important happens when we're awake."
Duncan Idaho, a distinguished Janaz swordmaster, lent his formidable martial prowess to House Atreides after they saved his life from the Harkonnens. He achieved unparalleled mastery in the arts of the Janaz school, swordmasters that basically served as elite commanders, educators, and protectors for the nobility. Esteemed for their unmatched combat skills, surpassing even the fearsome Sardaukur, the Emperor's ruthless army, swordmasters like Idaho and Gurney Halleck were instrumental in honing the Atreides forces into a formidable brotherhood of honorable warriors. The resurgence of melee weaponry, a hallmark of the swordmaster's expertise, came in response to the advent of shielding technologies that rendered conventional firearms obsolete, marking a return to the primacy of the sword and knife in war. Undeterred, Paul turns to his father, Duke Leto, with the same plea he gave Idaho, only to be gently denied. Standing firm in the swirling sands of political machinations, Leto needs Paul as an anchor by his side and is worried about the risk.
A great man doesn't seek to lead. He's called to it.
He details the Emperor's orchestration of a war between House Atreides and House Harkonnen, a conflict designed to bleed both houses dry, tipping the scales of power back to the throne. But eyeing the chessboard with a keen eye, Leto plots to weave the formidable desert power of the Fremen into the might of House Atreides, aiming to outmaneuver the Emperor's gambit. Within these grand designs, Paul wrestles with self-doubt about his capacity to fill his father's considerable boots. In a moment of vulnerability, Leto shares his own youthful uncertainties, offering assurance that Paul will navigate the path to leadership with grace, but if not, he will still love him all the same.
You'll still be the only thing I ever needed you to be, my son.
With danger on the horizon, Gurney Halleck, the loyal Atreides war master, crosses blades with Paul. The sparring session is as much about steel as it is about instilling a sense of vigilance against the Harkonnen menace. The lesson, ruthlessness, is a virtue in the theater of war.
You never met Harkonnens before. I have. They're not human, they're brutal!
Esteemed alongside Thufir Hawat and Duncan Idaho as one of Paul's primary mentors on Caladan, Halleck was known for his uncompromising yet noble spirit, blending the ferocity of a warrior with the soul of a musician. Despite his formidable presence, marked by loyalty and a capacity for deep hostility, Halleck avoided the use of melange. A skilled baliset player, his musical talents and penchant for quoting the Orange Catholic Bible lent a unique depth to his character, often bordering on the prophetic. He was renowned for his unmatched prowess in combat and was capable of besting even the elite Sardaukur. Duncan Idaho once remarked on Halleck's unparalleled ability to intertwine his martial and musical talents, suggesting he could serenade you to death without missing a beat as the epitome of a warrior poet.
What do they say about this hellhole again?
To shower, you scrub your ass with sand, my lord. Thou shalt suck at the abundance of the seas and the treasure hid in the sand.
Meanwhile, Paul's nights are haunted by visions of Chani, a spectre of destiny weaving through his dreams. The plot thickens with the arrival of Jessica's Bene Gesserit superior, Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mahayam, truthsayer to the Emperor, bringing with her an air of intrigue and foreboding.
She's now truthsayer to the Emperor himself. She wants to know about your dreams.
Prior to this ominous audience, Wellington Yue, the epitome of medical virtue, offers Paul a cryptic warning in Mandarin. The Bene Gesserit's motives are a labyrinth of their own. Suk doctors, emerging from the prestigious Suk school, were renowned for their exceptional medical expertise and rigorous mental conditioning. This rendered them incapable of betraying patients or committing murder. It made them highly sought after by wealthy families and influential organizations, ensuring their loyalty and eliminating the risk of them being exploited as assassins. Much like the Mentats and the Spacing Guild, the inception of the Suk school and its unique educational approach were direct outcomes of the Butlerian Jihad, representing humanity's endeavor to understand and heal its physiological conditions without the reliance on prohibited technologies. And as the doctor of the Atreides family, Wellington is a trusted member of the faction, charged with healing and protecting their bloodline. Upon meeting Paul, Mahayam puts him through the test of the Gom Jabbar, a poisoned needle and a pain-inflicting box to judge his character.
Enough.
Employed by the noble houses and extensively by the Bene Gesserit, the Gom Jabbar served as both a means to eliminate rivals and a test of humanity. When testing an individual, the Bene Gesserit placed it against their neck to deter withdrawal. The test, involving significant pain, measured whether a person's awareness was sufficient to override their primal instincts.
An animal caught in a trap will gnaw off its own leg. What will you do?
Post-examination, with the curiosity of a cat eyeing a mouse, Mahayam probes Paul about his dreams, inquiring if his visions ever breached the veil of reality. In the aftermath, she turns her anger towards Jessica, reprimanding her for daring to deviate from the Bene Gesserit plan. You see, due to her love for Duke Leto, she bore him a son instead of the intended daughter meant to wed a Harkonnen.
So much potential wasted in a male. You were told to bear only daughters.
Accusations fly as Mahayam, later revealed to be her mother, implies Jessica audaciously hoped that her boy could be the Kwisatz Haderach ahead of schedule, an idea as scandalous as it was tantalizing. The Kwisatz Haderach, meaning shortening of the way, represented their goal of creating a male with unparalleled prescient abilities, capable of accessing genetic memories from both genders, unlike their limited female-only perspective provided by Spice Melange. This ambition led to a millennia-long genetic breeding program, aiming to produce a being who could predict the future with precision, combining the roles of a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother, a Mentat, and a Guild Navigator into one. Intended to end the feud between the Atreides and the Harkonnens, and to place a Bene Gesserit-controlled male on the throne, the plan was effectively altered by Lady Jessica. Jessica confirms the rumors of Paul's messianic potential, only for Mahayam to cast a shadow of doubt, cautioning that Paul's powers are still in their nascent stage, hinting at a risky path ahead. Mahayam's departure leaves a cloud of questions, prompting Paul to seek clarity from Jessica. It's here that his mother reveals the centuries-old Bene Gesserit genetic plan, aimed at birthing a mind capable of traversing the corridors of time, past and future alike.
For thousands of years, we've been carefully crossing bloodlines.
As Atreides make their grand entrance on Arrakis, they are met with an unexpected chorus of chants that are cryptic and incomprehensible to Paul. Jessica explains it is the prophecy of the Lisan al-Gaib, the off-world messiah, a mantle the locals seem ready to drape over Paul, but the boy remains skeptical, attributing the fervor to the Bene Gesserit's penchant for planting myths to serve their ends.
Some believe he's here.
All part of a plan.
Voice from the outer world. That means the Bene Gesserit have been at work here.
The narrative thickens with the introduction of Shaddam Mapes, a Fremen who, like many before her, is ensnared by the prophecy. Chosen to be their servant, she presents Jessica with a dagger, a token of allegiance and a symbol of the lethal beauty of Arrakis, forged from the tooth of Shai-Hulud, a sandworm of the desert. The gift is a testament to the deep-rooted belief in Paul and Jessica as the harbingers of change, despite Paul's dismissive attitude towards the prophetic tales woven by the Sisterhood.
It's a maker of the deep desert.
Autotrophic creatures on the desert planet of Arrakis, sandworms played a crucial role in the creation of spice melange. Originating from an unknown source before the Butlerian Jihad, they thrived under the vast deserts, responding aggressively to rhythmic vibrations on the surface as a territorial defense mechanism. Their existence was shrouded in mystery, with sightings being rare, except by the Fremen, who had developed a unique ability to manage and coexist with the colossal beings. The Atreides' relocation to Arrakis unfolds more like a Herculean trial than a mere change of scenery. They're greeted not by welcoming arms, but by the treachery of sabotaged equipment, a parting gift from the Harkonnens designed to doom them to failure.
We won't see prophets like that for a while, not with the equipment they left us.
The social landscape of Arrakis is also a minefield of murky alliances and veiled hostilities, making friends and foes indistinguishable. Jessica and her compatriots quickly reason that Arrakis is a nexus of intrigue, with the Spacing Guild's palms greased by Fremen bribes to keep the skies clear of surveillance satellites. Among the tapestry of betrayal, Paul encounters his own brush with death, narrowly escaping the silent wear of a hunter-seeker drone, thanks to the timely arrival of Mapes. The incident, set against his contemplation of the Muad'Dib desert mouse, underscores the lethal welcome awaiting them. Confronted with the Harkonnens' parting gifts, Duke Leto seeks to report the injustice through the Imperial Arbiter of the Transition, the ecologist Liet Kynes, a fixture on Arrakis with deep ties to its sands and secrets. Meanwhile, Duncan Idaho re-emerges from the desert with tales of the Fremen, warriors without equal, dwelling in sieges hidden beneath the unforgiving dunes. His reports confirm Thufir Hawat's suspicion of a vastly underestimated Fremen populace, adding yet another layer to the complex political and social puzzle that is Arrakis.
Say 10,000 people, and there are hundreds of sieges.
Millions of Fremen.
The belief from Thufir Hawat that there were likely millions of them, and not the thousands that the Harkonnens thought, was culminated through immense calculations. Hawat was essentially a Mentat, a human trained to possess computer-like logic and computational ability following the Butlerian Jihad. Mentat training, aimed at developing unparalleled mental faculties and analytical skills, began as early as infancy to enhance sensory and emotional awareness, fostering broad cognitive growth without specialization. This rigorous, disciplined program imposed severe punishments for neglect and promoted self-direction by age 15, culminating in advanced studies in logic, statistics, and conceptual synthesis. Upon reaching a pivotal decision year, candidates sought internal confirmation of their vocation, with successful Mentats undergoing further conditioning to refine their supralogical, hypothesizing capabilities. These human processors, able to analyze vast data arrays and create insightful conclusions, were invaluable to political and military leaders. Enhanced by Sappho juice, despite its addictive consequences, Mentats serve various roles, including advisors and administrators, prized for their ethical operation, unless altered into twisted Mentats by the Bene Gesserit for unrestricted computational analysis. This unique blend of ethical constraint and analytical prowess positioned Mentats as essential, yet not infallible components within societal and political machinations.
Guild navigators a total of 1.46 million Solaris round trip.
Duncan Idaho brings word that Stilgar, chieftain of a notable siege, has crossed the dunes to parley with Duke Leto. Stilgar lays down the law of the land. The Outworlders are to keep their exploration within the city's confines, reserving the desert solely for the harvest of spice. Ever the diplomat, Leto rejects the restriction, but vows to uphold the sanctity of Siege and Fremen under Atreides' rule.
Name what you want.
I ask for these. Do not trespass in our lands.
And you will never be hunted while I govern here.
A formidable Fremen leader and Nabe of Siege Tarb, Stilgar embodies the essence of Fremen valor, with the title Nabe denoting a warrior sworn never to be captured alive. Ascension to this role typically demands the defeat of the preceding Nabe in combat, underscoring the position's martial roots. Duncan Idaho describes Stilgar as a paragon of Fremen virtue, so much so that in the books, Idaho himself becomes deeply aligned with both the Atreides and Fremen cause. Stilgar's dedication to safeguarding his people and the traditions of the Fremen, coupled with his profound connection to the merciless landscape of Arrakis, marks him as a sage of the desert, and he commands respect through his wisdom and unwavering commitment to making the inhospitable expanses of Dune a stronghold for his people. Despite Paul's invitation for him to stay, Stilgar takes his leave.
Won't you stay? We would honor you.
Honor requires that I be elsewhere.
In a crash course on survival, Duncan reveals the marvels of Fremen ingenuity, from the life-preserving stillsuits, thumpers, to the paracompass.
The Fremen make these?
And still suits and sand compactors and all kinds of ingenious things.
The stillsuit is an ingenious survival apparatus, meticulously engineered to reclaim the wearer's moisture that's lost through sweat and urine. It purifies it for reconsumption via strategically placed catch pockets and a neck-mounted tube. This remarkable piece of technology enables an individual to endure the harsh desert for weeks, provided the suit is diligently maintained, while the thumper operates as a vital device to attract the colossal sandworms with its rhythmic pounding, triggered by a spring-loaded clapper. Complementing these is the paracompass, a navigational aid attuned to the planet's unique magnetic anomalies, essential for orientation in the tumultuous and magnetically distorted terrain of Arrakis. The plot thickens as Leto's entourage, joined by the enigmatic Liet Kynes, set off to scrutinize the spice mining operations. While in the film Liet is a woman, in the books Kynes was a man that served as imperial planetologist, judge of the change and the clandestine Fremen leader. As judge, Kynes held the authority to oversee the transition of planetary fiefs and adjudicate in the ancient practice of Canly, with his ruling standing, unless contested before the High Council. The son of Pardek Kynes, an off-worlder revered by the Fremen for his visionary ecological plan to transform Arrakis into a paradise, Liet inherited a profound respect among the Fremen. Despite his official allegiance to the Imperium, his true loyalty lay with the Fremen, leading to a complex relationship with House Atreides, whom he eventually supported. Noting Paul's adeptness with his stillsuit, a fitting so native it draws her admiration, Kynes murmurs a prophecy that Paul is as Fremen as a desert-born.
No, this is my first time.
Their expedition takes a turn for the dramatic at the sight of a sandcrawler about to be attacked by a sandworm, lured by the mechanical rhythm of spice extraction. This prompts Leto to execute a daring rescue, plunging his ornithopters into the fray. Amidst the chaos, Paul, awash in spice-induced visions and nearly claimed by the behemoth, is saved by Gurney's timely intervention. They can only watch as the Leviathan of the desert claims the sandcrawler in one gulp.
Bless the coming and going of him. May his passage cleanse the world.
In the aftermath, Dr. Yue examines Paul, assuring them that the spice's mind-expanding effects, while potent, pose no harm. The event, teeming with prophecy, danger, and the raw power of Arrakis, foreshadows the tumultuous path Paul is destined to tread, intertwined with the fate of Chani and the soul of Arrakis.
Spice is a psychoactive chemical. You seem to be sensitive.
It was an allergic reaction. I thought I saw my death, only it wasn't. Someone will hand me a blade, but I don't know who or when.
Unfortunately, the Harkonnen onslaught unfolds with a villainy and ferocity that catches House Atreides off guard, striking with a swiftness and might that leaves them reeling. The Harkonnens, in a maneuver of Machiavellian cunning, infiltrate their inner sanctum with a mole. Achieving the unthinkable, they shatter the imperial conditioning of a Suk Doctor, a feat thought impossible. By dangling the potential of his wife's freedom from torment, they bend the Atreides medic Yue to aid in their dark plan. As the Harkonnen forces descent, he sabotages their defenses and drugs Paul and Jessica. As a result, the Atreides find themselves rudderless, caught in the storm of Harkonnen and Sardaukur violence. Jolted awake by lights in the distance, Leto calls for his security, only to find silence. His discovery of the lifeless Mapes is swiftly followed by his own incapacitation via a treacherous dart, courtesy of Yue, who steps out of the shadows as the architect of betrayal. The Doctor confesses his treason, driven by the Harkonnens' leverage over his wife.
I had no choice. They take her apart like a doll.
But in a final act of defiance, he arms Leto with a poison capsule hidden inside his tooth, a desperate gambit against the Baron. Baron Vladimir Harkonnen was earmarked early for leadership over his gentler half-brother Abulard, under the tutelage of his father, the reigning Siradar and Baron of Gaida Prime. His rise to power was characterized by enhancing House Harkonnen's influence through methods of blackmail, subterfuge, and outright treachery. His reign was marked by cruelty and exploitation, particularly towards those enslaved under his rule. A formidable adversary of House Atreides, the Baron's vendetta against Leto was both personal and ruthless, aiming for nothing less than their total annihilation. His nephews, Glossu the Beast Rabban and Fade Rautha, were key players in his scheme for galactic supremacy. Rabban acted as the Iron Fist on Arrakis, while Fade was being primed to inherit and expand the Baron's dark legacy.
My desert, my Arrakis, my Dune.
Gurney springs into action, rallying the Atreides forces against the Harkonnen invaders and the Imperial Sardaukur, but their ships and equipment are destroyed before the battle even begins.
God in heaven.
Get everything with guns off the ground! Go!
Stranded on the harsh planet Seleucus Secundus, colonists adapted to extreme climates and dangerous wildlife developed into the formidable warrior society called the Sardaukur. This rugged, fearless population, organized into clans, eventually united under House Corrino after their victory at the Battle of Corin. Seleucus Secundus, deemed too harsh for governance, became an imperial prison planet, contributing to the Sardaukur's reputation as the ultimate enforcers of the Emperor's will, maintaining order across the universe through fear and unmatched combat skills. The Sardaukur training, marked by ruthlessness and a disregard for personal safety, made them dangerous warriors. Their loyalty to House Corrino was indoctrinated through a belief in their superiority and a relatively decent lifestyle. This set them apart as the Imperium's most formidable military force, rivaled only by warriors of equally brutal environments like the Fremen of Arrakis. The Atreides forces, blindsided and vastly outnumbered by the combined might of Harkonnen and Sardaukur troops, find themselves in a dire predicament. Their ranks are ultimately decimated and their defenses shattered, leaving only a handful of survivors to flee into the unforgiving desert. Duncan Idaho emerges as a beacon of valor, dispatching many Sardaukur before commandeering an ornithopter, hoping to whisk Paul and Jessica to safety, only to discover them gone.
Let's beat the kid to the world. I give her a long goodbye.
Meanwhile, the Baron Vladimir, ever the schemer, has assured Mohaim and the Bene Gesserit of Paul and Jessica's safety. He does this by weaving a web of deceit to ensure that he can claim, with a straight face, that he did not kill them.
But Arrakis is Arrakis, and the desert takes the weak.
His plan involves casting them into the desert to perish under the cruel sun. But Paul, his mastery of the Bene Gesserit voice yet unrefined, nonetheless bends it to his will, compelling their captors to free Jessica. With her gag removed, Jessica's command is swift and lethal, orchestrating the demise of their abductors with chilling efficiency.
Give me the knife!
With their ornithopter incapacitated, they're forced to witness the destruction of their home and people from afar, and under the intoxicating influence of the omnipresent spice, Paul's latent abilities burgeon into full force.
Holy war spreading across the universe like unquenchable fire.
His perception of potential futures develops, revealing glimpses of past leading to the resurgence of House Atreides. The key to this destiny lies in forging an alliance with the indomitable Fremen, provided he can survive. In a confrontation loaded with betrayal, Yue demands his payment from Baron Harkonnen, seeking the fulfillment of their pact. The Baron, as the embodiment of treachery, feigns compliance and simply ends his life.
I deliver the Duke and his family. Deliver my wife from her agony.
I said I'd set her free, that you could join her. So join her.
But his triumph is short-lived, as Leto unleashes the deadly toxin. This claims the lives of all but the Baron, who is severely injured but narrowly escapes death by retreating to the ceiling.
Tonight the house of Atreides falls.
As Paul shelters from a tempest in a survival tent with Jessica, the spice continues to unlock the floodgates of his psyche. Initially, he's visited by visions of Chani, a prelude to darker, more tumultuous insights. His view is soon clouded by the spectre of war and fervent crusades waged in the name of Atreides, a future where peace is consumed by an insatiable inferno of conflict and zealotry. What he's effectively seeing is a vision of the Muad'Dib's jihad, a potential timeline. Here, Paul's ascension to Emperor would initiate a 12-year jihad, radically transforming the universe with the Fremen conquering thousands of planets in his name. This would lead to over 10,000 worlds under Atreides' control, 61 billion casualties, the sterilization of 90 planets, the demoralization of 500 worlds, and the extinction of 40 religions. Recoiling in horror at the cataclysmic future his vision revealed, Paul initially cast blame towards Jessica and the Bene Gesserit. Yet amidst a storm of prophecy and panic, Jessica is able to bring him a semblance of peace.
You know who you are. Get off me!
In the aftermath of betrayal and carnage, Duncan, Idaho emerges, rescuing Paul and Jessica away from the jaws of death. Their sanctuary, an abandoned terraforming outpost now harboring Fremen under the stewardship of Kynes.
You know what the great houses fear most, Dr. Kynes? Exactly what has happened to us here. As emperors, I can make a paradise of Arrakis with a wave of my hand.
However, tranquility is short-lived as Sardaukur besieged their haven, igniting a fierce skirmish that sees the Fremen inflicting heavy casualties. Just as Paul had foreseen, here Duncan lays down his life to enable Paul, Jessica, and Niyat to escape.
No! Duncan! Oh, no! Duncan, no!
In a daring move, Paul and Jessica take to the skies in an ornithopter, while the gravely injured Niyat summons a sandworm and is enveloped by the desert behemoth. As Paul navigates the ornithopter through a sandstorm, he's visited by another prescient vision, a Fremen guiding him through the art of survival by acquiescing to the movement of the desert.
The mystery of life isn't a problem to solve. We must move with the flow of the process.
Heeding this advice, Paul surrenders to the storm, emerging battered but alive in the heart of the desert. Presumed dead by the Harkonnen and now under the relentless sun, Jessica and Paul trek towards the rumored sanctuary of a Fremen siege on foot. Their journey, marked by the ominous presence of a sandworm, leads them to a precarious standoff with a band of Fremen.
This is the Duke's son.
Why are you waiting? We need their water.
Among them is their leader Stilgar, who deems Paul untouchable, a sentiment not shared by Jamis, who begins to eye them with lethal intent. Recognizing Jamis from his visions, Paul stands at the precipice of destiny, his path inexorably intertwined with the sands and secrets of Arrakis.
They're weaklings. Go back to reason, Stilgar. He's not the one.
Known for his ferocity in battle, Jamis was a valuable yet flawed Fremen warrior, praised by Stilgar for his bravery but criticized for excessive violence, limiting his leadership potential. His aggressive nature, however, secured him a respected place in the tribe. In a bid for sanctuary and a return to Caladan, Jessica plays her hand, promising extravagant rewards. Unimpressed by the material offerings of Outworlders, Stilgar proposes a split fate for mother and son. With the fire of youth still within him, Paul will be welcomed to the siege, while Jessica, deemed too old for the rigors of Fremen warfare, faces abandonment.
We can learn our ways, but the woman isn't trained.
But underestimating the duo's Bene Gesserit prowess proves to be Stilgar's folly, as they quickly disarm the Fremen, securing their position with a blade at his throat. Recognizing Jessica's affiliation with the Bene Gesserit, Stilgar recalibrates his stance, agreeing to shepherd both of them to the safety of the siege.
Why didn't you say you were a weirding woman?
Our conversation ran short.
However, this accord is fractured by Jamis, who demands combat with Jessica. As a result, Paul steps forward as his mother's champion, sealing his fate in a duel that echoes through his visions.
Atreides must die.
Here, Chani extends a crysknife to Paul, a gesture of compassion for the young Atreides, whom she believes is about to die, a poignant intersection of prophecy and reality.
I will not have them. You talk like a leader. The strongest leads.
In a duel that pits youth against experience, Paul astonishingly dominates Jamis, showcasing not just an act for combat, but a mastery, courtesy of his elite training. Despite his advantage, the revelation that Fremen duels are a fight to the bitter end throws him, for Paul is yet to stain his hands with the blood of another. The spectacle of a mere boy besting a seasoned warrior might seem a mismatch of epic proportions, yet Paul, driven by necessity over desire, secures victory, and with it, a newfound status within the tribe. This victory plunges Paul and Jessica deeper into the Fremen way of life, a culture where even in death, utility reigns supreme, evident when Jamis is distilled to his essence, his water reclaimed by the tribe as a stark testament to the value of life's most fundamental resource.
You're one of us now. A life for a life. Come with us to Sitstavra.
Witnessing a Fremen defying the impossible to ride a behemoth worm, Paul and Jessica are ushered into the heart of the desert by Chani, who hints at the dawn of a profound journey. She whispers to Paul, this is only the beginning, a prelude to the odyssey that lies ahead in the shifting sands of Arrakis.
Desert power.
This is only the beginning.
You have much to learn. I will show you the ways of the desert. Come with me.
Daughter of the half-Fremen planetologist Liet Kynes, Chani emerged as a formidable fighter within Stilgar's ranks on Arrakis. Preceded by her presence and Paul's prescient visions, their burgeoning romance would significantly shape the universe's destiny. No, seriously, it gets pretty wild. And for more information for those that want spoilers, check out my video on the God Emperor of Dune after this video.
Muad'Dib, the one who points the way. These are our own religious patterns, aren't they? This is our doing. What if Paul Atreides were still alive?
Enough!
As we pick up with part 2, we find Princess Irulan Corrino, daughter of Emperor Shaddam IV, chronicling the secret attack against House Atreides by the Harkonnens. Born to the 81st Padishah Emperor and Bene Gesserit Nurul, Irulan emerged as a pivotal historian. Raised in the grandeur of the imperial court with her sisters, her education was steeped in Bene Gesserit teachings, preparing her for a life of political maneuvering and elegance. With the grand designs of others who eyed her as a tool for exploitation, Irulan's journey found her individuality and ambition clashing with familial and societal expectations. The actions of her father intertwine her fate with Arrakis and the universe at large, setting the stage for her role in the tumultuous events that follow. She notes that with the stealth of shadows, the Harkonnen forces executed their assault on Arrakis, catching all off guard under the veil of night without a declaration of war. Despite Duke Leto holding a place in her father's heart akin to a son, Irulan is left pondering the motivations behind her father's order to obliterate the Atreides lineage. Yet she harbored a suspicion that their story was not over, as her reflection then drifted to the broader implications of House Atreides' downfall for Arrakis itself. Here we shift back to the Fremen, Paul Atreides and his expectant mother Lady Jessica, as they embark on a perilous journey across the desert to the refuge of Sietch Tabr. Shielded from the scorching rays of the Arrakis sun canopus and nestled within the sanctuary of mountains or rock formations, Sietches functioned as a fortress and home for the Fremen. These vast complexes, carved by nature or Fremen hands, sprawled into extensive networks of tunnels and caves, accommodating not just families, but the entirety of a self-sufficient society. Each Sietch, functioning as a small city, supported its own economy with spice processing, stillsuit manufacturing, agriculture, and essential water conservation systems. Governed by a nabe and vigilantly protected, the Sietches balanced communal living with private family spaces known as yellas. Inheritance of these quarters followed Fremen customs, passing to the son, or in the case of a Tahadi challenge, to the victor. Notably, some Sietches, like Sietch Tabr, were distinguished by harboring a stunted sandworm essential for the sacred water of life rituals, underscoring the deep intertwining of Fremen life with the ecology of Arrakis. In an intimate moment, Paul Atreides finds solace in the sand, confiding in the not-yet-arrived spirit of his sister. He discusses their father's demise, the world's inherent cruelty, and his daunting fear of running out of time to mend the fractures of their reality before she joins them. The reflective speech is abruptly curtailed as reality intrudes, with Paul and Jessica compelled into hiding from the ever-vigilant Harkonnen scouts. Under Stilgar's seasoned leadership, the Fremen execute a strategic withdrawal, cleverly employing a thumper to summon a sandworm, effectively diverting the Harkonnen threat to less favorable terrain. In the ensuing skirmish, Paul and Jessica, blending with the Fremen, leverage surprise to their advantage, neutralizing their pursuers in a desperate bid for survival. The aftermath sees the Fremen extracting water from their fallen foes, an act of survival and reverence, leaving the carcasses as offerings to the desert deity Shai-Hulud. Meanwhile, the Harkonnen stronghold in Arrakeen bubbles with Glossu Raban's fury over the mounting losses inflicted by the Fremen, his ambitions halted by the desert's unconquered south. Upon reaching the safety of the Sietch, Paul and Jessica confront a maelstrom of suspicion, grief, and messianic expectations from the Fremen, their presence stirring a cauldron of conflicting sentiments. Here, Stilgar stands as their advocate before the council, arguing for mutual aid and alliance. While they suggest he cast Paul and Jessica into the wilderness, Stilgar, swayed by omens, proclaims Paul as their prophesied Mahdi, personally endorsing him. In a confidential exchange, he also unveils to Jessica the Sietch's hidden lifeline, a vast aquifer nurtured by the essence of their deceased. He also shares the dire news of their reverend mother's waning life, positing Jessica as her successor, a position she cannot refuse without facing death herself. And so, in the sacred company of the Sayadina and the ailing Reverend Mother Ramillo, Jessica is called to partake in the perilous ritual of the Water of Life, a decisive moment that intertwines fate with tradition and survival with legacy. The Sayadina, translating to Friend of God in Chakobsa, denotes the Fremen's lower-tier priestesses who have yet to undergo the transformative spice agony to become Reverend Mothers. Typically, a new Sayadina is appointed concurrently with the previous holder's attempt at the spice agony, ensuring the preservation of spiritual leadership should the trial prove fatal, while the Water of Life, a potent blue poison, serves as a pivotal rite of passage for the Bene Gesserit, transforming acolytes into Reverend Mothers, a tradition shared by the Sayadina of the Fremen. Deadly to those unversed in the advanced Prana Bindu techniques, this lethal concoction guarantees death with excruciating pain for the unprepared. Sourced from the planet Dune, it is derived from the bile of a young sandworm, emerging only as the creature faces death by drowning. For those who survive its consumption, the Water of Life acts as an awareness spectrum, integral to the Bene Gesserit in their spiritual and psychic ascendancy. Here, Paul is told by Chani and the others that there are two factions within the Fremen, those from the north like them that believe in only the Fremen, and southerners like Stilgar, who believe in the prophecy of the Lisan al-Gaib. At the same time, Jessica is forced to drink the Water of Life, told that if she drinks she will die, and if she drinks she may see. But as she begins to convulse, the other Sayadinas start to grow fearful after realizing too late that Jessica is pregnant. During the ordeal, both camps of the Fremen argue about what happened as she recovered in deep sleep. You see, Stilgar and the Southerners believe Jessica survived just as it was written for the mother of the Lisan al-Gaib to do so, while Chani and the others contest that the prophecy was written by the Bene Gesserit. Cutting through the argument, Paul admits it was no miracle, as his mother was trained to transmutate poison. Insisting he wasn't the Mahdi and didn't want to lead, he instead asks only to fight beside them. Hilariously, the Southerners, including Stilgar, say that Paul is too humble to say that he was the Mahdi, which in their eyes was even more reason to know that he was, showing how spirituality blinded those that believed. After a little while, Jessica overcomes the poison and inherits the memories of the Sayadina ancestors and Bene Gesserit that came before her. This has unprecedented effects on her daughter Alia Atreides, who is now preborn and highly susceptible to abomination from before birth. The term preborn describes individuals who, even before their birth, possess a fully formed consciousness and the ability to access their ancestral memories, mirroring the abilities of a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother. This precocious awakening makes them particularly prone to abomination, a condition where the individual is at risk of being dominated by the personalities within their genetic memory, potentially leading to insanity. The Bene Gesserit actually regard those labeled as abominations with deep fear due to their uncontrollable access to collective ancestral knowledge and resultant psychological instability, posing a significant danger. As such, they enforce a draconian measure against those suspected of being abominations, mandating their immediate execution to prevent any threat they might pose. With Jessica gaining new information and prescient abilities, her daughter does so as well. Too young to have developed her own personality, and overwhelmed by the ego memories of their ancestors, this has catastrophic effects on Alia. Jessica also admits that she's been communicating with her preborn daughter. His mother then explains that only one step remained for him to become the Kwisatz Haderach. He need only do what she did and drink the Water of Life, enabling his mind to open and see the beauty and the horror. Following this, Paul begins his trials to join the Fremen, and is told to cross the desert and return alive from his journey. While she's talking with her friend Shishakli about how the prophecy must be false, Chani tells her that there's sincerity in Paul, unlike the other outsiders they've encountered. This leads her to eventually join him and teach Paul their ways. From instructing him on how to properly sandwalk to explaining how wind traps work, devices designed to reclaim the moisture in the air and funnel it into large catch basins, Chani imparts a fountain of knowledge. As we cut to Jessica, we see her preborn daughter Alia telling her to convert the non-believers in northern Arrakis into accepting the prophecy, beginning with who they perceive to be weak. With some time having passed, hiding in the sand, the Fremen and Paul lay siege to a Harkonnen spice mining tank. The warriors efficiently kill the soldiers protecting it, but all hell breaks loose when an Ornithopter flies around and begins to fire on them, taking out a number of Fremen. Realizing its shield only went down when it opened fire, after protecting Chani, Paul distracts it, enabling her to bring it down using a rocket launcher. Asked how he learned to fight so well, Paul explains to the Fremen that his war masters, who died along with his father, taught him, declaring that while the Fremen had been warring with the Harkonnens for decades, he notes that his family had been fighting them for centuries. Reasoning that with the Fremen knowledge of the desert and his insights into the Harkonnens, he suggests that they could bury them in the desert and give Arrakis back to their people. This ends up rousing those that were initially skeptical of him into saying he needed to be Fedakin, essentially Fremen's guerrilla fighters and the elite of their forces. And with that, Stilgar gives Paul the name Usul, meaning the strong base of a pillar, as his private name within the troop, while Paul gives himself the name Muad'Dib as his public Fremen name after the clever Arrakis mouse. This leads to Paul Muad'Dib Usul becoming accepted by the entire tribe, as he and Chani begin to develop a romantic relationship.
Here, we're equal. Men and women alike. What we do for the benefit of all.
I'd very much like to be equal to you.
As they do so, Chani reveals her private name in the troop as being Sahaya, meaning Desert Spring. While she effectively hates the name and its association to an ancient prophecy, it should be noted that it ends up being significant later. Under his leadership, his Fedakin experience victory after victory against the Harkonnens, and Paul's prestige and aura among the Fremen grows. This not only angers the Baron, but leads to him threatening Rabban with death if their ability to produce spice is further endangered by these events. Paul also finds himself experiencing horrific visions of him following a mysterious figure, later shown to be Jessica, heading south. In it, the land is scattered with corpses, due to the holy war he felt would happen if he were to become the Lisan al-Gaib.
Don't try to impress anyone. You're brave, we all know that.
Nothing fancy.
Hey, I'm serious. Nothing fancy, or you will shame my teaching.
I won't shame you.
To gain full acceptance among the Fremen, one must master the perilous skill of sand riding, controlling the colossal sandworms indigenous to Arrakis using maker hooks. This closely guarded secret allows them unparalleled mobility across the desert terrains, surpassing the capabilities of any occupying force hindered by the planet's violent Coriolis storms.
Shai Hulud decides today if you become Fremen, or if you die.
Despite the inherent dangers of commandeering such a behemoth, Paul embraces the challenge by successfully riding a grandfather sandworm, the largest they'd ever seen. This cements his place within the Fremen community as a fully integrated member of the Siege. Upon hearing this, Jessica proclaims that Shai Hulud will bow to the boy from the outer world, sending her followers to spread word of the prophecy and how it was coming to fruition. With many in the north now starting to believe in Paul, Jessica then heads off to southern Arrakis to spread word of the prophecy to the millions of fundamentalists. While she wants Paul to join her, he feels that they're giving the people false hope and that him joining her would lead to his visions coming true. The journey there on Sandworm is a dangerous one, with her group forced to pass through a Coriolis storm. A Coriolis storm on Arrakis is a devastating sandstorm, its ferocity magnified by the planet's rotation, propelling winds to terrifying speeds of up to 700 kilometers per hour. The storms pose a significant threat to life and infrastructure on the desert planet, but the native Fremen mitigate this danger by constructing their sieges within rock formations. This is in contrast to the capital Arrakeen, which is protected by the large shield wall. In the film, the storm also served as a boundary between the northern and southern territories of Arrakis, effectively impeding the southward expansion of the Harkonnens. Unfortunately for the Harkonnens, more of their spice depots and equipment continue to be destroyed by the Fremen. This causes the furious Rabban to lead a massive hunt for the Fremen, one that sees most of his forces killed, his near death and ultimately Rabban retreating with his tail behind his legs. As the Emperor learns of the Muad'Dib, a Fremen prophet causing trouble for his continued reign, he questions his daughter on how to approach the crisis.
Send assassins. No, prophets get stronger when they die. Let the conflict turn into war. You then bring peace.
While he wants to use direct force with his Sardaukur, the princess explains that repression will only make their religion flourish. Instead, in the presence of her teacher, Reverend Mother Mohiam, Irulan suggests he lets the conflict break out into war. This would effectively enable him to sweep in and bring peace, making him the hero in the eyes of the Landsraad and the other great houses. But as she walked away with the Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam, Irulan deduces that Muad'Dib might actually be Paul Atreides, something the Reverend Mother tells her not to repeat in front of anyone.
Enough. This must not come out. Even to your father's ears, understand?
I do, Reverend Mother.
The concern, of course, is that Paul likely knows the Emperor liquidated his entire house, an illegal act that would likely see the other houses come together to overthrow him. Anticipating this, Gaius Mohiam reveals the Bene Gesserit have another card up their sleeve in the form of Feyd-Rautha, the Baron's psychotic youngest nephew. Meanwhile, Baron Vladimir Harkonnen has returned to his home world to celebrate the birthday of Feyd-Rautha, brother of Rabban. Born to Abilaud Rabban, Feyd-Rautha represented his father's aspirations to cleanse the family name of its Harkonnen dishonor and become a dignified heir, contrasting with his brutish older brother Glossu. Named after his maternal grandfather, Feyd-Rautha's fate took a pivotal turn when Baron Vladimir Harkonnen chose to mentor him, envisioning the boy as the ideal successor to the Harkonnen legacy. In fact, acknowledging his potential, the Baron officially named Feyd-Rautha as his heir, favoring him over Glossu and thus integrating him fully into the Harkonnen lineage as Feyd-Rautha Harkonnen instead of Rabban.
You humiliated our family. You humiliated me.
I thought that it was interesting to note that Paul Atreides and Feyd-Rautha, though similar in their noble origins, education, and martial prowess, embody starkly contrasting natures. Paul's kindness, loyalty, and empathy stand in sharp relief against Feyd's ruthless cruelty, brutality, and ambition. In this way, Feyd-Rautha represents the antithesis of Paul, serving as his shadowy counterpart and illustrating the duality inherent in the Bene Gesserit's breeding program, where both are forged from the same design, yet diverge onto diametrically opposed paths. It's also important to consider that in a strategic maneuver to enlist House Harkonnen's cooperation in his plot, the Emperor dangled the prospect of marrying Urulan to the Harkonnen heir. Enticed by the vision of a Harkonnen empire bolstered by this alliance, the Baron welcomed the proposal. And caught in the crossfire of political machinations, Urulan found herself a reluctant pawn, inwardly rebelling against her role in the power play designed to consolidate Harkonnen dominance. The celebration essentially involves Feyd-Rautha engaging in his favorite pastime, killing people, this time inside an arena where thousands have come to watch him defeat the last 3 remaining Atreides. While it's customary for them to be drugged, we learn that his uncle had left one untouched, wanting to see his nephew being put to the test.
Show me who you are.
Also in attendance are Reverend Mother Mohiam and fellow Bene Gesserit Lady Margot of House Fenring, who have plans of their own. More on House Fenring at the end of the video. Although the 2 intoxicated soldiers are easily beaten, the last one proves to be a match for the young Feyd-Rautha, something he admires. So much so that he removes his shield and is angered when the court jesters try to interfere by injuring him.
Feyd-Rautha, he's psychotic.
When he eventually defeats him, he even tells the man that he fought well, before walking out of the arena and yelling at his uncle for trying to kill him. The Baron explains that news of the Emperor's hand in the destruction of House Atreides would cause the great houses to rise up against him, and this could enable Feyd-Rautha to sit on the throne. The Bene Gesserit have also sent Lady Margot Fenring to use the voice against Feyd-Rautha and put him through the test of the Gom Jabbar. After he passes, she manipulates him into sleeping with her, giving them control over the Harkonnen bloodline, with her now carrying his daughter.
You young pup. Look who's back from the dead.
At the same time, finding Gurney Halleck operating as a smuggler, along with some Fremen he befriended, Paul brings him into the fold. But his Fedaykin are not quick to trust him, believing Gurney to be a spy. In the novel, we actually discover there were a few Harkonnen spies embedded within Halleck's group that even make an attempt on Paul's life, but the movie omits this. Also gone is Gurney's attempt on Jessica's life, as he believed she was the spy that betrayed House Atreides. In the book, we learn the Atreides knew there was a mole among their ranks, with Halleck and Thufir Hawat believing it to be Jessica. But this was curtailed by Paul, who reveals it was Yue all along, convincing Gurney to swear allegiance to both Paul and Jessica.
The Prophet. Why is that a bad thing? Use it.
Because all my visions lead to horror.
Because you lose control.
Because I gain it.
While Gurney tries to encourage Paul to use the Fremen to lead an ultimate attack on the Harkonnens, Paul admits he was reluctant due to his horrific visions of what happens if he gains control. However, revealing he knew where his father hid the family's supply of 92 atomic warheads, Halleck spurs Paul and his Fedaykin to plan an epic retaliation. Powered by nuclear fission, atomics were mired in deep psychological and societal disdain, largely due to their catastrophic historical application. Governed by the Great Convention, the deployment of atomics as offensive weapons warranted planetary obliteration. Yet, paradoxically, the Great Houses secretly amassed them against potential extraterrestrial threats. This collective repugnance stems from their apocalyptic use in the war against thinking machines, most notably resulting in the desolation of Earth and Corrin. But it should be noted that despite their prohibition, atomics punctuated intergalactic history with significant incidents. As mentioned just before, this included Earth's obliteration before the Butlerian Jihad, the annihilation of thinking machines and biological life across several planets during the Great Purge, and the ecological ruin of Seleucus Secundus by House Tantor, which required the imperial capital's relocation to Kitane. Additionally, the obliteration of Corona during Shaddam IV's Great Spice War underscored the perilous legacy and continued fear of atomics in the universe. This is why their discovery begins to sow a rift between Chani and Paul, which continues to grow the closer he gets to ultimate power. With Jessica getting a demonstration from the caretaker on how the Water of Life was created, she commands her to wait for her son Paul, who will be coming to fulfill the prophecy. Meanwhile, unhappy with the performance of Raban, the Baron promotes Feyd-Rautha to governor of Arrakis, and the planet begins to witness his cunning. Laying siege to the planet with heavy bombing raids, the young governor manages to bury Siege Tabar and kill a number of Fremen, while forcing the rest to hide. Telling Raban that he humiliated their family by failing to take control, Feyd-Rautha even embarrasses him in turn by getting him to kiss his feet in a sign of fealty.
Kiss. Or die. Or even not.
With the Harkonnens hitting all of the northern sieges, a war council is called by the Fremen in the south, where they are waiting for the Muad'Dib. Calling for Jamis to guide him as he did before, Paul receives visions telling him to drink the Water of Life to see everything, and Jamis explaining a good hunter needs to see in order to succeed. Because of this, despite Paul's reluctance, the survivors all make their way toward the south riding Sandworms. While most of them head to the gathering, Paul makes a detour and drinks the Water of Life. Overwhelmed by visions of the future, including one of his sister Alia standing by a beach on Arrakis and telling him that she's with him, he slips into unconsciousness. At the same time, staying behind to spy on the Harkonnens, Shishakli is captured and eventually incinerated by Feyd-Rautha when she refuses to talk. With Jessica, the Fedaykin, and other Fremen unable to wake Paul, Chani is called to help. While she initially believed him to be dead, Jessica explains his vital signs were merely low and that he needed her help. Although she didn't believe in the prophecy, she's told that she's a part of it. With Stilgar uttering, "He shall come back from the dead with deserts bring tears," a translation of Chani's name Sahaya, she calls for them to bring her a drop of the Water of Life. After blending her tears with a mysterious substance and placing it on his lips, she wakes Paul up, confirming the prophecy of the Lisan al-Gaib. With Chani slapping him and walking off in protest, Paul explains to Jessica that his visions were clear now. He can essentially see possible futures all at once and a way for them to prevail, with their bloodline written across time. He also reveals that he knew Jessica as the daughter of Baron Harkonnen, something she herself only found out after drinking the Water of Life. Although it was effectively necessary in the Fremen tradition for Paul to kill Stilgar and take his place in order to speak at a gathering, something Stilgar desperately wanted, Paul refuses, stating it is he that points the way. And while Chani kicks up a fuss, saying that the prophecy would enslave her people, she's told to be quiet by all, including Gurney Halleck, confronting the millions of Fremen listening by saying that their rules did not apply to him as the Lisan al-Gaib. Paul ultimately declares that there are none among the Fremen that could stand against him. While many stand up with their crysknives daring to fight him, he continues by saying their mothers had warned them about his coming and that they should fear the moment. Revealing intimate details about all those that dared to stand in his way, he sways the entire crowd with his passion and fervor, so much so that even the Northerners begin to bow down to him, declaring that he was Paul Muad'Dib Atreides, Duke of Arrakis, the voice from the outer world. He finally proclaims that he was here to lead them to paradise. With the crowd of fundamentalists chanting his name, we cut to the Emperor, who receives a formal challenge from Paul. Arriving on the planet soon after with his entire Sardaukur force, the Emperor admonishes the Baron for failing to deal with House Atreides as was promised. At the same time, Paul and his Fremen stage a multi-layered attack, under the cover of a massive storm that the Lisan al-Gaib had foreseen would help them. Stilgar and his troops attack from the west, with the help from an atomic that Halleck detonates to break the shield wall. Chani and the Fedaykin strike from the east, while Paul hits them head-on from the north with his fundamentalists. It's here that the desert power of the Fremen that Duke Leto had talked of is finally utilized. Using the sandstorm, sandworms, and the element of surprise, the Fremen cut a swath through the Sardaukur and Harkonnen troops, defeating them with ease. And as the Baron makes a desperate attempt to crawl to the Emperor's throne, Paul arrives and kills him, revealing that he knew he was his grandson. After ordering his Fremen to kill the Sardaukur guarding the Emperor and bring the prisoners to the Residency, Paul also tells them to throw the Baron's body in the desert, a humiliation to match the one shown to his father. As the Sardaukur and remaining Harkonnen troops outside flee in panic, their spirit broken by the Fremen, Halleck catches up to Rabban and fights him, culminating with his blade in Rabban's chest. With the battle over, Paul confronts the Emperor for his role in the death of Duke Leto and the near destruction of House Atreides. With news that the Great Houses have begun to arrive in orbit, Paul tells Chani that he will love her no matter the outcome of what happens. With the Houses about to attack, he orders Gurney to send the Great Houses a message that if they land, he will use the remaining atomics to destroy all the spice melange. The Emperor tries to order Paul to bow at his feet as a servant of the Imperium, but the Muad'Dib explains that he will only allow Shaddam to keep his head in exchange for Urlan's hand in marriage. Challenged to Canley, Feyd-Rautha agrees to be the Emperor's champion, putting him and Paul in a battle for control over the universe. The confrontation is fierce, showcasing their mutual skill and ferocity, and although Feyd-Rautha manages to stab Paul, Muad'Dib ultimately strikes the lethal blow. With the rules of Canley binding the Emperor to comply, he's forced to kiss the hand of Paul Muad'Dib Atreides, Duke of Arrakis, the voice from the outer world, as the new Emperor of the Imperium. Unfortunately, Paul is informed that the Great Houses will not accept his ascension to Emperor, leading him to order the Fremen to load their armies onto ships to begin their holy war and head to the promised paradise. Notably, as Paul takes the hand of Urlan in marriage, Chani storms out, and the film concludes with her riding a sandworm into the desert.
I will love you as long as I breathe.
This prophecy is how they enslave us!
It's not a prophecy. It's a story.
Are you prepared? You've been preparing me my whole life.
Denis Villeneuve's Dune delivers more than just blockbuster thrills. Its conclusion offers a poignant exploration of the central theme the director aims to spotlight, the perilous nature of power. The narrative delves not just into the implications of Paul's burgeoning power for himself, but also scrutinizes its consequences for the galaxy, magnified by zealous followers. The conclusion, paradoxically showcasing Paul liberating the Fremen while inadvertently imposing tyranny on others, serves as a bitter lesson on the dangers of charismatic leaders and the dual-edged nature of power. Now, I think it's important to note that many of the events that take place in the film are quite different to the novel. And to give you some context, I'm going to discuss these in the final section.
My allegiance is to you. Do you believe me?
You will never lose me as long as you stay who you are.
While there are a series of discernible deviations from the original text, Denis Villeneuve's Dune is a fairly faithful adaptation of Frank Herbert's seminal work. Books and films are two completely different art forms, and it's understandable that some changes need to be made to fit the visual medium and runtime. After all, the first novel, especially in audiobook form, is about 21 hours, and despite the two-part film running to almost 6 hours, not everything could be fit in. Villeneuve introduced many modifications, ranging from the absence of specific characters and adjustments in character trajectories to other narrative divergences from the source material. Among these, the adaptation's temporal structure stands out, with Villeneuve's decision to eliminate the novel's 2-year time leap in favor of a shorter timeline following the end of the first film. This condenses the progression and alters the pace at which Paul's integration with the Fremen and his rise to power unfold. The repercussions of Paul's fight with Jamis, a pivotal moment from the end of the first film, also diverges from the novel. In Frank Herbert's epic, Paul assumes responsibility for Jamis's widow Hera and their children, integrating an essential aspect of Fremen tradition into the storyline and catalyzing a crucial bond. This, however, is absent from the sequel, with Hera's character not featured. Equally notable is the absence of Count Fenring, a significant figure within House Corrino, known for his roles as an assassin, mentat, and confidant to Emperor Shaddam. While Dune 2 features his Bene Gesserit wife, Lady Margot Fenring, Count Fenring himself is missing. This was despite his considerable involvement in the novel, including an imperial command to assassinate Paul, in a substantial deviation from the source material. Perhaps the most glaring omission for me was Thufir Hawat, the Atreides mentat, whose fate was left ambiguous in the first film. The sequel overlooks a continuation of his arc from the book. In it, he survived the Harkonnen onslaught, is bent by Baron Harkonnen, and becomes embroiled in a plot against Paul, ultimately leading to his tragic demise upon refusing to harm him.
Oh, Thufir! I see they've installed your hard plug already. Don't be angry, everyone gets one here.
All I can see is an Atreides that I want to kill.
Hey, Thufir's a Harkonnen now. Aren't you, Thufir?
This subplot's exclusion from Dune 2 marks a significant departure from the book, leaving another storyline rich with intrigue and loyalty untouched.
In payment of the many years of service to my family, you may now ask of me anything you wish, anything at all. Do you need my lifelong friend? It is yours.
3 generations of you.
Carry this noble Atreides warrior away.
Dune 2 makes another significant alteration by reimagining the character of Alia Atreides. Because the 2 to 3 year timeline of Paul learning the ways of the Fremen was shortened to a few months, instead of depicting Paul's sister as a 2-year-old with an advanced intellect, the film keeps Alia within Jessica's womb throughout. With that said, Anya Taylor-Joy does voice Alia's subconscious communications with Jessica and Paul. The film also simplified the romantic subplot between Paul and Chani, omitting the birth and subsequent loss of their first child, Leto II the Elder, which plays a poignant role in the book after the couple has been together for 2 years. This loss is a crucial moment that enrages Paul, later compounded by the birth of their twins, Ganima, and a second Leto II in Dune Messiah. I thought it was interesting how Dune 2 weaved Chani into the fabric of the Lisan al-Gaib prophecy more intricately than in the book. While the film acknowledges Chani's Fremen moniker Sahaya, meaning Desert Spring, rather than being a priestess like she is in the novel, here she's a Fedaykin. The sequel also reimagined Gurney Halleck's arc, deepening his vendetta against Glossu Rabban Harkonnen, the architect of his scars and family's demise. Unlike in the book, where Rabban's downfall is at the hands of the Fremen, Villeneuve grants Gurney the cathartic climax of exacting personal vengeance, though if I'm to be honest, his battle could have gone on a bit longer. Moreover, Dune 2 modifies the conclusion with significant changes in character fates, notably Baron Harkonnens. Contrary to the novel, where Alia ends the Baron, the film gives the decisive act to Paul Atreides. This not only personalizes the confrontation, but also introduces a note of shame to the Baron's end, crafting a conclusion with intensified immediacy and retribution. It should also be noted that these films present a markedly different conclusion to Feyd-Rautha's story. The climactic duel avoids Feyd-Rautha's poisoned blades from the original in favor of a raw display of ferocity and combat prowess. It also culminates in Paul unexpectedly delivering a fatal blow to his cousin's abdomen, as opposed to striking him in the jaw and up into the brain like the novel. Perhaps the most significant departure occurs in Chani's narrative arc. After Paul's imperial coronation and his engagement to Urilan, Chani's dramatic exit into the desert by summoning a sandworm symbolizes her disillusionment and perceived betrayal by Paul. This emotional moment, absent from Herbert's narrative, leaves her fate ambiguous, hinting at her struggle with Paul's transformation and the prophecy. In Herbert's vision, Chani grapples with Paul's choices, yet finds a way to reconcile with them. Understanding the pragmatic necessity of his marriage to Urilan, in name only, she remained by his side as a concubine and the only woman that he loved. The film, however, leaves her stance towards Paul and their shared future enveloped in ambiguity, challenging the strength of their bond. Considering their 2 children, Ganima, and especially Leto II, who would become the God Emperor of Dune, play pivotal roles in the rest of the series, this just seemed bizarre to me. What I did appreciate, though, is the more nuanced portrayal of Fremen religiosity, depicting a division within their culture, with the North not believing in the prophecy, while those in the South did. This leans heavily on the zeal of Southern fundamentalists, rallying behind Paul as their messiah, a concept not explicitly defined in Herbert's original work. The edition, while not altering the core themes of religious fervor being weaponized, does adjust the narrative mechanics, spotlighting the Bene Gesserit's long game of seeding religious prophecies. The depiction of this, particularly the framing of Stilgar and his southerly compatriots as devout fanatics, presents a logistical rather than thematic departure. It maintains the eventual convergence of Paul at the helm of a fanatical army, yet exploring it through a slightly different lens than the book. Finally, in the concluding moments of Dune 2, a notable deviation emerges, with Gurney saying that the Great Houses refuse to acknowledge Paul's rise to Emperor. In Herbert's original, Paul's menacing vow to obliterate the spice mines on Arrakis coerced both the Spacing Guild and the Great Houses into a reluctant acceptance of his ascendancy. But the film showcased their outright challenge to his authority, laying groundwork for potential conflicts in Dune 3. This not only added a layer of immediate political tension, but also hinted at the broader machinations that might define the next chapter in the saga. With Denis Villeneuve revealing he'd almost finished writing the script for the adaptation of the next book in the series, Dune Messiah, and Hans Zimmer having already begun to score the music, depending on how well Part 2 does at the box office, it looks like we'll be getting a third film. I only hope that we don't get too many more deviations though, as there are certain key events that need to happen to ensure that Frank Herbert's vision for his 6-book series remains intact. I really enjoyed Dune Parts 1 and 2, and of course I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below, so be sure to share what your takeaways from the film were.
I just want to make sure that if we do Dune Messiah, that we have the best screenplay on the table, and for that I want to take the time to do it. If we do Dune Messiah, that we do I want to make the best movie ever, so I want to just take my time.
Fremen speak of the Lisan al-Gaib.
Careful.
The voice from the outer world who will lead them to paradise.
Superstition.
As Emperor Dr. Kynes, I can make a paradise of Arrakis with a wave of my hand.
Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained. As requested, today we'll be exploring the God Emperor, featured in Frank Herbert's expansive Dune Universe. Leto Atreides II, also known as the Tyrant, Great Godur, Worm God, Old Worm and Prophet, was the first and only to hold the title of God Emperor. Older than Noah and more godlike than his father Paul Muad'Dib, no other figure has had a bigger impact on the history of humanity in Dune. He was born the second son of Emperor Paul Atreides and his Fremen concubine Chani Kynes, just after his twin sister Ganima Atreides. After the death of his aunt, the regent Alia Atreides, Leto II proclaimed himself emperor. Ruling for 3,508 standard years, he would guide humanity with his iron fist towards survival. He was essentially named after the Duke Leto Atreides I, his paternal grandfather, and Leto Atreides II, the Elder, his older brother, who was murdered in infancy by the Harkonnens. Through the evolution of Leto's body and powers, both prescience and access to possibly every dead ancestor in history, he was rendered infertile and slowly evolved into a sandworm with a human face. In return, his lifespan, speed, and reflexes were significantly increased. In this video, we're going to explore his origins, rise into power, and the way that Leto successfully guided humanity through a period of vulnerability and danger during a reign of some 3,500 years.
You know what the Great Houses fear most, Dr. Kynes? Exactly what has happened to us here.
Leto II and his twin sister Ganima were born on the planet Arrakis during the reign of Emperor Paul Atreides. Their mother Chani died shortly after giving birth to the two children. Side note, many actually believe this was due in part to complications arising from medication given to her by Paul's wife, Princess Shaddam Corrino. Paul had anticipated the birth of a daughter, Ganima, due to his prescient visions. However, Leto's arrival came as a surprise to the Emperor. In Children of Dune, we learn that because of the melange ingested by their mother, causing unusual effects for the Atreides bloodline, the twins were preborn. This meant that as fetuses, they had been awakened to consciousness and to their genetic memories. They were basically born as fully mature human beings in the bodies of infants. At the start of the novel, Leto is not prescient to the degree that his father Paul had been, but he senses the test his father had faced. He realized that to embrace a prescient vision of the universe is to set the universe on that path, a terrible responsibility that came with terrible power. Blinded by the blast of a nuclear weapon called a stone burner, Paul was put in a seemingly unwinnable situation. Sent by the Bene Gesserit, a face dancer named Saitel, essentially a shapeshifter, attacked him and his family. Holding a knife over the newborns, he threatened to kill them if Paul did not surrender his empire to the Bene Gesserit. But Paul suddenly found that he was able to see through the eyes of the infant Leto, allowing him to aim and throw a crysknife that killed Scytale. Following the apparent death of their father in the desert of Arrakis, Leto and his sister became the legal responsibility of Paul's younger sister, the Regent Alia. Though they were granted a fine upbringing, little attention was bestowed upon them by their aunt. Alia became possessed by abomination, a term most commonly used by the Bene Gesserit to describe individuals who could not control the ego memories that had surfaced within them. Alia was a fetus when her mother, the Lady Jessica, converted the water of life and became a Reverend Mother. When Bene Gesserit awakened to their other memories in the rite of the Spice Agony, they are adults with fully formed personalities and can withstand the inner assault of their forebears, but the preborn have no such defense. It should also be noted that, as a result of the Bene Gesserit breeding program, Jessica was actually the illegitimate daughter of Baron Vladimir Harkonnen and Tinidia Nerys. And so, being too young and weak to control the plethora of dynamic personalities that invaded her body via genetic memory, Alia was never able to adjust to her situation. As a result, she'd eventually succumbed to the personality of Vladimir Harkonnen and sought the destruction of House Atreides.
Paul's sister Alia matured at a frightening rate. Her small body harbored tremendous powers.
Poor Emperor. I'm afraid my brother won't be very pleased with you.
Silence!
Her mother, Lady Jessica, would say, the habits of generations had imprinted the fate of abomination upon her. Alia had known no hope. Of course she'd succumb. Her fate made the accomplishment of Leto and Ganima even more difficult to face. Not one way out of the trap, but two. Ganima's victory over the inner lives and her insistence that Alia deserved only pity were the bitterest things of all. Hypnotic suppression under stress linked to the wooing of a benign ancestor had saved Ganima. They might have saved Alia, but without hope, nothing had been attempted until it was too late. Alia's water had been poured upon the sand. Possessed by Vladimir Harkonnen, Alia unconsciously turned against the Atreides Empire, plotting to kill Leto and Ganima and tear down the Imperium in a bloody civil war. Independently, Leto and Ganima both solved the problem of the preborn. Unlike their aunt, Leto and Ganima were able to control these memories and avoid the abomination exhibited by Alia using disparate methods. Ganima through the use of self-hypnosis, and Leto through a complex inner council, which we'll get into shortly. Ganima's escape of abomination appears to have been successful. However, at the end of Children of Dune, Leto hints that an ancient personality named Harum shared power over his actions, stating, "You see, Ganima escaped this, but I did not. I was forced to balance the inner lives under the pressure of excessive melange. I had to seek the active cooperation of those aroused lives within me. Doing this, I avoided the most malignant and chose a dominant helper thrust upon me by the inner awareness which was my father. I am not, in truth, my father or this helper. Then again, I am not the second Leto. I'm a community dominated by one who was ancient and surpassingly powerful. He fathered a dynasty which endured for 3,000 of our years. His name was Harum, and until his line trailed out in the congenital weakness and superstitions of a descendant, his subjects lived in a rhythmic sublimity. They moved unconsciously with the changes of the seasons. They bred individuals who tended to be short-lived, superstitious, and easily led by a god-king. Taken as a whole, they were a powerful people. Their survival as a species became habit. When they were 9 years old, their maternal grandmother, the Lady Jessica, returned to Arrakis from planet Caladan to inspect them as part of her obligations to the Bene Gesserit. While visiting, Jessica sensed the latent power present in the twins. Realizing that they could be a threat to the psychologically unstable Alia, Jessica pressured her Fremen allies to protect them. At the same time, Leto's prescient powers began to emerge. Through visions and intuition, he discovered the golden path that his father had earlier uncovered and began to follow. However, unlike Paul, Leto developed a greater understanding of the implications. He sensed not only its dangers, but also the painful steps that had to be taken to prevent it from unraveling. At the end of Dune Messiah, Paul had forsaken that responsibility by walking into a desert. His time as the Fremen Messiah had shown him that he was not strong enough to be a Messiah tyrant to the universe. Leto II believed that he must face the same test, and so, after Leto and Ganima escaped the failed assassination attempt by House Corrino, the two split up. As part of Leto's plan, Ganima hypnotizes herself to believe that Leto had been killed. Leto then slipped into almost total anonymity, using the time and relative seclusion to build a foundation of power and knowledge. He believed that through this, the full impact of the Golden Path could be realized. He also thought that to enact such steps required a strong, almost brutal grip on power, and a longevity that would override the short-sightedness and impatience of man. Thus, after spending time amongst a variety of fringe Fremen elements, including the Preacher, Leto accepted Sandtrout upon his body and began the conversion into a human sandworm hybrid. This transformation, which at the beginning was essentially a form of exoskeleton, boosted Leto's strength, reflexes, and speed immensely, and he was able to move across large distances on foot. At the same time, the intense mental discipline of Ganima builds a safe haven within her mind for her own personality to safely develop, with the spirit of Chani acting as a guardian. Finding Jacurutu, a siege that had been forbidden to anyone by Fremen law, Leto faces the test his father had refused to take, and embraces prescience, its visions, its attendant power, and the terrible price it would extract. To follow his vision, Leto would become a symbiote with the Sandworm, setting the universe on the Golden Path, a future in which humanity's survival is assured. And so, after consuming massive amounts of spice, he allows many Sandtrout to cover his body, with the concentration of spice in his blood fooling the creatures. The Sandtrout squirmed on his hand, elongating, stretching, becoming thin, covering more and more of his hand. No Sandtrout had ever before encountered a hand such as this one, every cell supersaturated with spice. Delicately, Leto adjusted his enzyme balance. The knowledge from those uncounted lifetimes which blended themselves within him provided the certainty through which he chose the precise adjustments, staving off death from an overdose which would engulf him if he relaxed his watchfulness for only a heartbeat. And at the same time, he blended himself with the Sandtrout, feeding on it, feeding it, learning it. He located another, placed it over the first one. Their cilia locked and they became a single membrane which enclosed him to the elbow. This was no longer Sandtrout, it was tougher, stronger, and it would grow stronger and stronger. With a terrible singleness of concentration, he achieved the union of his new skin with his body, preventing rejection. They were all over his body now. He could feel the pulse of his blood against the living membrane. My skin is not my own. This layer gave Leto tremendous strength and speed, acting as a living powered exoskeleton, and also protected him from mature sandworms, who would mistake his Sandtrout-covered body for a lethal mass of water. He called it a living, self-repairing stillsuit of a Sandtrout membrane, and soon noted that he is no longer human. After his transformation had progressed to a sufficient stage, Leto emerged from the desert and returned to the city of Arrakeen to confront the possessed Alia and claim the throne of the Empire. Here, Alia managed to briefly overcome her possession and ended up taking her own life. Leto then claimed the title of Padishah God Emperor and promptly married his sister to consolidate his power. The marriage was purely legal though, and Ganima actually accepted Shaddam Corrino, who'd been taught the Bene Gesserit ways by Lady Jessica as her exclusive concubine. Their descendants would also be known exclusively as Atreides. The same year, Leto began writing his diaries, which would later be known as the Stolen Journals. Shortly after his ascendancy, Leto ordered a new Gola Swordmaster Duncan Idaho from the Bene Tlilax to serve him as commander of the Royal Guard. For some context, a Gola was an artificially created human who was replicated from a dead individual. During the earliest years of his reign, Leto used the existing Fremen forces, as well as Faradan's Sardaukur troops to enforce his rule. His armies of Fremen and Sardaukur were commanded by a series of Idaho Golas, and over centuries, Leto's empire became multi-galactic. Very early on in this expansion, Leto suppressed the ancient Order of Mentats, banning their training because they formed a nucleus of independent thought and opposition. While he lived on for millennia, being but a mortal human woman, his sister and wife Ganima died in the first years of Leto's rule. Although the Fremen and Sardaukur legions served Leto with loyalty, he ultimately decided they were unsuitable to his needs. Leto believed that male-dominated military forces were predatory and would turn against the civilian population in the absence of an external enemy. He also needed a reliable religious organization to enforce what was coming to be known as Leto's peace, ensuring the unfolding of the Golden Path. Because of this, he founded a new all-female army to serve him, commanded by the continuing series of Duncan Idahos. Leto named the army the Fish Speakers because the first priestesses spoke to fish in their dreams. Although the Fish Speakers were all female, males were still employed as house guards, and their commander Idaho was of course a man. In terms of worlds ruled and historical longevity, the Fish Speakers would end up becoming the most effective military force ever known. In his 2116th year as the God Emperor, the famed 9 historians came to Leto's attention. The historians angered him, for they had lied in their works, and he thought that they deserved to be punished. On his orders, they were rendered unconscious, then burned on piers of their own published works. When Leto was petitioned by other historians seeking word of their fellows, he said, "They were destroyed because they lied pretentiously. Have no fear that my wrath will be upon you because of your innocent mistakes. I am not overly fond of creating martyrs. Martyrs tend to set dramatic events adrift in human affairs. Drama is one of the targets of my predation. Tremble only if you build false accounts and stand pridefully upon them. Go now, and do not speak of this." Rumors of this spread across the Empire in the years that followed. In fact, the accounts were later judged by the Bene Gesserit to have originated from Leto himself through his majordomo, an aide named Iconica. In order for peace to be everlasting, he knew humanity ultimately had to hate him and the notion of anyone else ruling over them. In the 3431st year of Leto's reign, he learned through prescience of a secret Mentat school the Bene Gesserit hid on Wallach 9. He sent Duncan Idaho to extinguish the school, but some of the Mentat sisters escaped, hiding their identities and continuing work for the Sisterhood. In the 3507th year of Leto's reign, the Bene Gesserit sisters, Quintinius Violet Shinua and Sardaukur, came to Arrakis to confirm the long-suspected execution of the 9 historians. Sister Violet was invited to follow the fish speakers in an entourage which accompanied one of Leto's infrequent trips. At one point, she was invited to trot behind the royal cart and converse with the God Emperor himself. He told Violet to tell the Sisterhood that he would restore the outward view, and that the Bene Gesserit of all people should know the dangers of breeding for a particular characteristic, of seeking a defined genetic goal. Leto also told her many things that she didn't include in her report to the Sisterhood, from thoughts on how he'd be remembered to the statement that he would never see her again because she would not live to become a Reverend Mother. His predictions came true, as Violet died in the spice agony due to melange incompatibility. A year after her death, the latest Duncan Idaho Gola attempted to kill him with a laser gun. After tracing the weapon back to the Ixian ambassador, Io Kobat, Leto ordered Kobat to leave Arrakis, deciding not to kill him because he was too unimportant. Instead, he told him to carry a message to Ix that the God Emperor knew about the agreement between Ix and the Spacing Guild. Leto also gave Kobat a private message for his masters that he wanted an extension for his cart, and that they were to send him a large supply of Rudulian crystal paper. Soon after, Leto sensed the need for the next step on the Golden Path, and knew that his rule must end for further progress to occur. During this period, the Bene Tleilax attempted to kill Leto during his progression in the royal cart across the Idaho River. Face dancers, essentially a race of shapeshifters bred by the Tleilax, approached the group disguised as Fremen. Transforming into a copy of Duncan, their hope was to confuse the fish speakers into not knowing which master to obey, enabling them to kill the God Emperor in the confusion. This failed, however, when Duncan took off his uniform and ordered the fish speakers to fight the imposters. After this incident, Leto had the Tleilax ambassador publicly flogged and expelled. In the months leading up to the God Emperor's death, 2 Reverend Mothers and Truthsayers, Tertius Eileen Antiac, one of the Mentats trained on Wallach 9, and Marcus Claire Lusel, came to Arrakis. Despite another attempt on his life using spice essence by the sisters, the pair were granted an audience with Leto. There he agreed to continue the spice allotment to the Sisterhood for the next decade. Leto would fall in love with the new Ixian ambassador, Hui Nori. Hui was a direct female clone of Leto's former friend and advisor Malki, created by the Tleilax in an Ixian no-chamber. Since Nori was conceived and raised outside of his prescient abilities, Leto was unaware of her until she was presented to him as an ambassador. He was instantly smitten with Nori, and within a few months proposed marriage, setting the date of their betrothal. By the time of the God Emperor of Dune, Leto was almost fully transformed into a sandworm, making him nearly invulnerable to physical damage. However, his single greatest weakness, an intense vulnerability to water shared with the Sandworms, remained a secret. Leto's peace had kept the universe quiet and cohesive for millennia, and except for Leto, the Sandworms were extinct, and all that was left of the ocean without water, Bar Bel Mar, was a desert preserve set aside for Leto. Desolate Dune was now essentially gone, and Arrakis was now a verdant planet with a great river named after Duncan Idaho. The old institutions like the Bene Gesserit, the Bene Tleilax, the Spacing Guild, the Houses Major and Minor, the Landsraad, the technocrats of Ix and Coam had all faded from power in the face of Leto's dictatorship. Since he had absolute control of the spice, he was able to ruthlessly enforce his order, keeping the universe in the palm of his hand. By this time, Leto had taken over the Bene Gesserit's breeding program, the same one that produced his father, the Kwisatz Haderach.
You were told to bear only daughters. But you, in your pride, thought you could produce the Kwisatz Haderach.
Was I wrong?
That's the future. It's coming. Holy war spreading across the universe like unquenchable fire.
To ensure that humanity survived, he spent millennia enforcing calm on humanity. In this peace, people rarely traveled, fought in wars, or did anything but live and worship the God Emperor. Of course, this repression created in humanity a deep and urgent need to rebel and explode upon the universe, scattering itself beyond the reach of any single tyrant. Leto sought a solution that would enable him to die without destroying his people, and fell upon revolution. And so, he planned for the birth of the person who would overthrow him, Siona Atreides, the daughter of his aide Monio, and a distant descendant of Ganymer and Farad'n. Siona was the second ever human to carry a gene that made her invisible to prescience, and thus uncontainable by it. The first, of course, being Count Fenring. Whereas Fenring was a genetic eunuch, however, Siona could pass this gene onto her descendants. As Siona could not be seen in a vision, she could not be controlled by them, nor would her descendants. The tyranny of prescience would end with Siona, and humanity would never again be bound by a powerful prescient like the Muad'Dib or the God Emperor himself. Siona ultimately used her power over Nayla, Leto's chief fish speaker, to set his demise in motion. And so Nayla would open fire on the bridge with a laser gun, destroying it as Leto and Nori were crossing, dropping them into the Idaho River. The water destroyed Leto's sandworm body, decomposing it into sand trout that would lock up the water in their bodies. This recreated the conditions for the sandworms to reappear, each with a pearl of Leto's consciousness and adaptability inside of them. The theory was supported 1500 years later when an Arakeen girl named Sheena, a direct descendant of Siona and the youngest ever Reverend Mother of the Bene Gesserit, displayed the power to control the worms. And although he died after reigning for 3,508 years, his last vision of the Golden Path ended up shining brightly in humanity's future. His death reversed the terraforming on Arrakis, and the planet began to revert into a desert world instead of the realized Fremen dream of a lush paradise. I will die 4 deaths: the death of the flesh, the death of the soul, the death of the myth, and the death of reason. And all of these deaths contain the seeds of resurrection. During and after his reign, Leto II was viewed as an extremely controversial figure. Following his death, a chain of dramatic events took place over the next 1500 years. Since peoples of the Imperium had come to rely on Leto's empire for everything, it fell into famine. The famine times were characterized by cannibalism of machinery and the desperate plundering of natural resources. The desperation, stagnation, and isolation eventually led to the explosion of humanity and waves of migration across the universe called the Scattering. Of course, this is all part of the Golden Path that would save humanity from stagnation and annihilation. Many of the established power brokers were either destroyed or significantly weakened due to his draconian tactics and a monopoly on the spice melange. To his admirers, Leto is known as the God Emperor, but to his enemies, including the Bene Gesserit, he was labeled the Tyrant of the Universe. The religion of the God Emperor also continued on Dune, which became known as Arrakis. There he was worshipped by the priests of the new Church of the Divided God, which became the dominant force on Arrakis. This worship continued until the attack of the Honored Martyrs, and those returned to the old Imperium from the Scattering, who called Leto II Dur, or Guldur. Leto's Golden Path gave humanity both immunity to domination by prescient rulers via Siona's genetic trait, and immunity to domination by any single ruler or disaster by spreading them far into unknown reaches of the universe. "1,500 years after the death of the God Emperor, aboard the nose ship the Ithaca, Duncan, Idaho, and Sheena would create a Gola with recovered cells of Leto II. Due to not being raised with his twin sister Ganymer, his Gola was a quiet and mysterious child. As Leto aged, he was explicably drawn to the hold of the ship, where a mile of sand held the last remaining sandworms from Dune. When he reached the age of maturity, he was almost assassinated by enhanced face dancers. A week later, the Ithaca was captured by the enemy, revealed to be reborn leaders of the new thinking machine empire. The ship and select passengers were then brought to Synchrony, capital of the machine empire. Most of the passengers were led by machines to the cathedral in the heart of Synchrony, but Sheena and Leto were left behind, staying on the Ithaca with ideas of their own. Communicating with the sandworms in the ship's hold, he told Sheena that they desired to be released onto the semi-arid world, and so Leto and Sheena released the sandworms into the machine capital. Burrowing deep into the planet's crust, the worms destroyed much of the city and many of the flow metal buildings. With Leto's guidance, the worms coursing through the city disabled the robotic machines. Ultimately, a man-slash-machine super being would be created to lead the Imperium in a future of peace and prosperity. No longer needing to guide the sandworms on a course of destruction, Leto realized that he was happiest as one of the giant creatures. and so placing his genetic material inside the ring casings of a worm, Leto merged with it. This time, he transformed into a non-conscious human sandworm genetic entity, while the universe prospered in relative peace.
The mystery of life isn't a problem to solve, but a reality to experience. A process that cannot be understood by stopping it. You have much to learn. I will show you the ways of the desert. Come with me.
Thousands of years, we've been carefully crossing bloodlines to bring forth past and future, space and time.
Create or arouse such unbridled forces, and you built carnal fantasies of enormous complexity. You could lead whole populations around by their desires, by their fantasy projections. There was the terrible power the Honored Matras dared to use. Hey guys, what's happening? Niyat here with Film Comics Explained. As requested, today we're continuing our run on Dune, with an exploration of the Honored Matras. A splinter group of the Bene Gesserit who disappeared during the Scattering, the Honored Matras are ruthless and powerful, carrying a dark and violent version of the Bene Gesserit's manipulation techniques. Their return from the Scattering heralds a time of upheaval and change. The existing power structures of the old empire are tested and often brutally suppressed as they swiftly and decisively take control. Their rise isn't just a shift in the balance of power, it's a shockwave that disrupts the established order of the universe. But who are these mysterious, violent women, and what caused them to become such a potent and disruptive force? To answer that, we'll need to delve into their origins, their beliefs, customs, ideologies, abilities, history, and the circumstances that shaped them into the power-hungry group we meet in the series. The Honored Matras were a powerful, all-female group who emerged from uncharted space to become formidable rivals of the Bene Gesserit, some nearly 2,000 years after the death of the God Emperor Leto Atreides II. During the departure of countless people in the Scattering, the Bene Gesserit sent out many exploration and colonization teams from within their own ranks. Nothing was initially heard of the groups again. However, it was later discovered that some did survive, and indeed thrived in numbers and power. Adaptable and resilient, they survived the rigors of the Scattering, but not without significant change. In the untamed regions of the universe, a new and more vicious order emerged from these Bene Gesserit survivors, one that would become known as the Honored Matras. Their experiences and interactions with other groups from the Scattering triggered fundamental changes in their beliefs, customs, and objectives. According to the evidence of Reverend Mother Belonda, the Honored Matras were formed in the Scattering by the Sisterhood's Reverend Mothers who had been sent out in these groups, and the fish speakers that used to serve Leto II in extremis. They were also later revealed to be descended from the females of the Tleilaxu, which we'll discuss in more detail later in the video. 10,000 years since Leto II began his metamorphosis from human into the sandworm of Arrakis, and historians still argue over his motives. Was he driven by the desire for long life? He lived more than 10 times a normal span of 300 standard years, but consider the price he paid. Was it the lure of power? He's called the Tyrant for good reason, but what did power bring him that a human might want? Was he driven to save humankind from itself? We have only his own words about his golden path to answer this, and I cannot accept the self-serving records of Dar es Balat. Might there have been other gratifications, which only his experiences would illuminate? Without better evidence, the question is moot. We are reduced to saying only that he did it. The physical fact alone is undeniable. Following the death of the Tyrant, the God Emperor of Dune, trillions of people of the Old Empire took to the stars in a diaspora known as the Scattering. His death saw the eventual breakdown of his empire, severe famine on many worlds, and the introduction of Ixian no-ships. It was all part of the Golden Path as put forward by Leto, which was triggered by a perceived need to diversify the human race and allow it to evolve. And so, representatives from each major race and order of the Empire spread out beyond the known universe in fleets of no-ships, beginning the journey along Leto II's Golden Path to save mankind from destruction. The Honored Matras developed during this time, before returning to the Old Empire, wreaking havoc and leaving destruction in their wake. Without pause, they ruthlessly take control of key systems and planets, asserting their power through brutal force and sexual manipulation, a dark mirror of the Bene Gesserit methods. Their ferocity is unprecedented, causing even the hardened Sisterhood to recoil in alarm. Tleilaxu Master Wuff notes that they are far more terrible than Reverend Mothers of the Bene Gesserit. Still, it's revealed that they were fleeing a powerful unknown enemy that had conquered their own massive empire out in the Scattering. Called the Ones of Many Faces, or simply the Enemy, it's revealed their foe were in fact the machines of the reborn Thinking Machines Empire. We covered the Thinking Machines in my massive video on the Butlerian Jihad, links in the description, but this malevolent force is basically the reason the Honored Matras fled back into the old Atreides Empire. Violent and without mercy, the Matras possessed military and sexual skills that indicated they were an outgrowth of the Fish Speakers and Bene Gesserit who fled during the scattering. They do not, however, possess other memory or use spice melange, though their skill as sexual imprinters has actually surpassed that of the Bene Gesserit. Over time, the Matras targeted the Bene Tleilax and captured and tortured as many Bene Gesserit Reverend Mothers as possible to glean their secrets. Similarly, the Bene Gesserit hoped to decipher the motive of their new enemy and learn what they could to defeat them. Around 10 years into their flight from the Thinking Machines, the Honored Matras established a base on the planet Gamu, formerly Guided Prime, homeworld of House Harkonnen. Within a handful of years, the Matras were taking over control of an increasing number of planets, infiltrating and manipulating their way into power. As a result, the loose economic federation, kept together by Coam, slowly fell apart. The existence of no ships raises the possibility of destroying entire planets without retaliation. A large object, asteroid or equivalent, may be sent against the planet, or the people can be set against each other by sexual subversion and can then be armed to destroy themselves. These Honored Matras appear to favor this latter technique.
Stop! Cut the rope! Give me the knife!
While some Bene Gesserit ideologies remained a part of the Honored Matras' identity, they often incorporated outside customs and philosophies that made them very distinct from and often at odds with their ancestral origins. Key to these was their general opinion of control. While the Bene Gesserit used subtle and often deceptive methods to retain their power base within an existing balance of power, the Honored Matras sought to supersede the status quo and gain absolute control over all other groups. The former used coercion and manipulation, the latter opted for complete and utter domination. This aggressive strategy required the enslavement and destruction of all other power brokers, consequently demanding the group gain powerful control mechanisms to facilitate this. The most effective method used by the Honored Matras to infiltrate and overwhelm other groups was a form of sexual enslavement. During their evolution in uncharted space, they perfected sexual intercourse into a narcotic process. By using carefully crafted skills, a practitioner learned how to coerce an outsider into total subservience. This action, performed often and upon the right individuals, allowed them to conquer many other groups in space and build a formidable military and resource base. They hungered for intimidation and violence, a trait that encompassed their entire culture. Evidence of this was visible in their proclivity to use assassinations to gain power. The leadership succession practices employed by the Order are just as extreme. A subordinate sister basically needed to kill the leader, their so-called Great Honored Matra or Matra Superior, to take her place. Thus, the title of leader changed frequently, and loyalty between the Honored Matras was conditional at best. This rite of ascension is another reason why the group is so volatile. Seeking Bene Gesserit skills such as cellular control, they continued using violence and destroyed planets and civilizations with their stolen weapons. The Matras then returned to the core of the old Atreides Empire during the leadership of Bene Gesserit Mother Superior Alma Mavis Taraza. They wrought havoc in an attempt to instill fear and gain absolute power over all. After conquering many planets, they made Junction their capital in their War of Conquest, which was a key center of commerce and travel, and a linchpin in the intricate machinery of the old empire. We see the Matras take Junction with brute force, leaving the entire planet in ruins, a stark testament to their power and cruelty. This is also the period where we see some of the most significant confrontations between the Bene Gesserit and the Honored Matras. On Gamu, the Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother Lucilla is captured by the Matras, giving us a disturbing first-hand account of their brutal methods and violent ways. Though most groups of the old empire were conquered or infiltrated, the Bene Gesserit mounted strong resistance, thanks in no small part to their immunity to the Honored Matras' enslavement skills. The Honored Matra achievement, power for the sake of power, an aristocracy bred from unbalanced stock. As we've already discussed, the Honored Matras rule through sexual enslavement, their unique combat, and the fear inspired by their draconian methods. Completely without mercy and quick to anger, they would often resort to extreme measures of violence in the face of the slightest provocations. Even a joke interpreted by them as a slight could lead to your death. The Bene Gesserit initially believed this arose from the rage that came from their increasingly jaded tastes, mainly as a result of being able to exercise absolute sexual control over another person. However, it's later discovered that this actually came from the genetically ingrained hatred they had for the Tleilaxu. The Honored Martyrs effectively lack the control the Bene Gesserit have over their internal chemistry, making them vulnerable to disease in ways that the Bene Gesserit are not. And lacking Bene Gesserit other memory, they used an agony-inducing device known as a T-probe in order to impress knowledge directly to their nervous system. The group were characterized by their extremely violent tendencies and ability to imprint. Their target would reach such an ecstatic height that they effectively became addicted to their imprinter, thereby turning them into a willing slave of the one that marked them. Kind of like a vampire's thrall. You can imagine the power this gave them to subvert powerful leaders, military officers, and politicians, with some managing to get entire planets to bend the knee without spilling any blood. This is presumed to be an evolution of the unbridled energies of the Seanok communion, once enjoyed by the Fish Speakers and the God Emperor Leto Atreides II. The Honored Martyrs exercise a form of what the Bene Gesserit referred to as Prana Bindu, a state of concentration that was essential to the observation skills and martial art techniques of the Bene Gesserit. We also covered this in my massive video on the Bene Gesserit, but suffice to say that the Bene Gesserit believed it was needed to understand the reality of a situation. However, the Martyrs were able to execute movement at a greater speed than their counterparts, giving them a slight edge. This was coupled with their fighting style, known as Hormu, which focused on concentrated attacks to weak points on the body. The combination of these produced a warrior that was superhumanly fast and more than a match for any fully trained Reverend Mother in direct combat. The group had a form of linguistic mind control. The Honored Martyrs could basically use language and tone to compel people into obedience on a subconscious level. Only people with considerable training had a chance of resisting this. However, it should be noted that these skills are nowhere near as potent as the Bene Gesserit voice.
Leave us. You must do everything that my Reverend Mother tells you.
You dismissed my mother in her own house.
Come here. Kneel.
Just as the Bene Gesserit rely on spice melange and its many beneficial properties, the Honored Martyrs employ and are similarly addicted to a drug that stimulates the production of adrenaline and other chemicals. In addition to heightening the senses and responses of a user, it caused the eyes of an addict to be covered in flecks of orange when agitated, comparable to the constant blue within blue of spice addiction on Arrakis. When an addict is completely enraged, the eyes are consumed by the color orange, kind of a major warning that their compulsion to kill was difficult, if not impossible, to resist. Because the substance is typically produced by the body when experiencing pain, it's no surprise then that the melange substitute is quite literally derived and extracted from the pain of others. In the books, it's explained that the enslaved Tleilaxu scribe Uxtal is given the task of manufacturing the stimulant by torturing prisoners of war. It's here that we learn that different types of pain produce different qualities of the substitute, which in turn had a different effect on the user, further showcasing the depths of their depravity and the fact that there was nothing they wouldn't do to achieve their goals. It also highlighted the twisted mentality and philosophy of the faction, and the inherent instability that came with their customs and ideologies, reflected in the trail of destruction left wherever they went. Using their own skills and resources, the Bene Gesserit succeeded in holding the Honored Martyrs at bay. However, realizing military might would not be enough to succeed long-term, they embarked on a strategy of infiltration, capturing Mabella, a talented and rapidly emerging member of the Honored Martyrs. Mabella had been raised in the Order from an early age, but was thought to possess physical and mental abilities far above her fellow trainees. Among these were amazing reflexes and the ability to amplify ecstasy to near unimaginable levels. During a stay in the city of Yasai, Mabella captured a Duncan, Idaho Gola created by the Tleilax with unique traits and attempted to imprint the Bene Gesserit loyalist. However, thanks to the powers within his genetic makeup, he was able to partially resist her and instead imprint himself onto her psyche. Thus, the pair became addicted to one another. The Sisterhood made good use of Idaho's newfound abilities and addiction to Mabella to extract information from the Honored Martyr, and it wasn't long before they started to train her as one of their own. Later, as the Honored Martyr attacks intensified, Duncan, Idaho and Mabella were confined to Chapter House, where the intense bond created by their mutual imprinting made them reluctant lovers. Darwi Odrade, the new leader of the Sisterhood, decided to accelerate Mabella's training as a Bene Gesserit. This was despite the belief of some in the organization that she intended to steal their secrets and escape back to Gamu. Their strict training methods and the revelations that came with it eventually undermined her Martyr identity, and Mabella began to see her former Martyrs as unstable and downright dangerous. through the use of her bond with Idaho, they slowly turned her to their collective will, with Mabella transforming into a Bene Gesserit. During this entire period, Mabella provided the Sisterhood with 4 daughters, Janice, Rinya, Jian, and Tunisia, uniting the genetics of Idaho and the Honored Martyrs into a powerful combination. Finally, it was decided that Mabella was ready to become a Reverend Mother, though many still had expressed their concern over the matter. Who will share with you? Garrett again, indeed. That is the political question of most interest. Who may succeed Mother Superior? Atreides heard nervous stirring behind her. Mabella and Sheena, Atreides said, and one other if Proctus cared to name a candidate. Proctus formed little consulting groups, shouting suggestions from group to group, but no names were submitted. Someone had a question though. Why Mabella? Who knows Honored Martyrs better? Atreides asked. That silenced them. Foreseeing the importance of this in the future, Atreides relaxed restrictions for Duncan, and for the first time ever, a man was allowed to watch a spy ceremony. Idaho was filled with trepidation. Darway watched with equal anxiety. Mabella was essentially vital to her plan to deal with the Honored Martyrs and reform the Sisterhood. Reverend Mother Superior Atreides believed that the Bene Gesserit made a mistake in fearing emotion, and that in order to evolve, the Bene Gesserit must learn to accept them. This is why Mabella's connection to Duncan was so crucial. Luckily, Darway is pleased to find Mabella took and survived the hard path to becoming a Reverend Mother. Using other memory, Mabella soon learned the missing link in the origins of the Martyrs. She confirms that while they were indeed a hybrid group of the Bene Gesserit and Fish Speakers, they had developed their violent tendencies with their 3rd edition, the awakened Tleilaxu females. Essentially brain dead and unconscious, the females had been turned into axolotl tanks, where they spent the rest of their life breeding whatever the Tleilaxu wanted to create. Some were eventually rescued by the offshoot of Fish Speakers and Bene Gesserit, regained their consciousness, and vowed revenge on the Tleilaxu men for the crimes committed against them. The best-kept secret of the Tleilaxu, that their famed axolotl tanks were in fact their race's females, had been laid bare before the matriarchal alliance, and their wrath had known no bounds. Attacking every Tleilaxu planet on their way out of the galaxy, the martial prowess of both the Fish Speakers and the Bene Gesserit had ensured their victory. Thus, when the Honored Martyrs burst upon the universe again, they took special care to lay waste to every extant Tleilaxu world, though the Martyrs of later generations could not remember the origin of their own hatred. Mabella also discovered the true nature of the unknown enemy, and how they were the resurrected thinking machines, thought destroyed at the end of the Butlerian Jihad. Through other memory, she witnesses the Honored Martyrs' first encounter with the unknown enemy. A young Martyr commander had invaded an area controlled by the remnants of the Machine Empire with initial success. However, the retribution of the thinking machines had been terrible, especially when they realized that humanity still existed. We're told the Martyr leader named Lenice and her entourage stumbled upon a robotic outpost, a fringe planet of the reborn thinking machine empire. Lenice and the group managed to steal the obliterator weapons on the outpost, using it to destroy the base. But before its complete destruction, it sent a signal to Omnius and Erasmus on distant Synchrony, who quickly launched an aggressive counterattack. Lenice realized her peril and retreated back into human scattering space, drawing the machines after her group. Unfortunately, this led the machines to learn where humanity was sheltering within the galaxies, and it wasn't long until they launched starships and the dreaded Omnius Scourge against the Martyrs. The Martyrs' losses were staggering, and they quickly abandoned most of their worlds, such as Ricka's planet, before retreating quickly back into the old Imperium. This brought them a few decades of reprieve from the machine pursuers, who lacked vault space technology, which the Martyrs had with no ships, but it also meant the machines were free to destroy what was the old honored Martyr Empire. With Mabella having unlocked the secret of their history, Atreides called a convocation, a meeting of all the Bene Gesserit, and announced her plan to attack the Honored Martyrs on Junction. She also announced candidates to succeed her as Mother Superior, those being Sheena and Mabella. The attack seemed headed for failure, and Mabella saved as much of the Bene Gesserit force as she could, enabling them to withdraw. Atreides had anticipated they might lose an all-out offensive, and so as a contingency, she left Mabella instructions for a last desperate gambit. Mabella piloted a small craft down to the surface, announcing herself as an honored Martyr who had managed to escape the Bene Gesserit in the confusion of war. She claimed that she wants to share all of the Bene Gesserit secrets that she had learned, and in their desire to wipe out their rivals, some listened to her story. When an overeager honored Martyr dared to move on her, Mabella killed her with blinding speed, demonstrating how the combination of Martyr and Bene Gesserit training had enhanced her abilities. She was then taken to the newest great honored Martyr, Lono, and immediately declared herself hostile. Lono could not help herself and attacked Mabella, but the Reverend Mother simply killed her and the many others that stepped up to challenge her. While Atreides was mortally wounded in the melee, before she passed, Dawi shared with Mabella, giving her control over the entire Bene Gesserit sisterhood. Awed by her physical prowess and ability to see into other memory, the Honored Martyrs did nothing as Mabella also took charge of their faction. However, her ascension to leadership was not accepted as a victory by all of the sisterhood. Some felt that she would corrupt the spirit of the Bene Gesserit, and despite her simply honoring the wishes of Atreides, many worried that her plan of merging the two orders into a new sisterhood was doomed to fail. Getting a vision of her own, Sheena, who was the other candidate initially put forward as a potential leader, decides to leave with a handful of dissenters. Asking Duncan and others that were disenfranchised if they wanted to join them, the group fled Chapter House in a nose ship before they could be stopped. Mabella discovered their plan at the last minute, but it was too late. Though it could be argued that Duncan's departure solved many problems for her new role as leader, hence why she didn't really try to stop them. After she united the Bene Gesserit and the Honored Martyrs, Mabella decided they needed to make up for the terror they'd inflicted on the universe by uniting humanity in the upcoming war with the thinking machines. She organized a meeting with the Guild, and with her council aides, Doria and Belonda, she told the leader of the Navigators to do their respective parts. In return, she promised to dole out rations of the Sisterhood's great stockpile of spice melange. To further the war effort, she also met with technicians on Riches and Ix and demanded that they increase production of starships. Doria and Belonda then oversaw the burgeoning production of spice from the Sandworms on the soon-to-be unified Chapter House, reckoning that all the spice would be needed as payment to the ship producers of Riches and Ix. Finally, she had the talented Supreme Bishar Wiki Aston to lean on for military guidance and support. As expected, not all Martyrs immediately recognized Mabella as leader, nor did they agree with her desire to merge the two groups. The most notable was a rebel faction on the world of Bazel, and the main rebel faction on Tleilax from the main city of Bandalon, led by Helica. Mabella led the paramilitary group of specially trained New Sisterhood operatives called the Valkyries against Bazel, easily conquering the Sea World. This gave her the confidence to ultimately lay siege to Tleilax and Bandalon, eliminating the last rebel factions of Martyrs. The planet Tleilax fell with a bloody battle, which saw the destruction of many cities. Shockingly, as Helica died, it was revealed that she and the other rebel leaders were actually lost Tleilaxu enhanced face dancers. They'd basically been leading the Bandalon faction astray for years. The realization that the main Martyrs' rebel stronghold had been led by face dancers, their dwindling numbers, and the need to unite against the enemy caused the final unification of the new sisterhood. As the end of the age occurred with the unfolding of Kralizak, the long-foretold battle at the end of the universe, mankind was forced once again to confront Omnius and Erasmus on the machine capital of Synchrony. Unbeknownst to Mabella, the patron saint of the guild, Norma Senva, also known as the Oracle of Time, instantly banished Omnius from the universe, causing the machine ships to come to a dead stop. Ships led by the Oracle's guild navigators then appeared over Chapter House and requested she follow them to Synchrony. When she arrived, Mabella discovered that Erasmus merged information and machine codes with Duncan Idaho's body, creating a type of technological other memory within him, which complemented the human other memory of the Kwisatz Haderach. Becoming a new Evermind for the machines, Idaho announced that the prescriptions of the Butlerian Jihad had gone too far, that man and machine had to unite and work cooperatively in the future. He then took his place as the final and ultimate Kwisatz Haderach, the force that guided the renewed united thinking machine and human empire to a bright future. Given how much the Honored Martyrs and Bene Gesserit hated the machines, this peace was in a way only maintained by the imprinting Duncan and Mabella had on each other. Atreides effectively knew that both of them would be the key to not only saving the Bene Gesserit, but that they would also be instrumental in guiding the future of mankind.
You steer the politics of the Imperium from the shadows.
But there's more to it.
What does it mean? That I could be the one?
Who can help us into a better future? We think he's very close now. Some believe he's here.
All part of a plan.
With that said, that's all for today, folks. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video, and if there's anything else you'd like for me to cover, please don't hesitate to ask. As always, it's been a pleasure. Niyat here with Film Comics Explained. Thanks for stopping by.
Ah!